It's 8 o'clock on Today. Coming up, and seen. Overnight, the Writers Guild of America calling a strike. Film and TV writers heading for the picket lines this morning.
It'll affect every part of the industry and people beyond the industry.
Straight ahead, what it means for your favorite shows. Then Gaines time. Joanna Gaines joins us live, and there's a lot to catch up with her about. The Magnolia star opening up about new family and professional milestones. Her story coming up. Plus, remembering Gordon Lightfoot. We are honoring the folk legend who passed away yesterday at 84 years old. The tributes now pouring in. And have we met? Chanel takes us inside fashion's biggest night.
This is one of the only events that celebrates fashion and Hollywood and brings all the stars together.
We've got to look at all the stars who were serving major looks.
He raises the stakes with the fashion.
And bringing all the drama. Today, Tuesday, May 2nd, 2023.
With my mom from Greenville, South Carolina.
Because today I turned 50.
From Oswego, New York, on a mother-son trip.
Visiting from Raleigh, Texas for my wife's birthday.
Hi to my kids in Carmel, Indiana.
From St. Louis.
It's my first time in New York.
On a mother-daughter trip from Des Plaines, Illinois.
And the Villages, Florida. Shout out to Montgomery, Alabama.
Sending love to our grandson.
In Appleton, Wisconsin.
Happy 4th birthday, Sawyer.
We're back, 8:13, with an inside look at Chanel's new, an inside look at fashion's biggest night of the year, the annual Met Gala.
Okay, let's talk about it. This year's theme, honoring the works of fashion icon Karl Lagerfeld, and Chanel was right there, front row seat. Let's talk about it.
Looking good.
I decided to keep the hair this
Yes,
way. I look like I'm going to like a Bridgerton convention, but it's okay. All right. There's no fashion event quite like the Met Gala. The stars out in full force last night, decked out in glitz and glamour, from J-Lo and Kim Kardashian to Queen Riri. This year's white carpet did not disappoint.
Last night in Manhattan, the hottest fashions in the spotlight.
And brings all the stars together. He raises the stakes with the fashion.
The first Monday in May, circled on every celebrity's calendar.
I want to see everybody.
You know, this is my 20th Met Gala.
The stars putting their best fashion foot forward at the Met Gala, serving major looks and bringing the drama to the museum's iconic steps.
Tell me who you guys are wearing.
Gucci.
I'm wearing Chloe, designed by Gabriella and also designed by Carl.
Chanel is a couture spring summer from 1988.
The theme this year is Karl Lagerfeld, a line of beauty. So expect to see a lot of Chanel. Not this Chanel, but the other Chanel. You'll see both classic and, of course, over the top. I have to go get my spot.
Vogue editor-in-chief Anna Wintour stepping out in style, along with this year's gala co-chairs, including Penelope Cruz, Dua Lipa, and Roger Federer.
Say hi to Savannah. Hi, Savannah.
All getting the party started, wearing their Monday best in honor of Karl.
For people who didn't know Karl Lagerfeld, how would you describe him? What did he mean to you?
He was a total genius.
Lagerfeld was at the helm of some of the biggest fashion houses during his 65-year career, including Fendi and Chanel.
He was a unique presence on the world stage of fashion.
His timeless designs and feminine silhouettes on display.
I hope everybody made him proud. He probably in heaven like, yes! No.
Celebrities reimagining some of those Chanel classics.
It's a marriage between Versace and Karl Lagerfeld.
From the signature tweed,
Giving some Chanel tweed moments.
to the black and white ensembles, to that iconic bow. Stars bringing full body glamour.
We decided to make our hair the headpiece.
Usher, can we see the shoes really quickly? Can I see these gloves?
And dazzling with sequins, feathers, and pearls. Fan favorite Kim Kardashian making her grand entrance in custom Schiaparelli, dripping in 50,000 freshwater pearls. It was an all-out show on this year's white carpet.
I think we have an unveiling happening.
Including some unforgettable tributes to the late designer's beloved cat, Choupette.
Did he just purr to us? a little Doja Cat, anyone? You have to tell us about this bag.
Yes, it's Judith Lieber. It's a pink choupette cat. You know, that's an ode.
But it was Jared Leto, known for his daring looks, who once again turned heads with the perfect tribute.
I could just imagine him looking down with a big smile on his face, seeing Choupette in all his glory.
And of course, the party wouldn't be complete without some surprises. Serena Williams and Karlie Kloss both taking to the carpet, debuting new baby bumps.
Congratulations!
Thank you so much.
I love so much that you're walking the red carpet with your little bambino. What does that feel like?
This is the first time I'm sharing my news, so it's so special. I can't imagine a more special place.
But perhaps the biggest jaw-dropping moment of the night was Rihanna, the queen of the Met Gala, arriving fashionably late to make her long-awaited return to the museum steps.
They have been out here since almost 5 o'clock this morning.
Wow.
Everybody's waiting for you.
Wow, well, thank God I came.
And when we asked,
honestly, thank God you guys waited, too.
Thank you. You look beautiful.
The singer, who's pregnant with her second child with A$AP Rocky, undeniably stealing the show in a stunning flower-covered gown by Valentino.
We decided to wait, stick it out, and it was worth it. Hi, Rihanna. I think she's my best dressed of the evening.
All of it making for another night of pure magic at the Met.
Don't forget, you join us on your drive to work or school or home. You'll find us at Sirius XM Channel 108. Guys?
All right, Al, thank you. Let's turn now to one of our very favorites, Joanna Gaines.
Oh, of course, she and her husband Chip became household names from their hit show Fixer Upper, and they have just expanded their Magnolia brand. It's an empire, really. They've got a television network, those famous Magnolia silos, and soon a hotel.
Yeah, and if that wasn't enough to keep Joanna busy, today she is releasing her third cookbook. It's called Magnolia Table Volume 3, a collection of recipes for gathering. If you follow her on Insta, you already know that one of them is a huge hit with her littlest one. Take a look.
Crew, can you tell me what you want on your burger?
Meat.
Okay, I got you.
Meat, yeah.
Is that
He
what
could write
said?
a cookbook.
He should.
Yeah.
He's so cute, by the way.
Joanna is with us now. Good morning, sunshine.
Good morning. How are y'all?
Good. We're excited you're joining us live from your own kitchen. I know we're going to make cake in a little bit, but you know what? They made us some, so we get to taste your recipe. So tell us about this new cookbook.
So what I love about this cookbook, we started this cookbook in 2020. So we were, this was when everyone was at home, working from home. We were testing all the recipes from home, the entire food team. And it was really birthed out of a place where we were just craving community, being around the table again. So I'd say 3 years later now, it's just truly a celebration of those moments around the table. And for me, with my kids that are growing up so fast, anytime I can get a meal on the table, I mean, those are the moments I'm savoring the most in the season.
Well, we want to talk about the recipe in just a second, but there was a night that you and Chip had out where you didn't have to cook a thing. You went to the White House and you enjoyed a state dinner. What was that like? What was on the menu?
It was a beef that it was like a fusion of American and Korean. And when my mother found out that we were going, I mean, she cried immediately. She was like, I would have never thought that, you know, my daughter would meet the Korean president. So it was such an honor. It was a dream, for sure.
Well, I mean, talk about just a full circle moment. You were at the state dinner honoring South Korea, and then you actually traveled to Seoul with some of the kids. What was that like?
Yes. We went, it was a couple weeks ago, we took 25 of our family members and were there for a week. I had never been, none of us had been, just my parents. And so it was really just this, again, this full circle moment of understanding where my mother was from, walking the same street she walked. It kind of completed something in me, and it's even hard to explain, but it was so special for our family to all be there. With my parents. That's where they met in 1971. So just all the stories, everything about it was incredible. Definitely a trip of a lifetime.
Love that. Let's get to this delicious recipe you have before you. First of all, what are we making today?
Today I made a butter cake. And you know, I'm a chocolate lover. So anytime I make something other than chocolate, I'm just saying, I promise you it's good. This is kind of one of those that if I'm not going to make chocolate, this is one of my favorites. It's super simple. You literally would have all of the ingredients in your pantry. It's easy to whip up, but I wanted to elevate it a little bit. That's a lot of what this cookbook is. It's just experimenting with different flavor profiles, having a little more fun. And so you can eat the butter cake by itself, but I wanted to dress it up a little bit with a heavy whip. You really can. Roasted strawberries that have been in the oven for about 10 to 12 minutes, and then I top it off with some balsamic reduction to just really, again, kind of elevate the dessert, a little hint of surprise, but it also really balances all the sweetness.
Okay, this is... Sorry to talk with my mouth full.
Are you trying it right now?
Are you kidding me?
So good.
I love this whipped cream, and you did add your chocolate on top.
I'm with you, Joanna. Like, if you're not going to have chocolate, it better be darn good, and this is better than any chocolate.
It's like a chewy white cake, and again, it's the balsamic. Anytime I'm doing this, everyone's like, "No, I don't want balsamic on it. That's too, you know, it's too different." But I always tell people, just try it.
Yeah.
Something about the balsamic really
We made a believer out of us.
Yeah, no kidding.
Unexpected.
It's so good. And by the way, real quick, 20 years, you and Chip. How about that? Your anniversary.
20 years. I know, it's crazy. Magnolia's 20 years old, and Chip and I have been married for 20 years. So
Can you believe you've been with that crazy man for 2 decades?
I know.
That is astonishing.
I do have to dye my hair now, you know, so other than that. No,
Joanna, congrats on all. We love the cake.
love
I mean,
you.
that's
It's
beyond.
delicious.
Buy the
It's a
cookbook
10.
just for that cake. Seriously.
It's a 10 plus.
It's a 20.
Yeah. Thank you, Joanna. We love you.
Thank you. If you want the butter cake recipe, actually, you can go to today.com/food. And again, the book is called Magnolia Table Volume 3. It's available now at today.com/books.
Just ahead, the classic movie Some Like It Hot transformed into a Broadway hit. The cast is here. They're going to perform for us live after your local news.
Welcome back. Tim Russert, a legendary name here at NBC News, our longtime Washington bureau chief, moderator of Meet the Press for 16 years.
Well, when he passed away, we all missed him, but no one missed him more than his son, Luke. And Savannah, you got the chance to sit down with Luke.
Oh, yes. Luke, if you knew Tim, you knew that Luke was Tim's pride and joy. After Tim passed away suddenly in 2008, Luke reported for NBC News in Washington. In fact, we once shared an office. But after working at NBC News for 8 years, Luke began to question why he was chasing his father's legacy. He looked for answers in a 3-year odyssey across 6 continents, and the result is a new book. It's called Look for Me There, Grieving My Father, Finding Myself, and we caught up with Luke to talk about this journey. You know, people use that expression, you've been on a journey, but you've actually been on a journey.
A 3-year odyssey around 6 continents and trying to figure out, okay, what are you really about?
A journey that began after coming to terms with the loss of his beloved father, Tim Russert, the legendary moderator of Meet the Press, a force at NBC News. But to Luke, a father he adored. Tim died suddenly in 2008, 2 days before Father's Day.
This is a special edition of Meet the Press with Tim Russert.
Senator Obama, welcome back to Meet the Press. Thank you so much for having me.
No specific reference to campaign finance reform.
Senator Clinton, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Thanks, Tim. It's good to be with you.
Luke Russert is sharing his story for the first time in a new book, Look for Me There, Grieving My Father, Finding Myself. In it, he traverses terrain both physical and deeply personal.
This journey begins in many ways with your father's passing, which was a heartbreaking and shocking moment that as a young man, you had to share with everybody.
And it was soul crushing. It was such a whirlwind.
Luke was just 22 when he delivered his father's eulogy.
I love you, Dad. And in his words, let us all go get him.
I remember being at your father's memorial service, and I can't imagine standing up at 22 years old in that crowd. You're heartbreaking.
It was quite, it was quite nerve-wracking to be up there and you see the face of Barack Obama and John McCain and Joe Biden. And I felt my father there too. So, and I knew I couldn't let him down.
It was a shining moment for you in one of the hardest moments of your life. Suddenly, NBC News says, we see something in you.
NBC came to me. They said, you have a gift. You have a natural talent. The name didn't hurt either.
In these swing states where
NBC hired Luke. He covered the 2008 campaign and later Capitol Hill. We even shared an office back in the day when I was an NBC News correspondent in Washington.
My old office mate.
I know, exactly. Reunited again.
The entire conference is in a holding pattern, Thomas.
It couldn't have been easy, and I know people would criticize.
It was hard. Okay, I'm going to take this criticism, but that means I have to work 10 times harder to prove myself.
Well, you did prove yourself, and that's why it was all the more surprising when you decided to walk away.
I left NBC. I liked the work, but some days it left me empty, and I had to get away from my last name. I had to get away from the world that I knew.
I lost my father as a teenager. You lost your father young, and I know that's always connected us.
It was those first few years where you feel something's missing.
Luke's soul-searching led him to over 65 countries.
I'm so interested in your emotional journey. We can't miss that this is a really entertaining, literal journey through the world.
So I went to places like Vietnam. My gosh, we dropped all these bombs here, but these folks are so loving and forgiving and talkative, and it really was powerful.
Reading about you going to Bolivia, going to a high altitude with very thin oxygen. You have issues with your lungs. That sounded terrifying.
It's like 14,000 feet up almost. And I can't breathe. The place where I was staying, they actually got oxygen for me. It taught me I can handle a lot, and it's okay.
Luke also writes about his complicated relationship with his mother, Maureen Orth, an accomplished journalist in her own right.
You talk about having a little tension with her sometimes, and how did you work that out?
I did some traveling with her. I began to understand her, and I began to realize, wow, this was somebody who was not given anything, had to work so hard for every single thing that she had. I get why you were pushing me so much.
A devout Catholic, Luke says it was in the Holy Land where he found clarity at the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem.
And there's the tomb of Christ. I have this very deep meditative state that I go into. And I hear a voice in my head, it's like, go pray. I'm kind of shaking. So I walk out and I don't know what to do. And I start looking for something. And I see a Buffalo Bills yarmulke. Okay, now I'm not sure, but my father loved the Buffalo Bills. I was like, well, I have to get that. And I said, well, the Western Wall is open. I get this now. Dad's with me. He's been here every step of the way.
And you did tuck a prayer into the Western Wall for your dad.
It's his favorite verse. I have fought the good fight and keep the faith.
Divine.
Divine, yeah.
The book is called Look for Me There, which is what your dad used to say if we get separated at the baseball stadium.
Yeah.
But it's also about you looking for him.
Yeah.
And you found him.
I did. And I miss him every day, but I know he loves me, and I know he's happy, and we love each other.
Well, he'd be so proud of you.
Thank you so much.
Yes, he would.
Wow.
It's a pretty incredible read. I mean, what Luke, all the places that he went, but it's super honest about the whole journal. It's very journey, and it's introspective, and he talks about his relationship with both parents, and we're just like, we all love Luke, and we're all so proud of him, and he did a very courageous thing. He was doing really well here and stepped away. And actually, there's a great story in the book. I don't want to give too much of it away, but it's actually the House Speaker, former House Speaker John Boehner, who basically took him aside and said, like, what are you doing here, man?
What are you doing?
Get out of here.
What are you doing?
Wow.
And it changed everything for him.
And to be able to take that physical journey and also the one inside, because I think a lot of people think if I go somewhere, I'll find something.
Yep.
Looking for something, but it was all, he figured it all out.
Yeah,
The title is perfect.
It is.
I love that.
Just perfect.
And
beautiful.
the Buffalo Bills yarmulke is going to be flying off the shelves.
I know.
Oh, yeah. For the Russerts, it always comes back
Listen,
to the Buffalo.
always.
The Lord speaks in mysterious ways.
Yes.
All right,
Yes,
Luke's
yes.
book, of course, is called Look for Me There. It is available starting today. Congrats to Luke.
All right, guys, taking a turn when we come back. We're going to have Pop Start for you, including a new interview with Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhaney on their emotional journey to success in the world of soccer. But first, this is Today on NBC.
The City Music Series on Today is proudly presented to you by City.
And we are back with our week-long celebration of the best of Broadway. It really is the best. This morning, we've got the cast of Some Like It Hot.
And guess what? Guess what? Just a couple of moments ago, they became a Tony-nominated Best Musical. This is the moment we just heard in the commercial break where they found that out. Best Lead Actor for J. Harrison Gee and Christian Borle. That's their reaction. And the whole cast for Best Musical, and more nominations still to come.
How do you guys feel?
Incredible.
I mean,
can you believe it?
Yeah. No.
And I have to tell you guys the funniest thing real quick. We were on the air and you guys had to all be quiet. We thought you were having a heart attack.
We didn't know.
But everybody was smiling. But you were reading and finding out you were nominated.
All right.
Congratulations.
You're going to take away your performance for us?
Oh, absolutely.
All right, go get them.
one's got enough.
The depression is in full swing.
And to make things worse, we're all under a curse
of the government prohibiting.
Yes, we're all in a fix from their federal tricks. And Chicago is on the brink. Oh, but I've got the keys, 'cause in times like these, we could certainly all use a drink. Are you looking for a friendly door to knock and come on in? Well, the name's Sweet Sue. I'm here for you so that the good times can begin. If you need good hospitality, well, sucker, check your troubles. Come sit by me. Let me figure out your recipe. What are you thirsty for? Are you aching for a whole lot more? Let me introduce all the kinds of juice. Prohibition, prohibition. 'Cause when you're drowning in a sea of debt, that's the time you're gonna wanna get your whistle wet. Is there something special I can get? Hey, what are you thirsty for? I can see real good times around the bend. I can feel them coming by and by. But until that blessed day, my friend, this is your time to be kind. Do you have the end every now and then to let loose and ring the bell? Well, then read my lips and watch my hips and let's kiss all the blues farewell. When the hard times put you to the test, depression has you feeling damn depressed. Lay your weary head upon my chest. Hey, what are you thirsty for? What are you thirsty? Dip-a-dip-a-ba-da-ba. Judgment Day, I'll be fine to find I'm headed down Satan's way. Satan's way. What I pray, him say, take a seat, sweet Sue. Take a seat, sweet Sue. I've been expecting you. I take on for two. And I'm about to pour, so what are you thirsty?
Congratulations, y'all. Happy
Tony Day.
Awesome. All right. You can catch Some Like It Hot at the Schubert Theater here in New York. We're back with the third and fourth hours of today. You guys, you can scream now. You've been nominated. Love y'all.
This morning on the third hour of today, on strike. Hollywood writers and studios failing to reach a deal, putting the future of our favorite shows and movies on hold. What's the holdup? And the impact we're all going to notice right away. Plus, Chanel's perfect evening at the Met Gala.
Did he just hurt us?
All of the bold looks and memorable moments from fashion's biggest night. Then, our Consumer Confidential. What to buy this month? Which big ticket items are going on sale? And what should we wait to splurge on? And in Today Food, our early Cinco de Mayo celebration. We're helping plan your menu with a classic Mexican meal. Today, Tuesday, May 2nd, 2023. Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the third hour of Today.
And a good Tuesday morning to you. Welcome to this third hour of Today. Craig Melvin, Dylan Dreyer, Chanel Jones, Albert Roker.
This, though.
Yeah.
This.
I feel like I'm going to, like, Today's Show prom.
I love it. It looks like people can see it at home in person. It's no.
Don't you do that.
The rules.
One time I did that, Chanel almost knocked my hand out.
That's why I asked.
Remember that? I went, you had something out of your, just a little, well, let me have,
That's why I asked.
That's why they call me Lefty now. Anyway.
One more night of Met Gala fun.
Give a shout out to the hairstylist.
Oh my gosh, Bianca, thank you so much. There's a whole team. Star, Debbie, Deb Weber, Alex up in wardrobe.
We'll get to that in just a
all
minute.
All the good things.
But
All right, let's
boy.
chat.
In case you have not heard, folks, as of right now, Hollywood is on hold. At 12:01 this morning, the Writers Union went on strike when last-minute negotiations broke down. NBC's Miguel Almaguer has been following this story from the beginning now. Miguel, good morning to you. What's the word here?
Well, Craig, good morning. Thousands of writers could head to the picket line in just a few hours, arguing they aren't being compensated fairly in this streaming era. The impact of this strike could be long-lasting for everyone in the industry and for you folks at home.
Camera set. Overnight, the Hollywood ending many feared. The Writers Guild calling a strike after negotiators were unable to reach a deal with the studios and streamers, saying, for the sake of our present and our future, we have been given no other choice. On the Met Gala carpet, Tinseltown A-listers voicing support.
I think it'll affect all of us. It'll affect every part of the industry and people beyond the industry.
Writers like Cody Blue Snyder says many of his colleagues are making less than they did a decade ago because of how streaming has changed the industry.
We're asking for just a livable wage and for our jobs to be protected and for us to make residuals on the content we're creating.
So how will this impact you at home? That depends on how long the shutdown lasts. The 2007-2008 strike, which lasted 100 days, put some shows on hold for up to 4 months.
The first thing that viewers at home will notice that their favorite late night shows will go into reruns.
Hosts like Seth Meyers, who's also a writer, voicing support for the union.
I also feel very strongly that what the writers are asking for is not unreasonable.
Daytime soap operas will also run out of scripts, and it might not end there.
If this lasts a couple months, we'll start to see the impact on the fall TV schedule, and some movies will have to be pushed back.
In the unlikely event a strike lasts more than 6 months, analysts say even next year's summer blockbusters could be affected. The Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers says it presented a comprehensive package proposal to the Guild last night, which included generous increases in compensation for writers, as well as improvements in streaming residuals. But this morning, no deal, as a high-stakes showdown comes at a pivotal moment for Hollywood.
We want to mention here Comcast, the corporation that owns our parent company, NBC Universal, is one of the companies negotiating with the WGA. As for the impact in the months ahead, Netflix recently said they have enough content to last them through the end of the year. And most major film sets for release this year have already been shot, but the ripple effect beyond that is unclear, guys.
All right. Let's hope they can reach some sort of agreement here. Miguel, thank you.
And all those late night shows.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
See what happens. Well, last night, some of Hollywood's biggest stars here in New York for the annual Met Gala, the biggest fashion event of the year. And our star,
Yay!
Chanel Jones. On the red
My seat is your seat.
This has
become your thing. I know, it's so
Deborah
fun.
showed me a picture of you, and I mean, you looked stunning.
Thank you. It was fun. All of the stars were decked out, and the number one rule of the Met Gala red carpet is to expect the unexpected. And this year we saw feathers, pearls, and even cats. Take a look.
Stars, celebrities, and of course, those stairs.
You look absolutely beautiful. Who are you wearing?
Chanel is a couture spring summer from 1988.
So this is Sergio Hudson.
Can you tell us who you're wearing?
Yes, I'm wearing Chloe.
Giving some Chanel tweed moments, and here we
I've
are.
never heard my name Chanel mentioned so many times on this
Oh my God, you're the theme.
The stars were serving glitz and glamour for fashion's biggest night. A benefit for the Metropolitan Museum of Art's Costume Institute, better known as the Met Gala.
What is it about the Met Gala that people love so much?
It brings all the stars together with all the best creatives, potentially in the world. We're all in one room for one night. Who doesn't want to be here?
This is the biggest show of the year right here. This is amazing.
I drove to work at 5 a.m. this morning. They have been out here since almost 5 o'clock this morning.
Wow.
Everybody's waiting for you.
Wow, well, thank God I came.
Every look honoring Karl Lagerfeld, a force in fashion for over 6 decades, overseeing entire eras of style for fashion houses like Chloe, Fendi, and perhaps most famously, Chanel.
Karl meant to me someone that was honest, loyal, took risks, did what he wanted, loved life.
He was a total genius, revolutionary, like brilliant mind.
His imagination, his creativity was like, had no limit.
So what are we seeing? A lot of sequins, a lot of feathers, a lot of black and white, pearls, a lot of Chanel.
Outfits also adorned with special touches like bows, ponytails, and sunglasses, Lagerfeld's signature accessories. There were even a few tributes to his beloved cat, Choupette.
A little Doja Cat, anyone? Oh, no. Did he just purr us?
I knew Karl. He was always such a kind man. I could just imagine him looking down with a big smile on his face.
Fashion wasn't the only hot topic of the evening, from film roles
I'm playing Karl in a movie
to official red carpet debuts and even big pregnancy announcements.
Congratulations!
Thank you so much.
I love so much that you're walking the red carpet with your little bambino. What does that feel like?
This is the first time I'm sharing my news. Can't imagine a more special place.
We caught up with some of our fabulous favorites.
I know.
My family.
How are you?
Come on. Are you on tour with Janet Jackson?
Come talk to our third hour friends.
Oh my God, I love you so much.
How many women here are rocking Charlotte Tilbury?
Jessica Chastain, Kate Moss, Penelope Cruz, Salma Hayek.
And we tried to get the inside scoop on what happens after the carpet.
You never know what's going to happen in there.
Well, that's what I was just about to say.
Is that what you want to know? Yeah.
Wait, tell
You
me
want the real
I want you
answer.
to give us the real one. Come on, what happens behind the
I'll
scenes?
tell you in a bit.
Ah, yes.
There are a lot of rituals. I don't
Like
know. A lot of
what?
people say satanic, and I don't feel like that's fair. This is the only place in the world where you see billionaires do this.
Once you go through that doors, you get handed gold bars, and you just eat caviar until you're full.
The night was just beginning for them, but for me, it was time to say a stylish goodbye. And that's a wrap for Met Gala 2023. Can I tell you a secret? It's been a long night.
Oh, that's funny.
Another unforgettable night at the Met.
You had a long
The secrets, it was a long day, but it was worth it.
Yeah.
It was worth it. It's funny, so everybody's exhausted. People were starting to leave. P. Diddy left. We saw Gabrielle Union and Dwayne Wade, they were leaving. And everybody was waiting. So you're like, okay, there's somebody else coming. So we were like, is it Taylor Swift? Is it
leaving
Beyonce?
like for the end of the night?
They were leaving.
Oh.
Yeah, there were some people, didn't they just walk the carpet and
then
leave?
they mingled for a little bit and then they left. So we were like, okay, so what do you do? Do you stay?
Yeah.
Do you go home? So I'm like, let me just stay a little longer. And right when I thought, you know what? I'm leaving. Here comes Rihanna and
There you
A$AP
go.
Rocky, and they were obviously like, she's like the queen of the ball.
Who was your favorite? She had A$AP Rocky.
Rihanna was pretty amazing, honestly, too, because she talked to me, so I thought that was
Okay,
kind of
that's
cool. You know, when you catch a celebrity's eye, I think
That's
sometimes they feel obligated to come talk to you, so that was really nice. The Kylie Jenner looked amazing. Who else?
I like the D. Wade, Gabrielle Union outfit because it was by Met standards understated.
It was understated, but they
Matching
are
leather.
a beautiful couple. You know who else was gorgeous? Viola Davis. She had that hot pink dress on. So these ladies, these were my favorites. I also liked Anne Hathaway. These were my picks last night. Beautiful. She's very Chanel. And then J-Lo. I mean, Look,
that's J-Lo,
when you
right.
see these women in person, you get it.
I bet.
I mean, they are
stars.
They are stars.
Although I got to tell you, I did like the Jared Leto costume.
I did
out. It was almost like Met Gala meets Masked Singers.
That's funny. Well, we didn't know who it was. You know who we thought it was?
Who?
Everybody, they were like, this is Little Nas X. So we're like, it's Little Nas X.
right.
And then he takes the head off, and we're like,
that was
pretty good.
I actually liked it too. That was
I did.
When I'm there, you're there. So
Well,
hopefully you had a good
you
time.
looked wonderful.
Thank
you did a
you.
great job.
You had a big night. Someone else has a big day.
Oh, yeah. Big
Huge
day.
day.
That's right.
Epic day, actually.
It's a sunny day in Studio 1A because Dylan Dreyer, big announcement, out with a brand new edition of Misty the Cloud. Tell us about it.
Well, this one's called Misty the Cloud, Fun is in the Air. It's a little different from my first two, which were picture books. These are step into reading books, which are so near and dear to me. I just think, kids learning to read in that preschool to first grade age range.
Yes.
It's magical. They can go from not reading to all of a sudden being able to read.
Yep.
Calvin read this book to me last night.
Oh.
And for him, and he says, we always read the author too. So it's Misty the Cloud by Dylan Mommy.
Dylan Mommy.
Which is just so
Dylan
special.
Mommy.
And I've always wanted to put the science right into the story. Because these are shorter books, we were able to do that. So it's, Claire and her mom, they go to the beach to beat the heat. There's that sea breeze. But what does it do to the clouds? It kind of creates these updrafts, and we turned it into a whole carnival type theme up in the clouds. So it's really a lot of fun. There's little jokes in here that make Calvin and Ollie smile too. So
your illustrator, Rosie Butcher, does a great job.
She really does.
She's absolutely incredible. She takes what's in my brain and somehow puts it on
Which is
paper.
not easy. Anybody gets in there.
Right? It's a mess.
But seriously, congratulations. This
That's
is epic.
great.
Like
This
our
is
kids
wonderful.
read these set two
The
books.
accomplishment a kid feels when they read their
when they
first
read
book.
a book, I know.
You can give that to your soon-to-be grandson or daughter.
It's time. Almost time.
There you go. Hey, you can find out more about Misty the Cloud, Fun is in the Air, over on today.com/books.
We're just getting started. This morning in our Consumer Confidential, all of the deals springing up in May. And here to tell us what we should think about buying and what we should absolutely hold off on buying, senior investigative and consumer correspondent, Vicki Wynn. Vicki, we always enjoy this segment.
Well, I want to buy Chanel's hair, but...
Well, wait an hour. You can't.
Exactly.
All right, so let's start with the things we should be buying here in May. What are some things that right now we should run out and consider purchasing?
May is a good month if you need a refresh around your house, inside and outside, to look at furniture, indoor or outdoor, grills as well. Memorial Day is May 29th this year, so about a week before and a little into June, you're going to see a lot of different sales. Those window air conditioning units, buy one now if you need one before it gets too hot. You're going to check your local hardware stores and the places like Home Depot, Lowe's, the department stores. Overstock.com is another great place to look for some of those items. With apparel, I always tell you buy at the end of the season for the next year.
Right.
Well, spring is a transitional time, and apparently there are a lot of great sales in May for things like trench coats, rain boots, outerwear, footwear, Macy's, J. Crew, Nike. Anywhere from 40 to 70% off on spring apparel. And then Dylan was excited about this because farmers markets are back.
That's
and we're
right.
talking about seasonal produce. This is a great time to go support your local farms. And you can get everything from asparagus and beets to spinach and strawberries. Great deals right now.
Vacuum seal them and freeze them.
That's right.
So aside from Memorial Day sales, I think this is interesting. May has a few additional holiday. I've never heard of appreciation weeks with these massive markdowns. What does that even mean?
This is a big month. If you are a nurse or a teacher, frankly, you should be appreciated year-round. around.
Okay.
But for nurses, it's May 6th through May 12th. Have that badge ready to go wherever you're shopping, wherever you're eating. Hey, is there a discount here for me? Last year, nurses got free burritos from Chipotle, free ice cream from Marble Slab Creamery. They got all kinds of free stuff. Teachers got 80% off of school supplies last year on Amazon.com and deals at Athleta, Alo Yoga, clothing to food. Your week is May 8th through the 12th for teachers. That's a Monday through Friday. And of course, we cannot forget Mother's Day, May 14th. Mark the calendars, everybody.
That's next Sunday.
Yes.
It is.
You sound surprised.
No, I was making sure people at home knew.
I can't believe it's already May, right? So we can talk about Mother's Day gifts. There are all kinds of flower deals right now. 1-800-Flowers has 20 to 40% off deals.
Oh, wow.
We've got some coupon codes for the Books. It's like a $20 off if you upgrade for 2X Blooms. Urban Stems as well. For Mom is the discount code. If flowers are not for Mom, if she likes perfume or candles, Toca is doing a 25% off deal for moms right now. TOCCA.com. And then also, so if you want to buy for Mom for next year and get a really screaming deal, after Mother's Day, Zales and Macy's usually slash jewelry prices up to 70%. So you can wait till after Mother's Day this year and plan ahead for 2024, like super early, Al style, like Christmas holiday.
There you go.
And then we also talked about National Burger Day. I think it was on there. That's May 28th.
Really?
National Burger
Day. I have a quiz for you.
Okay.
On average, how many burgers do you think Americans consume per year? I'll give you multiple
Per year.
60, 100, or 200 per year. The average American.
The average American.
The average?
100.
I'm saying 60.
Can't be 100 burgers. I'm going to go with 60.
I say 60.
I'd say, what was more than 100?
150.
150. I'd say 150.
60. You're right. It's about 5 burgers a month.
Okay.
On
Still a lot of burgers.
Go to your favorite
That's still
place,
a lot of burgers.
BurgerFi, Shake Shack. They will offer free burgers on Burger Day or some other big discounts May 28th.
Okay, so you've told us what to buy. Vic, what should we hold off on?
Okay, so tech. You might want to wait on tech because Father's Day in June is when a lot of those gadgets, the tablets, the iPads, the smartwatches, those go on sale in June for Father's Day. Athletic apparel was big in January. It gets a resurgence in sales in June when the weather gets nicer and people want to get back out and move their bodies around. And we talk about grills. Now, this is a great time if you're getting ready for this summer, but if you have outdoor furniture and grills that can last you through this season, wait till after Labor Day to get the best deals for your refresh next year.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Good
advice.
Always
It's
Thank
funny,
you,
I
Vic.
literally can't see around your hair.
I'm like, she's like, Vic.
Just me.
Can you imagine if I was like this every day?
It's kind of like if Sonic the Hedgehog decided to go to the Met Gala.
I think
it's fantastic.
I think it's Bridgerton rockstar vibes.
Yes.
So rock
No, it's
star
so
vibes.
I
good.
still love it. I just can't see.
I think you should do a little something on the Insta about what it took.
Oh, you know what? I will.
You like
Okay.
that?
There you
People
go.
want to know.
We're back now with a first look at a powerful new documentary that arrives just in time for Mental Health Awareness Month.
Unconditional shows the emotional impact families face when a loved one is dealing with an illness.
MSNBC anchor Richard Louie directed it, and he's also featured in it. When Richard's father was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, he cut back on his on-camera role to care for him.
Well, Richard's journey inspired him to connect with others facing similar situations like the Bouchat's and Thomas families.
The oncologist said that it looked like somebody had taken Kate and dipped her in cancer.
We know he struggles with brain injury. The VA actually considers him 350% disabled.
constant alertness, watchfulness, inability to sleep,
Sometimes he wakes up crying.
anger and frustration and rage at times. Boom. My mind was a mess.
In this house, we say the word cancer, with a little lilt in our voice, but he knows. He knows that something's not good.
I'm not ready to be a single parent.
You only get one of these in a lifetime.
Love you.
Love you too.
The reason that I can carry on, it's because of family, community, and love.
This is great. Richard, thank you so much for coming in and talking with us about this. So let's start with this. This issue we know is close to your heart. What were you going through personally that drew you to this topic?
Yeah, as you all know, and good morning to you, when I started taking care of my dad as well as my mom, I realized I was going through, personally, a physical and mental toll. So I had to figure out, well, how do I get through this? So I started to reach out. And what I realized is that we have a great cultural gap in understanding what physical and mental health is. A lot of misunderstandings. So, for instance, one is mental health equals mental illness. And as you all know, that's not the case, but that's the connotation. And guess what? There's 100 million Americans, according to the Caregiving Action Network, that is living through this each and every year. We don't hear about them. No. We also misunderstand what they're going through. You know, in all the years that we were working, 7 years, we realized that mental health can be a strength too. That's the important point.
It's so important, and I think also just to showcase other families that are going through perhaps something similar to what someone is going through. We just saw the other two families.
Yeah.
You're featured in the documentary as well. Can we ask how everyone's doing at this point?
Yeah, when we look at this, Dylan, I have to say the headline would be "Joy Despite Difficulty." Really some inspirational things that we saw along the way. So, for instance, today, when you look at Kate Thomas, she did pass in the last year because of her fight with cancer. But her husband Shane and son Matthew, they came together even when she was alive. They put together a bipartisan bill. The president signed it last year. It guarantees mammograms for all female veterans for their entire life. Oh, wow. They called it the Kate Thomas Act in memory of her. So some really amazing things that have happened with all the families.
How's your family? How's your family doing?
Well, my father passed a year ago, and this is what drove me to actually finish this documentary, because he really battled this with a lot of joy and laughter. And that's the important thing to show, as I was mentioning earlier, that they live, and we show that these families can live with joy despite difficulty.
You know, as much as the person themselves is suffering, the caregivers, and especially like yourself, a long term. I mean, both my folks were ill for 3 months and then passed. So while it was emotional, it was still not as bad as I can imagine the emotional toll it takes over a long period of time.
Well, Al, you and I and everybody else here have lived through this, whether 3 months or whether it's 10 years or 15. And it's how you cope with it. So, for instance, my mom started to take up violin in the late 70s and would start playing songs for herself for therapy as well as play it for my dad. She missed a couple of notes here and there. Don't tell her I said that. But it really helped her. So the way that you can get through this, I think what we learned from all the families is that you can live with the tough stuff, but don't forget living the good stuff. We often think it has to be one or the other.
Yeah. There's so many resources out there. We should point out, if someone watching or listening right now, they are a caregiver and they feel like they're on an island, there's help out there. And Elizabeth Dole's Foundation does a lot of work, and so we'll get that information on the website. Here is the information right now.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch. The key is reach out directly or indirectly. Just get there. Alzheimer's Association for Dementia and Alzheimer's, Rosalind Carter Institute for Caregivers, Care Across Generations for paid caregivers and unpaid, and of course NAMI, which has chapters all across the country. Key again, reach out directly or indirectly.
It's a gift that you've put out into the universe to share these stories. Thank you, Richard. Unconditional will be in AMC theaters tomorrow. Congratulations on that. And available on public television and PBS a little later this week.
This morning, we are catching up with one of our favorites, an actor who has been entertaining us for nearly 3 decades?
You're a child actor.
That's not
You're a child actor.
That's right.
She's appeared in huge hits like You've Got Mail, opposite, of course, Tom Hanks and Meg Ryan. And she played an actress in distress in Scream 3.
Well, now Parker stars alongside Joaquin Phoenix in the new dark comedy Beau is Afraid, about a man desperately trying to get home to his mother after she suffers a tragedy.
Along the way, he reunites with his childhood sweetheart, Elaine, who's played by Parker. Take a look.
I can't believe it's you.
I can't believe it's you.
Do I look different? You recognize me. I'm old now.
You're the same.
No, I'm not.
You are.
Well, you're the same too, except for your body and your face.
And Parker is here with us this morning. You could be a floor director. You're like,
Yeah, I was into
just
it.
running.
Yeah,
you're running the show
I started out
here.
on a soap at CBS. So he was reminding me, the guy back camera, when they go 3.
Yes.
Zach is handsome enough to appear on a soap opera. Yes.
Oh, now he's going to turn red. All right, let's get back to the movie. I would say it's a little challenging to explain the premise behind the movie.
Yeah,
how would you explain it?
Like a fable.
Oh, okay.
Fable.
Oh, that's great.
It's about, it's not exactly reality. It's a movie that, I think what Joaquin and what Ari Aster are both so brilliant at doing is eliciting emotions that you don't quite understand. And our hero, played by Joaquin, is on a journey, you could say. I think Ari described it as like a Jewish Lord of the Rings. But what they're so successful in doing is creating a world, right? And there's so much art in this movie, and it's so entertaining, and it's like a real, Rubik's Cube of whatever it means to you. You know?
Yeah.
Like,
That's
it
great.
doesn't spell anything out, and you can have your reaction to it. And so it was quite a world to enter into. I got 2 jobs at the same time.
The Staircase, right?
Yeah.
What was
And
that
2
like?
directors that are friends.
Oh.
So I met Antonio Campos, who did the Staircase show for HBO, and we shot, I think it was from June to November. And within weeks, I was talking to Ari Aster, who directed Beau is Afraid. So doing these 2, Freda Black and Elaine, and these dark women, kind of in these worlds.
At the same time.
Yeah. It's like, I describe acting like you're writing a book that no one else will see. Like, it's just all, it's kind of physical, but it's all on the inside, and you can't really explain it, so you just have to see it and go like, oh yeah, Staircase was like interesting. And this movie really is, I think, if one to return to and unravel, and
If acting is kind of like a book, some of your earlier chapters, like You've Got Mail, when you look back on that, what do you remember of that?
Oh my God, my connection to Nora Ephron. I mean, she was like one of my, I just loved her so much. I read all her books. She was a big support of mine early on. I was in Sleepless in Seattle, and then a show called Mixed Nuts, and she wrote me a card. Like you get cut out of movies, or they don't, because you have to propel the story,
right?
Or it's on the cutting room floor.
I didn't even know that. I didn't think about that.
A beautiful, handwritten note saying, "I'm so sorry, but I think you're a gifted comedian, and I'll work with you again." And
because you got edited out of something?
Yeah.
Oh,
and then so I was working just down the block shooting You've Got Mail, and Tom Hanks, it was like I could open up the window in Chelsea and be like, "Am I needed yet?" The first 60, he's like, "Yeah, come on up." And Greg Kinnear came up to the apartment.
Oh my gosh.
And just like, "What are we doing here? Like, I can't believe I'm in a movie with you and Tom Hanks and Meg Ryan." I'm like,
that's
I love
wild.
you. And what was it? I was going to say Top Soup, but it's
Talk Soup.
I
remember that.
Like,
yes.
Came on E.
I'm having a post-nasal allergy.
Oh, please.
Remarch.
Everybody.
And it's bad pollen season.
You're not
where it's
allowed.
going.
I wore a turtleneck under the dress before I came here. I've just been like, but yeah, Yeah, it's all good.
You're such a treat.
I know. Well, you are too.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here.
Parker,
thank you.
Yeah.
Beau is Afraid is in theaters now.
All right, good to see you, Parker. All right, well, coming up, we've got author Caroline Kepnes, the creator of the You book series, and she's here to share her May book picks and the latest thriller in her series. Then later, we're going to help you plan your Cinco de Mayo menu with 2 standout dishes, an authentic taste of Mexico. You can make it anytime, no matter the month. Third hour today. I'll be right back.
Breakfast today.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, I know what that.
So it is May, which means it is time to run down the best new reads hitting bookshelves. Here to share her picks is best-selling author Caroline Kepnes. Her page-turning You book series inspired the hit Netflix show starring Penn Badgley. Her latest book is called For You and You Only. Caroline, good morning.
Good morning.
You, by the way, is my guilty pleasure.
Yeah.
Hello, all of you. Oh, good. Yes.
So your latest book is going to follow Joe to this new location. But before we even get to that, were you shocked at how people have gravitated to this character and this series? I mean, you know, he is, to say the least, an anti-hero.
Yes, it makes me feel better about compulsively wanting to tell a story, to see that there's something in there that people do, no, I don't want to say relate to, but grab onto and really hook into. So, and when you have Penn doing such a good job, it's easy to understand how that's happening.
You seem like such a nice, normal person. And then this character that you've created, that dude is dark.
He's dark.
And evil. I don't want to give away too much for you. Where does that come from?
I mean, those little things you catch yourself doing, like if you Google someone a little too much, you get a little too curious. I am a curious Scorpio. I like to snoop. I'm like, what if I took it to another level?
Right.
And I feel like it's common with thriller writers and dark writers. We are all like cheery.
Yeah.
and it doesn't make sense.
Yeah. That's very true. And Netflix has renewed the season. It's got the 5th and final season. Where do we? Do you know where we're going?
I mean, I'm not going to tell. I feel like if there's one thing, I'm so paranoid about spoilers over the years. You know, when that many people are working that hard, and when people like the surprise, like everyone says they want to know, but everyone likes a surprise.
We should probably talk about books now.
I know. Yes. We can do that. Yeah.
You know how to write a pretty good thriller. Your first one is a thriller
Death of a Bookseller by Alice Slater. This is 2 girls with very different opinions about true crime, and they work together in a bookstore. This book is laugh out loud, truly unputdownable, and the ending, okay, Alice, we need more. We need more.
Okay, I love that.
And yet also a very satisfying ending.
Okay, let's talk about historical fiction.
Yes. Okay. So I loved the documentary Hitsville on Showtime, and I wanted to know more about Motown in the 60s. Anissa Gray is a genius in the sense that, look at this book. You know so many people in here. She draws such rich caricatures from both what they tell us, what we learn from others about them, and the balance, the storytelling here. This is magnificent. And get the Kleenex.
Historical fiction.
Yeah, and the cover art is beautiful.
60s into the 90s, and you're learning, and but to know people at that deep level is
cool. It's incredible. The next one is for AAPI Heritage Month.
Yes.
This one I'm very intrigued by. It has like kind of a Back to the Future vibe.
Yes, it does. It's Back to the Future, but it's a Korean-American young woman, Gen Z, who does not get along with her mother named Priscilla. And through a rideshare app, she gets thrown back to the 90s. And she is in high school with her mother, Priscilla, understanding a lot about her mother's perspective on being Korean-American.
We should all
yes,
be able to do that.
It's really good. Yeah, about showing how the casual racism that was there and experiencing things firsthand. Just
Now,
phenomenal.
it's Mother's Day this month, and you've got a terrific pick.
I do.
Including one of our friends who was just on the show.
Enlightened, Wild at Heart. Like Laura Dern and Diane Ladd have done so many things together. And now, through Diane Ladd has a health crisis, they're walking and talking. We have transcripts of their conversations, and it's a great Mother's Day pick because whether or not you get along with your mother, love her, I'm lucky I do, but you can always learn more about your mother from asking her questions, and the same goes for you. And that's, to me, and there are recipes too.
Your last one sounds quite fascinating here.
Yes. In Our Shoes, on Being a Young Black Woman in Not So Post-Racial America by Brianna Holt. To me, reading is so much about listening. Thank you. And this book, you just sit back and listen to Brianna tell her stories about being a young black woman in the workplace, in the parking lot, in her daily life, and bring other young black women in to tell their stories. And what she has to say about words that we hear all the time, like woke and Karen, is really interesting. And this is provocative, good, important listening reading.
These are great selections. I feel like you've got a wide range of topics.
I was so afraid we weren't going to get to all of them.
Oh,
no,
no.
that's great.
Wow, that's fantastic. Well, to see more of Caroline's picks, head to today.com/books. And don't forget, Caroline's latest novel, For You and Only You, is out now.
Love that. All right, coming up next, it's Today Food. We're celebrating Cinco de Mayo a little bit early with an authentic, delicious Mexican dish. We've been smelling it all morning long. We'll be right back.
I knew I recognized.
Later this week on the third hour of Today, we are going down the rabbit hole with Kiefer Sutherland.
Then actor Charlie Day will join us live in studio.
And we're horsing around to get you ready for the Kentucky Derby.
We are sipping mint juleps and talking with our race expert, Steve Kornacki, this week on the third hour of Today.
Oh, we are in for a treat, y'all. Cinco de Mayo this Friday, and we are going to help you plan the perfect menu. And to do that, we brought in the perfect guy, Chef Rick Martinez. First time on the show, by the way.
Yes, thank you for having me.
Chef Martinez out with his debut cookbook, Mi Cocina, Recipes and Rapture from My Kitchen in Mexico, showcasing the diversity of the Mexican cuisines. And he's sharing two of his favorites from the cookbook this morning.
And his first time on the show?
I
just like to read it.
Oh, okay. I thought you were starting to lose it.
Well, that doesn't mean
So what are we making this morning, Chef?
We are going to make some steak quesadillas. And so something that is really popular in Mexico is carne asada. And this is a recipe. I get asked how to make this all the time.
Okay.
Every chef in Mexico has their own version of this. This is mine. So that was lime juice, orange juice. I've got a lot of garlic because everybody needs
Was
garlic.
there oil in the bottom of that bowl?
There is olive oil in the bowl. I feel like that just kind of helps the steak to grill.
What kind of cut of meat are we using here?
So this is skirt steak. You can use flank steak. In Mexico, you can use short ribs. You can use sirloin, ribeye. I think the
There's
thing
a reasonable cut of meat as far as price is concerned.
Right. And I think, for the most part, people use what they like and what they can afford.
What was that seasoning you just put in there?
So that was Mexican oregano, which is, if you don't have Mexican oregano, you can use regular dried oregano. It's just a little more floral, a little less bitter.
Okay.
And then this just hangs out. 30 minutes if that's all you got.
That's it.
Yeah.
But overnight is better.
That's
just
it.
like throw it in the, just wrap it up, throw it in. This is a marinated piece of meat that I have already patted
For the
dry.
sake of television, let's put it on there.
Yes.
Do it.
Oh, actually, also, I'm going to throw in these onions. The
In
onions will also marinate, and we'll grill those up at the end.
Okay.
This just goes on our very hot grill pan.
Easy there. I love the sizzle.
That sound.
How long are you going to leave that grilling on each side?
Depending on how thick it is, about 2 to 3 minutes per side.
Okay.
Yeah. And then, yes, because we need a little bit of extra fun. So we've got our marinated onions, we've got our chorizo. Again, another.
See, that's the thing. I've never had one with the chorizo and the steak.
Yeah. How is it?
We're coming for
about
you.
to
See,
tell
I'm
you.
like,
It's a meat lovers.
Yeah, definitely. But you can also do this with grilled veggies too. If you're not into meat, I would recommend squash. Any kind of like a vegetable that can take a little.
marinate.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
You should have come on the show years ago.
this is phenomenal.
Well, invite me back.
Yeah.
So when cutting this against the grain is so important.
Yes,
right? I mean, it really makes a difference.
This is a very tough cut of meat, and a lot of people always ask me, like, what does that mean against the grain? So you can see the strands of the meat. So basically, you just want to cut perpendicular to that. So all you need to do is just cut like this, and then it's a lot easier to chew. And then oftentimes too, especially if you're making quesadillas, you can just cut them again into smaller pieces.
Oh, so you're not like pulling out a whole
Exactly.
Is this your guac recipe too?
Yes, the guac and this is the salsa tatemada, the refried beans. These are all recipes from the book.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
What are you doing different to your guac than I'm doing?
Amazing.
So I'm from Austin, Texas. So this is a slightly more Tex-Mex version of guacamole, which is what I grew up with, but I love. So it's got onions, garlic, lots of lime juice, cilantro.
Do you share this recipe?
It's in the book.
In
Yes,
your
ma'am.
book?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is this corn salad here?
Oh, so these are esquites. This is a very common kind of snack food, street food in Mexico. So you'll be walking down the street, you'll see these stands that are selling like fresh grilled corn.
Oh my God.
They have different toppings. Sometimes they have shrimp. Sometimes they have red chili sauce, green chili sauce.
Did you share this recipe too?
That is
You're
also
such a
in the
giver.
book.
Oh my God.
Yes, I'm giving it all.
Yeah, some people,
get this cookbook because this is delicious.
Delicious.
What kind of cheese are you using there, Chef?
So this is Monterey Jack, but you can also use quesillo or queso Oaxaca, which I love. It's a string cheese from the state of Oaxaca. Really, really delicious.
Wow.
But use whatever cheese, good melting cheese that you have.
We're putting you on the list.
I know.
Okay.
No, I don't want this to end.
I don't
You got to come back.
It's amazing.
Wow.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
All right.
As always, folks, for the recipes, today.com/food, Rick's book, Mi Cochina. I hope you brought some copies.
I did.
It's available right now. We'll be right back.
This is
I
the
just
first
said, oh
time
my
on the
God.
show.
She said, holy cow.
This is so good.
Thank you
Phenomenal.
so much. Thank you.
Phenomenal.
I'm taking this to my
A very special edition tomorrow here on the third hour of today. We're going to catch up with an author
Look at
whose
this
name you might
couple.
recognize.
Look at this.
AKA Al's better half, Deborah Roberts.
Her new book, Lessons Learned and Cherished.
I love that. We'll talk with her, and then coming up on Hoda and Jen in New Orleans, a sweet surprise for a deserving person in the crowd.
Get that
Happy
birthday in.
Happy birthday, Denise. I love you. It is day 2 of our New Orleans party. We love it.
The good times roll in Jackson Square with our house band, Trombone Shorty.
Come on, y'all. Plus, we've got 2 New Orleans legends in the house. Walk with us. We've got Irma Thomas and Wanda Roselle.
And we're cooking with Meg Bickford from Commander's Palace.
Plus, we got a big surprise for a very deserving person in our crowd.
All right, you ready, Hoda? Let's go! From the heart of the Big Easy, it's a special edition of Today with Hoda
And Jenna.
in New Orleans.
The party starts right now. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome, welcome. It is Tuesday, and we are having a blast here because you know what they're doing?
Rolling with it. Roll with us.
Roll with us.
With us.
Y'all, can y'all roll with us? Roll with us. Roll with us. Roll with us.
Oh my
Anyway,
gosh.
we're so happy to be
We
here.
have had the best couple
Oh my
days here in New Orleans. There are babies, there are signs, there are crazy signs.
This really nice lady made us these headbands with our children's faces on them.
And the good news is, because New Orleans makes you forget a couple things, they were in our hearts, but they weren't necessarily in our minds, and here they are. They're
Y'all,
with
there's
us
so
right
many
now.
beautiful things we're collecting. Thank you guys so much.
I know.
I mean, first of all, New Orleans is known for the food, the music, the culture, but also for its spectacular aquarium.
Oh, yeah, it's amazing.
In June, it reopens. Okay, y'all, everything from penguins to butterflies. It's got one of the finest aquariums
When we
in the
come back with
country
our
is here.
kids, we'll have to take
Yeah,
them there.
yeah.
And do not forget, y'all, there's more Jazz Fest this weekend. You can see everyone from Kane Brown to John Baptiste, Melissa Etheridge, Mumford and Sons.
Y'all. The lineup is insane.
Trombone Shorty, who is our house band, is closing it
Trombone.
out.
By the way, you know who else had a good weekend?
Who had fun?
Michelle Obama had a
Yes.
nice weekend because she got to sing backup, a backup singer for one of her favorites.
Okay, she was joined Bruce Springsteen, the boss, on stage in Spain, and she sang backup vocal to Glory Days.
Let's take a look.
Can you imagine
Who would you want to
being
sing?
at a concert?
Okay, who would you want to sing backup for?
I think Beyonce.
Beyonce would be really
Can you
cool.
imagine
No.
the fan that she
No.
must have going on backstage with the hair
That
going
Beyonce
wild?
fan. I'm a huge Zac Brown band fan, and I love their 6-part harmonies. Like, I don't think there's like, it's like a perfect sound.
Yes.
And it sort of melts me. There were other people who were at a concert this weekend too, right?
Yeah, there sure were. Zendaya
Yeah.
and Tom Holland, their boyfriend and girlfriend, if you didn't know. They went on a date night to Usher's residency in Las Vegas, okay?
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of a cool date night, and she captioned it this: "When I tell you we barely had a voice until the end of this." So it's interesting because sometimes when you go with someone to a concert,
yes,
it is a fun date, but it does tell you a lot about the person you go with.
Okay.
What's Henry like at a concert?
Henry loves a
Wild.
concert. He loves to sing to every single word. I think we had the ultimate concert date night of all time.
What?
Ready? Garth Brooks.
Oh, jeez.
his residency in Las Vegas.
Oh, wow.
We went for the weekend. We were singing to Unanswered Prayers. Don't you love New Orleans? There's like street music on every corner. There's somebody right now singing Eye of the Tiger.
Yeah, well, why wouldn't they?
Yeah. It's hilarious. What about you? What's been your ultimate?
I think you can tell a lot about someone by how they are at a concert.
Yes.
Because you can tell if they like to jam or have fun or if they just sit there. But I don't think that means a lot. Like, you could be with someone who does not enjoy a concert, but is a great human.
I will say, I don't know that you could be with somebody that didn't like music.
I know. I just love it.
Is that
so
a prerequisite?
Much. It's definitely a prerequisite for me. All right, so we've been eating a lot of food, but they have something here that is unique.
Yes, they do.
There are, oh, come on now. Why don't you come on and bring in the world famous pie?
Hello, ladies.
Drew, will you tell us about our famous pies?
Well, we've been around for about 100 years.
100 years.
We had a devastating fire, and it took us the better part of a decade to rebuild, and we are back.
Oh my gosh.
Tell us what makes these pies unique.
The very first batch of chocolate since the fire.
What does it feel like to be back? It must
Oh
be
my goodness!
meaningful.
Oh my goodness! It's
Everything-
been a journey, and we
Watch how you
got
take
back most of our employees that were with us before. We have a couple hundred years of experience on day one, minute one of the rebuild, and we're back.
This is one of the best things I've ever tasted.
Well, thank you.
Oh,
these
You know,
are
the
pies are the
amazing.
best. Do you love them? I'm
I know. They're in bags. Can we pass them out?
Just one. Come here.
Let's pass them out.
Take a bite. Bite it.
Come on, y'all.
So
Black
good.
chocolate all over
Oh
my
my God, the
face.
chocolate! Yo, it's insane. Apple.
Chocolate. Hi, babe.
Yo, the pies here are sick. We're gonna give all the rest of these
Here,
away,
Drew, you
too.
pass them out, babe.
Is that all right?
Here.
Oh my God. He's coming to get
All right, y'all. Coming up next, someone is here in our crowd right now, and they are about to get a huge surprise.
Somebody's gonna get a surprise. We'll have it for you right after this.
Welcome back to Jackson Square here in one of our favorite cities, New Orleans. It is a place full of remarkable people doing extraordinary things. And we mentioned before the break that we have a big surprise for someone very special in our crowd.
So somebody in this crowd has no idea, but we are going to ask them to come out, and there is going to be something special for them. Who could it be? Joey, can we get a drum roll, please? Let's bring out Coach Lowry.
Coach Lowry Cruz!
Come on, Coach Lowry.
Oh!
Come over. Come stand next to Jenna Howard. Come on over.
Hi.
Hi, I didn't know we had a picture with you.
I know, we had a picture.
Hi, Coach
earlier.
Lowry. What a pleasure. Hi, guys. It's good to see you.
Okay, we're gonna put a mic on you really quickly.
Because you didn't know this was happening.
No idea.
Surprise. First of all, tell us a little bit about the 18th Ward.
Well, anybody who's from New Orleans knows there's 17 wards here, 17 different neighborhoods. And if you grow up in one ward, there's not a great chance that you're ever going to meet and become friends with somebody from a different ward. Our wards are segregated by race and income. And so we created the 18th ward to bring kids and families together. We use sports to build a stronger community, a more integrated community.
How has it changed the kids who have entered the program?
I see a lot of growth in their confidence, not just their skills, but their confidence and their friendships and relationships. I mean, we see our kids go on, they play with us, and then they coach with us. A lot of our programs are led by high school and college students.
Okay, well, you have no idea, but those kids wanted to say thank you, so take a look at this.
Coach Cruz really wanted to see the diversity of New Orleans in sports programming.
Coach Cruz is kind of like a teacher. So he's like, if you can get it, and if you don't get it, here's something you can improve on. He's nice and he's funny, and he encourages us to play sports better. When I first joined the 18th ward, I still had some things to work on, but I stayed with it a lot. And I kept on going to their practices and games, and I got better.
He had a larger vision that you could create a program that actually would encompass the diversity, not just racially, but socioeconomically.
Coach Cruz does a great job of recognizing and giving kids the opportunity to be seen and to be heard.
He's not in it for himself. He wants everyone to be celebrated.
Coach Cruz tells me, good job. Let's do it again, work harder.
Coach Cruz, thank you so much for seeing the opportunity and seeing the potential for New Orleans.
Thank you, Coach Cruz, for teaching us how to get better at sports.
I want to say thank you for the sacrifice that you made. Thank you for continuing to keep pushing these kids and these coaches to be better individuals.
Thank you so much, Coach Cruz, for helping me improve on my learning in sports. Thank you, Coach Cruz, for helping me.
Oh, how did it feel?
Coach Cruz!
Kids are now almost adults. How did it feel to hear in their words how much what you created means to them?
It feels great. It's an honor. I mean, this is the dream, to make sure that our kids grow up in a city that's connected and that a city that exists to support them.
Well, I mean, it's fun that they got to say thank you to you on video, but why don't they just come out and say thank you right now? Shall we say hello to some of the kids?
Come on in!
You're on TV! Oh my goodness! All the best!
Y'all did it!
Yeah.
Oh my goodness!
Where's Nola? Hi, babe. Tell us what it means to you.
Coach Cruz is amazing, and I love the 18th ward because it's so encouraging all the time.
Oh, Coach Cruz, this is real love right here.
In school.
Are you?
Okay, so we have a couple more surprises.
Hope you don't mind.
We have some very special people, y'all, from the Pelicans NBA basketball team here. We have owner Mrs. Gail Benson.
Yeah.
Head coach
Willie Green. Hall of Famer.
Yeah, and executive president of
Swin
operations.
Cash.
Oh, and the mascot. Pierre the Pelican.
Swin, why don't you talk about the impact that he's had on the community?
He's been amazing. My son actually participates in the 18th ward. Coming here, and we got the mandate when we came down here. Ms. Benson said we want to make sure we are in the community. Our players are there. In Lowry 18th ward, they're doing an amazing job, especially with the junior NBA with the Pelicans.
Oh my gosh! Well, Coach Green, you have a little something you want to tell Coach Lowry. From one coach to another.
Coaches, they got to have conversation.
Absolutely.
What do you say?
From one coach to another, on behalf of the Pelicans, Mrs. Benson, we want to gift you and your family with an away game experience. So you'll travel on a team charter, you'll stay in a team hotel, tickets to the game, an opportunity to hang out with our players, hang out with me, eat food, and all the hard work and dedication that you put into the community and these kids, we want to gift you with that. So.
An away game, that's pretty cool. But as we like to say,
That's not all.
That's
Got a little something for all the kids, too?
Well, Miss Benson and the whole organization would like to gift all of the kids a special bag with some Pelicans gear, and you all are coming to a Pelicans game next
Yeah. Miss Benson, this is pretty amazing, the impact you can have on kids.
It's just so rewarding for us to be
Yeah.
able to give back to the community and the youth basketball. It's just phenomenal.
Oh.
We're just so excited and blessed that we're able to do this. So we're just very humbled to be able to join y'all.
We thank you, the Pelicans organization. Coach, bring your wife and kids
Yes.
in. Y'all are going to an away game. Pretty cool.
We hope you'll enjoy it. Coach Cruz, thank you,
guys,
for everything you do.
Thank you. Wait, why is the mascot hiding? Don't you
Oh,
hide.
Pierre. Pierre.
Pierre, we love you too.
Pierre, love you.
All right,
Okay.
guys. Coming up next, the first woman to be named executive chef at a New Orleans institution will be with us.
Now, our friend Meg Bickford from Commander's Palace. She's going to serve up some brunch after this.
We don't have to tell you this, but one of the best things about New Orleans is the delicious food, from po' boys to beignets and every single thing in between.
Yeah, and of course, one of the most legendary restaurants here is Commander's Palace. This woman right here, Meg Bickford, is the executive chef who is not only creating unforgettable food, but lasting memories. Take a look. Only in New Orleans is your meal accompanied by a three-piece band and a second line through the restaurant. Or at least that's the tradition at world-famous Commander's Palace. Opened in 1893, it's a New Orleans institution. Chefs from Paul Prudhomme to Emeril Lagasse have created staples in the kitchen. But now there's a new top chef at the helm.
That's the Chandelier Eggs Benedict.
Meg Bickford made history in 2020 when she was named the first female executive chef of Commander's, after starting her culinary journey back there in 2008.
I started as a gourmet cook. I was working hot apps and salads straight out of culinary school.
And food has always been her biggest motivation.
I grew up in a big South Louisiana family. My family, we grieved over food, we celebrated over food. I just knew that that needed to be a big part of my life. So beautiful.
Her culinary style is inspired by the rich culture around her.
Louisiana is the sportsman's paradise, right? So what we have access to, produce and seafood and game, is kind of unmatched. We in this industry are so lucky to be here because the city celebrates what we do just so wholeheartedly. The same way that the city celebrates music. Set for a side on this pickup.
Every day, Chef Meg brings her leadership skills to the table.
This restaurant is a place of learning.
Hey, Chef, what can I do for you? Chef Meg has this kind of grit in her hustle. She listens to her team, she celebrates their accomplishments, but if she sees a deficiency, she's gonna nurture that.
She's really one of the best role models that I could have ever asked for. She's always encouraging me to try new things and to just do better.
And it really is a recipe for success.
I want to create a memory for someone that when they think about it or they smell bread pudding, it brings them here. They could just be in this moment and be here and let us worry about everything else. And you just sit and enjoy.
Can we just toast?
Royalty!
Can we toast? It's about time. The first female chef of
gotta do a toast.
Commanders. You made this cocktail for us.
What is this called,
This
Meg?
is the Tequila Mockingbird number 2. Right?
Okay.
So
Oh.
super simple but fantastic.
We like that pun.
And great for this kind of weather.
Cheers to you.
Thank you, ladies.
Oh my God, Meg.
Tequila, limoncello, little Angostura bitters.
Oh!
Come on.
Let's put this down so
you
you
know
can
I
get to
like
work.
my big girl cocktails, right?
That's a big
I
girl
do. All right, what are you cooking up for us, Meg?
So we're gonna do Louis Armstrong eggs.
Okay.
So this is one of my all-time favorite brunch dishes at Commanders.
Looks like you put the Trinity in there. Is
We
that
put
right?
Trinity in there, of course.
Right.
All great things start with that. We're going in with some garlic.
That's a lot. Hit
It
it,
is.
girl.
Going in with jalapeno, a lot again. And we're gonna cook all this down until it's opaque, right? So a little
Okay.
translucent.
Okay.
Then we're gonna add one of my favorite ingredients to our red beans.
What?
Is pickled pork.
How do you pickle it?
We don't know what pickled pork means.
So it's kind of like salted pork, okay? So it's gonna season a lot of this pot. So we're not gonna actually season our beans until they're nice and tender.
I'll help you stir.
Thank you. Into that go our red beans.
So those are uncooked. You just plop them in.
Right? I
need to
soaked them
soak them.
overnight.
Yeah,
exactly
soaked
right.
them.
So they don't take, all day to cook.
What's
but they
going
will
on with
cook
that
for a long
broth? What
time.
is that?
That's some chicken stock, right? So
stock.
we're building lots of flavors
Look
here
at this.
with our
Oh.
Trinity, with our garlic, with our jalapenos, our chicken stock, our pickled pork. We're gonna let this cook for hours and hours and hours.
Hours,
right?
okay.
So we're moving on.
Bye.
So we
What is
have
that little
here.
cake?
What's in there?
This is a dirty rice cake. So we've got Trinity, again, lots of garlic, house-made smoked andouille sausage, and our Louisiana popcorn rice, okay?
Yes.
Form that into a cake. We're gonna go over here.
Wait, what
What
are you
is that?
putting on there?
This is our red beans.
Oh!
We pureed them super
Look at
super
that.
smooth,
Amazing.
right? So
Look
they're
at you
nice
plating
and
it.
velvety.
Wait, look what's happening.
Yes.
Look at that,
Right?
Jenna.
Yes,
Are you
yes.
seeing it?
Beans
And this
and
is
rice.
taking too long, so we're gonna move on.
Okay.
We've got our beautiful crispy rice cake here.
Now you said there's an egg. What's happening?
There's the poached egg.
So
poached it.
it's brunch, honey. We're all about the
Girl.
eggs.
Now
Named
what's this
dish
delicious
for
sauce
him.
on top?
Yeah.
So over here we have
look at that.
hollandaise.
Look.
Our hollandaise is studded with smoky house-made tasso.
Here, we'll share.
You want to share?
Yeah, let's share.
And we're gonna do some
Wait, is there more?
beautiful green onions right
Come on,
top.
Meg. Come on.
Meg, this is
Meg.
delicious.
It's good, right?
Meg. Oh my God.
I'm so glad y'all enjoy it.
I mean, that is amazing.
Oh my.
The best part about brunch at Commanders, outside of the food and the cocktails and the service and all the environment, is the second line. But you can't do it without your own second line
Oh
umbrella.
my
Wait,
gosh.
no.
What?
Wait.
So
No, you didn't.
ladies,
Jenna! Oh my God.
I've always wanted
Wait.
one of these.
Come on.
Thank you, Meg.
soda.
Are you kidding?
Oh my gosh.
Now y'all can
Personal.
second line in
We
style.
love you,
Thank
Meg.
you, Meg. And
We
to
love
get
you.
these delicious recipes, head to today.com/food.
All right, coming up next, two New Orleans music legends, Irma Thomas and Rhonda Rousseau. After this.
It had changed.
long. We have been celebrating New Orleans, and such a significant part of the culture here is, of course, the music. Hoda, you got to sit down with two legends.
It is my honor. All right, this was an honor for me. Irma Thomas and Wanda Rousseau, not only New Orleans royalty, their music royalty, what they have accomplished, their connection with each other, it moved me to my core.
It's raining so hard.
Irma Thomas is known as the Soul Queen of New Orleans.
I've been crying.
And Wanda Rousseau, the sweetheart of New Orleans music. Together, they are deeply woven into the fabric and culture of this city. Now, longtime friends, Irma and Wanda began as mentor and mentee. You were in a singing competition, and you sang an Irma Thomas song.
It was a citywide talent show. And I went with my little, I can remember the dress, Irma. It was one of those, you know, the balloon bottoms.
Oh, yes.
And girl, I sang, I wish someone would care. And that was at the top of the charts then.
Wow.
And I couldn't believe it myself.
At the time Miss Irma and Miss Wanda began singing, New Orleans was segregated. While working as a waitress early in her career, young Irma was fired for singing. Her boss used an ugly racial slur when firing her. When you are up against racism, you can't sing in certain clubs, you can't dress in certain dressing rooms, you have to bring your own toilet paper with you in the car because you can't use certain bathrooms. How do you not get bitter, angry? I mean, how?
Because at that time in your life, Hoda, you live the way the situation is. You don't think about how come and why. You don't have time to be angry. You're too busy trying to survive.
And survive she did. By 1974, Irma was performing on New Orleans' greatest stage. I remember my first Jazz Fest. And I remember, Miss Irma, watching you on stage, and my heart was exploding. And I thought to myself, this woman is remarkable. She's gone on to perform at every Jazz Fest since. There's a saying that we have, it gets greater later. Like, I feel like beautiful things happen at different stages in life. You won your first Grammy in your 60s. Sometimes getting something early isn't as sweet as when you get it at that stage.
Exactly.
What was that like when you got that Grammy
First
award?
of all, when they called my name, I thought they were joking. I had been nominated several times and had been beat out by people who, of course, had won before. It was very humbling.
Everybody who works in this business in this city, to look at her, our queen. So for her to get that Grammy, to say, well, there you go. Finally, some recognition for who she is and what she means to us.
If there's one unspoken rule in the New Orleans music scene, it's that there's always room for more talent.
We had several female vocalists in the city, but we never competed because we were all individuals. I didn't let her know when I came to see her when she was doing a play and she was actually singing one of my songs. I told them, don't tell her that I'm here until it's over with.
Yeah.
Because I didn't want her to change her whatever she was doing on stage.
Yeah.
So she found out later that I had been in the audience, but I wouldn't let them tell her that I was.
And that touched my heart.
What feels like a lifetime later. Still radiant.
Once that music starts, baby, it's a different person out there.
Still joyful. And still deeply rooted in the soundtrack of this city. This moment in their careers and lives is magical.
If someone would have told me back when I was in my early stages of my career that I would still have a career at 82, I would say, you gotta be joking. But I'm enjoying it.
Do you love this stage, Miss Wanda, in your life?
You know, for me, I just do like roll with it. That's the way we say
Roll with
roll
it?
Roll with it. Whatever comes my way, I pray to God that I can handle it.
Yeah.
And just keep on
Exactly. Keep on rolling.
That's it.
Hey guys, what's it like having two New Orleans legends here? They roll with it. It was my honor and my privilege, y'all. So y'all gonna sing with Trombone Shorty?
Yes, we are.
Irma Thomas and Wanda Rousseau. Have some fun.
go marching in. Go marching in. Oh, when the saints go marching in. Go marching in. Yes, I want to be in that number. When the saints go marching in. Oh, when that sun refuses to shine. Hey, when that sun refuses to shine. Oh, Lord, I want to be in that number. Hey, when the saints go marching. Oh, baby, hey, how about sing? Who that? Who that? Who that? Who that? Who that? Who that?
Whether it's for Jazz Fest, Mardi Gras, or really just any random weekend, New Orleans is the ultimate girls trip destination. And we have a great group of women here on a bachelorette party.
Indeed, let's introduce our lovely couple. We've got Abby and Katie. They're having a joint bachelorette party weekend with their friends. Their friends are Danielle, Kiana, Sydney, Meredith, Morgan, and Lexi. Abby and Katie getting married next year. Congrats. All right, so tell us about the weekend.
Are y'all tired?
Exhausted.
Yes, we are a little tired, but we've had the best time. It's just so fun to get all your girls together.
Yes.
All right.
Okay, well, we're going to play a little game.
Yeah.
And we're
right.
going to crash the party, and we're going to play a game that we're calling Bachelorette Battle.
Donna's going to host it. Donna.
Because I just came from that Bachelorette. So congratulations to y'all.
Thank you.
So, okay, we split into two teams, Team Abby and Team Katie.
Let's go, Team Katie.
What, Abby?
One player from each team will come up and answer a trivia question. You will hit the bell as soon as I'm done with the multiple choice questions, okay? And if you don't get it correct, the other team has a chance to steal and vice versa.
Yes. You got it. The theme is what?
The theme is girl groups, pop culture girl groups.
Okay.
So Hodo, you're on this team.
Okay.
Jenna, you're second on this team.
All right. Am I right
First
here?
up, it'll
I think I'm
be
here.
Abby versus Katie.
Come on.
Bride versus bride. Are you ready?
Give her room.
Okay, here we go. The movie Girls Trip, which was set here in New Orleans, helped launch the career of which comedian and actor? A. Nicole Byer, B. Tiffany Haddish, or C. Nikki Glaser?
Tiffany Haddish.
That's okay.
That's what I'm talking about.
Come on, girl. I'm in. Wait here.
Jenna, here we go. Okay.
This is for you, Abby.
A trailer for the next season of And Just Like That was released last week. Name the original 4 main characters from Sex and the City.
By their actors' names or their
their characters' names.
Okay, we have Carrie, we have Charlotte, we have Samantha, and we have the lawyer with red hair named. Hold on,
Mama got it.
No, hold on a second. No, her name is stop. Her name is. I got it. Miranda, I said it first.
No, I gave
You did not say it first.
Yes, I did.
Okay, TLC is one of the most iconic girl groups of the 90s. According to their hit song, No Scrubs, which one of the following is not something that describes a scrub? A guy who thinks he's fly. B, he's hanging out with the passenger side of his best friend's ride. C, a guy who won't call you back.
A guy who thinks he's fly?
Of popular girls called in the movie Mean Girls. A, the Plastics, B, the Pink Ladies, C, the Squad.
Did you give A, B, C?
I think it's good.
You were in the right place.
Okay. Which of the following cities has never had a franchise of The Real Housewives? A, Dallas, B, Washington, D.C., C, New Orleans. New Orleans. Yeah! New Orleans is right! I think it's a tie! That means the winner is both teams, and guess what?
What?
You're all going home with not only New Orleans swag bags filled with local goodies, but also the folks at NolaPedalBarge.com have set up a private party cruise for you all. It comes with a captain and karaoke.
Congratulations. We're happy for you. Coming up next, guys, a performance by Trombone Shorty coming up right after this.
Yes!
The City Music Series on Today is proudly presented to you by City.
If anyone knows their way around a festival, it is Trombone Shorty, aka Troy Andrews. He was just 4 years old, y'all, when he made his first appearance at Jazz Fest.
Yeah, indeed. And in the years since, he has collaborated with artists from Pharrell to Bruno Mars to Zac Brown, and he's on tour this summer. You're going to play for us right now. What are you playing?
We're going to do Buck Jump.
Buck Jump!
Buck Jump! Take it away.
so much.
Y'all, that was amazing.
That was amazing.
Amazing.
Trombone
Y'all,
Shorty.
don't forget, you guys, don't forget, Trombone Shorty is closing out this year's Jazz Fest on Sunday. Go watch him.
Yes,
it
he's
is
going on
life-changing.
tour, so go see him on the road. We'll be back right after this.
Y'all, we've had so much fun. Look what we got from Mary and Carrie from the crew of Muses. Look at the boots.
They gave us.
They made boots.
How cute.
They're amazing. Love y'all. Love
We
you.
also want to thank our sponsor. We cannot thank you enough. New Orleans and Company. Trombone Shorty for playing for us for 2 full days. His incredible band and our entire team.
Well, we want to say thank you, and to Irma and Wanda and everybody. We'll be back in New York. We're hanging out with Jennifer Lopez tomorrow. Not too shabby. Plus the new stars of the Bridgerton series.
Okay, we'll see y'all Wednesday. Tuesday's always better in New Orleans.
Check it out.
That's how I know. Today's gonna be great, gonna be great, gonna be a good day. Today's gonna be great, gonna be a good day.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
See, we're coming in this early, right?
Everybody, it's today.
Like I won the lottery.
How do you feel at this age, this stage?
Liberated.
We're just getting started, folks.
Ain't no stopping us now.
The boys are back in town.
Boys are back in town. It's a miracle.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
With over 750,000 subscribers, Stephanie and Cloud Ramos are online hits, whether they're cooking up recipes in the kitchen or on the road reviewing the best food in Texas. Fans cannot wait to see what the Ramos sisters are up to.
That's right, and we can't wait to get a look at the festive dish they're cooking up for us this morning. Stephanie and Cloud, good morning to you. Happy Cinco de Mayo. And what are you cooking up for us today?
Good morning. Good morning. Today we're going to be cooking some skirt steak tacos for you, and we're going to get started with a big bowl. You're going to need one so we can get some good marinade going. You're going to need some lemon juice, oil, keep it nice and moist in there, soy sauce, and we have plenty of spices that are going to satisfy just about everybody. We have some ground cumin, paprika. Ooh, we left some paprika behind.
Yeah.
Make sure you get it all in the bowl.
Paprika left behind.
That's the marinade
Some
for
chili
the steak?
powder.
Okay.
This is our marinade,
Got it.
yes.
Okay.
We're going to add some black pepper. For those of you that like sugar, you're going to love this.
Okay.
And some ground ginger. We're also going to be using some chicken bouillon, but you can use whatever you're comfortable for a soup base, something like that will always work. Mix that around.
Ooh, that cumin did make the difference in this.
You
It
can
smells
smell.
like it's a grill. You're grilling outside. I like
And
that.
that's where the flavor is going to pull through, whether you're grilling outside or in your home. This is just going to be magic.
And how long
So go
do you
ahead and
marinate
take
that?
You're going to be excited about this.
Okay.
You can do 1 hour or overnight for best flavor. So either way, the flavor pulls through with these seasonings.
Can I tell you, I've done it for 30 minutes and it works just fine.
Speaking our language.
I love it's true.
I love that you're using skirt steak. It's one of my favorites. But my question is, do you cut all the fat off the skirt steak or do you leave it on?
You know, I'm very lucky where I purchase my skirt steak. They tend to cut most of the fat off and just leave a little bit to give that flavor that you need to keep it nice and juicy. So make sure you trim some of that off.
That's a good question. During winter, keep the fat. You know, we need the extra pounds.
We do.
I tend to leave
Hibernation
it
is yes. So go ahead and coat your skirt steak. And Cloud, do you want to take over that lovely grill you have there?
I got it.
All right,
All
Seth.
right. I'm going to heat up some, if you want to.
All right. Well, let's
go ahead.
Let's scoot it over.
So, just practicing our virtual wedding dances, okay?
Yeah.
Oh, you hear that sizzle? Engage in your food,
nice sear.
smell that aroma, and if it's a little too spicy, go ahead and give it a little toss. But this is very mild.
How long
Very
do you-
mild, full of flavor.
How long are you going to cook that steak?
It's going to depend on what you like, but today what we're going to do, we're going to cook it for about 3 to 4 minutes on each side, but only flip it one time to keep the nice, juicy tenderness, okay? So while this continues to cook over here, we have something really specially plated for you guys so you can see their tacos right here. We have it grilled for you.
Let's see.
Are you doing flour or
I hear
corn
the-
tortillas?
Oh my gosh, what an excellent question. Our group is from the state of Sonora, so we generally do flour, but today we are so lucky.
Can't see.
Carson,
can't
we have our
see.
tacos waiting for you right here.
I can't see.
Head
Wait,
on over.
wait, hold on. Go ahead, though, Cloud. You said so. You're going to go normally flour, but corn on this?
We're going to do corn on this because we got our hand on some freshly made tortillas this morning. They were delivered yesterday. And so, how many tacos do you normally eat, Carson? So I know how many tortillas will be up for you.
That is a thing of beauty. Ladies,
Think
thank
of the
you so
mind.
much. The
That's
full
so
recipes
bad.
for the Ramos Sisters tacos
Thank
and
you,
more
thank
at
you, thank you.
today.com/food.
Okay, one way to teach kids about the importance of traditions and culture is through family recipes, and that's exactly what our friend Marcela Valladolid is doing in her debut children's cookbook.
What is it called? Tell me what it's called.
Cocinando on Cook Street.
I love it. It's a collection of Mi Familia's recipes. Yes. And today she's making one of those recipes in the book. Marcella, we're
Yes.
so happy to have you in person.
Yes.
So welcome in.
Yes. And this is really a book for your daughter, is that right?
It really is. She always used to make me read cookbooks to her at night, but she's not in school yet, which means we only speak Spanish at home with the kids
Yeah.
until they go to school. So I would be translating in real time, and I was like, I need to write a book for her that's written in English and
Brilliant.
Spanish.
Oh my God,
So
you're incredible.
Here
Okay.
we are.
So we're starting with some flautas.
Yes, it's Hispanic Heritage Month, which is kind of weird for me because I celebrate Hispanic heritage like every day of my life.
Yes.
But thank you for the invitation.
Well, also thank you for coming to cook. This
No,
is delicious.
absolutely. So flautas, and this book is about all those little tips, right? So flautas are rolled up taquitos, and people usually don't know like the simple tips, like if you warm up a tortilla, it's much easier for you to roll it up without it breaking. So you can
Yeah,
microwave.
that makes sense, right?
It's just so easy.
And
then
that's just shredded chicken?
It's
Is that
just
it?
shredded chicken that you
Okay.
can get from the rotisserie chicken
Okay.
from the market if you don't
Right.
want to boil it yourself.
Right.
Like make your life easy.
And you don't need to put anything on it to make it stick. You just kind of
You don't. And
you
the
put
trick
the-
with flautas is if you're not an experienced flauta maker, like the women in Mexico, they don't need to do the toothpick thing. They figure it out. God knows how they make it stick, but it's
Right.
stick. But if you're not a professional flauta maker, you use the toothpicks.
And you can fry the toothpicks?
Oh, absolutely. You just have to
dropping it
make
in?
sure. Yeah, that's
A
really
little.
hot oil. But there you go. And you just leave those in there for a couple of minutes, and maybe we'll take them out so we don't burn your studio.
Okay, I have a
How
crazy
about that?
question.
Yeah.
Can you air fry flautas?
Absolutely, 100%. So my idea would be you brush it with a little bit of oil, throw it in the air fryer, and that's it.
Wait, I am going to try to air fry a flauta tonight.
You can. You can. I'll tell you what you can do. You can bake or air fry tortilla chips too, but we'll get there in a second.
Okay.
You're
All
going
right.
to love it.
So now we make the rest.
So another thing about the book is introducing folks and kids to like the traditional stuff, but not too spicy. A pico de gallo salsa or salsa bandera because it has the colors of the flag. You've got some tomatoes that are seeded, some onion, cilantro for sure, jalapeno, and you can measure like.
But do you do the jalapenos without seeds?
You do it without the seed. The spice is actually in the vein, not so much the seed. Yeah, so you take out the vein, and if you don't like spice, just do a little sprinkle of jalapeno. My mom's trick: oil in the salsa.
Oil
and
lemon?
And lemon
Salt
and a little
and
salt and pepper, and that's it. And you've got your beautiful salsa.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, and then to
look
dress
how
them up,
crunchy. Yum.
another great one for my mom, always dress the lettuce. A little oil, a little vinegar, brings out all of the flavor, and then you just dress it, and then go Mexican with like a big, huge, you know.
Salad on top almost.
The whole thing, and you've
Okay.
got some beautiful
Let's
ones
try-
here. Here's
try
some
that.
flautas. I'll dress these
And
while
what do you add
eat.
on top? Cajita cheese?
Yeah, so dress lettuce, like that's one of the things I teach in my cooking class. Always dress the lettuce in these Mexican antojitos, a little cotija cheese and Mexican crema because why not? Because it's so delicious. Come on over, bring your flautas, ladies.
So crunchy and yummy.
Okay, and you were having like a heart attack because we baked the chips, which I
think it's
love.
a brilliant idea.
Yeah, absolutely. So here's the thing: tortilla chips are awesome, but if you bake them, you might be like a little more willing to put them on the dinner table,
It's
right?
good for your kids.
And here's what's great about this recipe: like you brush them with oil and you bake them.
What is this?
It's a corn tortilla.
You
Has
took a
to be
tortilla
corn.
and cut it up.
Yeah,
Okay.
you cut it up. You can cut it up into stars. You can use cookie cutters. You can have so much fun with
that's
this.
so cute.
So much fun. I do it for Christmas and do Christmas shapes and make like a tortilla chip Christmas tree. But anyway, that's a different. That's a different
What
segment.
is that spice you're putting on?
Anything you want. I'm using chili lime powder, a little bit of thyme, a little bit of rosemary. And that's the thing about homemade chips. You can season them with whatever you want.
And
so simple.
So they're brushed with oil, seasoned, and then you put them in the oven?
350, 15,
How
20
long?
minutes
That's
until
it?
they're nice and crisp. You want to make sure they're dried out. Nobody likes soggy tortilla chips.
Now you're going to make us a little guac.
Simplest thing in the world. All of these recipes come from my mom, which is what's so special about the book. The secret ingredient to guac is distilled white vinegar.
What?
That's why you guys were eating it and you were like, oh my
Wait,
God.
what?
I've never heard that.
It's how my mom used to make it when I was a kid. So
And is that lime?
Yeah, and then you just mash it in salt. and that's
vinegar.
all you need for a good
What about
guacamole.
What about
And you don't-
cilantro? No?
You can, but I'm a
that's not
purist
your-
when it comes to guacamole.
And you don't put
especially-
tomatoes,
I'm
which is
coming down
interesting.
here.
You
Get
can.
this
You certainly
business.
can. You can find like pomegranate seeds, mango, anything around across Mexico.
by the
Like
way.
people are getting adventurous. But for me, guacamole is just this with some baked chips that are seasoned, and that's it.
This is amazing.
So good, right?
We love these.
Marcella.
We're going to try it. So, if you want these recipes, all you have to do is go to today.com/food. And Marcella, everybody check out her book. It's her children's cookbook. It's for all of our kids at today.com/books.
The last time she was on, remember her daughter?
The Naked Barbie.
Naked Barbie.
We
We
remember
won't
that.
forget.
Hola, hola, David. Hola,
All right.
Yes, that's what we see here in New York City. Jenna is back outside. You know what? The gods, they just said, let's let the rain stop. It's time for some Texas food. What do you have, Jenna?
There is such good food in Texas. It smells amazing. I'm here with Matt Lowry and Corey Cook, the owners of LJ's Barbecue. It's where all the locals go. I told Wanda, and she was like, what? You get to eat this barbecue? Morning, guys. They stood out here in the rain, and they protected the beef.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so we're going to make one of my favorite Texas dishes, which is queso, but y'all have a little extra spin on it.
Exactly. It's Texas, so let's put some brisket on it. Why not?
Okay, so show us what we do. What do you put in your queso?
We got a 2-cheese queso. It's white American and pepper jack cheese. Add a little bit of half and half and some cream of chicken just to keep it thick. And it takes about an hour and a half for it to all melt down properly. And then we'll chop up some beef and throw it on top.
Okay. Wow.
Can't go wrong with side brisket, huh?
Y'all must know that I like queso and with a little brisket on top, delicious.
We heard.
Okay, you guys have a really famous sandwich at your restaurant. Tell me about it.
Yeah, it's we call it the Big Dog. It's just sausage, brisket, loaded up with pickles and onions. All the regulars all know to get it. So we'll go ahead and make that real quick.
Okay. So your special sauce is mustard. You told us that earlier in the show.
Well, to bind the rub to the brisket, yeah, we throw mustard on there. It's a common trick a lot of guys use, and it works really well, and it adds a little bit of flavor too.
And this is our jalapeno cheese sausage.
Jalapeno cheese sausage.
It's the best one.
Oh my gosh, you had me at
some pickles and some onions on there, Corey.
Wow.
We are good to go.
That is amazing. That really is a big dog.
Yes, ma'am.
So what is your favorite part of your restaurant? I see some banana pudding, some cobbler, some mac and cheese, collard greens.
I'm a meat guy, so the meat's my favorite. I'm kind of in charge of that. But everything is delicious. Everything's homemade in our restaurant except the bread and the tortillas. Everybody asks, is everything homemade? Yep, always homemade. But we like it all, so we try to put our best in everything we make.
Well, I'm gonna try the Big Dog right here, but I'm kind of scared about what this is gonna look like. In fact, I might have to try it when we go to commercial break. If people are having breakfast, they might be overwhelmed.
Well, we're gonna get a tray cut for you, and then that way, you can get a little sample of everything that we have out here for you.
I have to say, I've already tried it. This mac and cheese Hoda.
Yeah, give it. How is it?
Never had anything like it.
Oh my God, I want that.
Never had anything like it.
Can you cook that stuff if you don't have a smoker? What are you supposed to do if you don't have a smoker?
Yeah, so what do you guys, Hoda wants to know, when you don't have a smoker, how do you cook these meats?
You don't.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough, but your best bet would maybe try a charcoal grill might work.
Yeah, you can kind of get a deflector plate and some of the Weber kettle grills and stuff. We use an offset smoker, which is just nothing but smoke. There's no direct heat ever going on the meat. And so, the briskets that we have here today, they smoked for about 12 hours. And
they're delicious. And by the way, this banana pudding, really good. Hoda, I'm bringing you back some food.
Shout out to my mom.
Send it back. We love you.
This is your mom's recipe.
That was awesome.
I love you.
We'll be back right after this.
Joining us this morning, Jocelyn Delk Adams, founder of Grandbaby Cakes, also the author of Everyday Grand, which, oh, by the way, is available for pre-order as we speak.
Sure is.
And Jocelyn is here to share her spin on a classic and easy weeknight dish, the casserole. And to cook along with us, all you have to do is scan that QR code to order the ingredients. With just one click, you select add ingredients to cart, and then you schedule a pickup or delivery. It's that easy, almost as easy as making the dish itself.
Yep.
Welcome back.
And you're going to help me.
I am going to help this morning.
So tortilla chip casserole could not be easier. You can get
Tortilla
the kids
chip
involved. You can even do this, okay? Because I know you can be. I know you can be cooking challenged. So we're going to get this together. So to start, I'm going to show you how we're going to dice up these like bell pepper, right? You're going to get these strips, just kind of get them together really easily, and then just go down to create like these small little dices, right? Really easy. Just gather them up, and that's all you got.
Even I can do that, Josh.
Yeah, you can do that. You can do that.
Yeah.
See, you're winning already. So we're gonna start on our meat mixture. I've got some ground beef here. Gonna add this to some olive oil. You hear that nice sizzle?
And I assume you could easily swap that out with turkey or
Yeah, you can
even
use
ground
turkey,
chicken.
even ground chicken. Yep, whatever you got is fine. And then I'm gonna add in our bell pepper here. And then can you add in that diced onion and some garlic for me?
So that's it. That's pretty simple so far.
So yeah, you're gonna start cooking this down. You're gonna brown it.
How much garlic is that?
I mean, hey, I love garlic. All right, add it in. All right.
Yes, ma'am.
Add as much as you want in there, and then this is when we get into the flavors. Like we're gonna add in 2 salsas. So if you have Taco Tuesday tonight, of course, you might have some leftover salsas. Add in the red and the green. That's gonna give us ample flavor
like
here.
a chunky one, Jocelyn?
Yeah,
Not
you
like
can
a
grab the
syrupy one.
chunky
Yeah,
for that
chunky.
texture.
You
It's
take
so
your salsa
good.
seriously out there.
I do. Definitely around with salsa, right? We're gonna add in this salsa, and then we're gonna add in some taco seasoning.
So just store-bought taco seasoning?
Store-bought, get it in the little packet, and just toss it all together with some chicken stock.
Chicken. So what's the word, Al?
It's very good.
Oh, yummy,
Crunchy.
right?
Yummy.
Oh my gosh. So you're gonna cook this together. This is our swap.
This
Hello, the
turns
magic
into
of
that.
TV.
Okay.
Yep, looks really good. You're gonna let that kind of thicken up into this, and then we're gonna start adding in our additional texture. We've got
Is that cream of mushroom?
It is.
Oh, I love that.
I know. It
It's the
makes it
secret
so
ingredient
creamy.
for everything.
You
I
throw
love
it into
that.
everything. We
Cream of
throw it
mushroom
into
soup?
everything at my home. Everything.
Cream of mushroom soup?
soup?
Just
Oh, yeah.
throw it into everything.
Wow.
It makes everything so much better.
Why do you like it so much? What the,
So it's so creamy. It adds so much richness along with like the sour cream in this. It really
Umami.
makes that texture so great. Yeah. And I love anything with mushroom too. We're gonna add in some black beans too. Grab that, add that in, and of course the sour cream I was talking about. Throw that in too for that extra richness and that tang. And
This
then we're
looks
gonna
like
add
just
in
a
some
Mexican cheese blend?
Yep, get that in there.
All right.
And we're gonna stir that together.
Okay. Oh, there's a nice-
And then this is when you get the kids involved, or you can get rid of like your morning aggression. I'm gonna have you like, just go for it. And just, get that out.
the kids. This is
Get
much
the-
better.
I know. He's like, I'm taking that over. Right. You're gonna crunch
Oh, so
that
this
together.
is cool. This goes in the pan.
Goes in.
And then you build it.
Yeah, and then you just start building it. And this is where we get into our casserole. It's almost like a lasagna. You're gonna just layer it up.
Oh.
Oh,
So bottom
that's-
layer is Doritos or whatever your corn chip is?
Yeah.
Okay. I
You
bet
can
could
use
do
the cheesy
Frito-
ones.
Fritos.
Fritos, like
The
whatever
flaming
your
hot.
faves are. The flaming hot, get some
I like
spice
that.
in there, like whatever you love. Like you can really adapt this and make this into whatever you like.
It's almost like a layered dip.
Yeah, it is. And like you bake it off and you get all those textures, you get the crunch,
Oh, it's
you get
so
that
yummy.
creaminess.
How long do you bake it?
About 30 minutes.
Okay.
And then you're gonna add some cheese on top. Don't add the cheese at the beginning and put the foil over it because it'll stick to the foil.
Okay.
Yeah. So do it,
My
take
kids
the
would love
foil
this.
off, and then just add the cheese and then let it get all
At the end,
bubbly.
okay.
And then it comes
It's
out
so
I'm gonna
good.
taste it.
Yeah,
Tell
oh
us
my
about
God.
this new cookbook.
I'm like, oh my gosh, it's called Everyday Grand,
Yeah.
and it's all about just loving and enjoying every single moment of life. Like, I wanted to just make a book that just made everyone happy, right? Finding so much joy and just beyond just holidays. Like, you got a good hair day, celebrate.
Celebrate.
Got something
The book
for
is
you.
terrific.
Ooh, that's good.
Thank you. Al endorsed it. I was so grateful to him. I mean, like, hey, you changed a tire, celebrate.
That's good. Your 4-year-old's gonna love this.
Yeah, she loves it.
It's so
Jocelyn.
good.
Thank you,
Thank
Jocelyn.
you.
Jocelyn,
Love it.
thank you again.
there are a few things that bring life so much joy as tacos and margaritas, or in my case, a mocktail. So here were some great ideas for celebrating Cinco de Mayo this weekend. Author of the new cookbook called Fiestas, Marcela Valladolid. I know, I had a little accent.
You're so beautiful with my name. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcela. So no pressure. We're going to cook with my mom, and her only recipe is tacos.
Listen, I didn't know I was going to cook with the First Lady today. I'm a little bit nervous. If I mess something up, I didn't know this was happening, so I'm sorry. I apologize in advance.
You're from Mexico.
I am. Where no one ever celebrated Cinco de Mayo.
Well, of course, it's kind of an Americanized holiday, right?
100%. It's like I'm on a tour telling people that we've never celebrated in Mexico, but we love that you love margaritas.
In Texas, we really
do celebrate it. So what are we making? Let's start with this is a vegetarian taco, right?
It is. I love to do a ton of vegetarian food, and my kids love it as well. And this is a kid favorite, so anything that the kids get excited about, I get excited about.
Okay,
so this
cool.
is basically we're making a tortilla out of zucchini. So you're just going to take that cheese and throw it in there.
Mom, you want to put the eggs in?
And this is shredded zucchini. Super important that you wring it out. You have to get rid of all the moisture, otherwise it's just super soggy and it won't turn into tortilla.
Ready for the eggs?
Yes, eggs, and that's what's going to bind it together. And just some seasonings: garlic powder, salt and pepper. You can add chipotle powder, a little bit of oregano, whatever spices you favor, you can add that.
And the kids go for the tortilla made out of zucchini.
Totally. I think adding the seasonings and making it nice and savory, and if you add cheese in the filling or mushrooms and anything that they like, shredded chicken, they love that.
So if the kids go for it, what about Meredith Vieira?
Can I
Do you like it?
Well, I don't know. We're going to have to ask her. If you don't like it, just please pretend that you do. Of course. Thank you. So you take a scoop of this, super easy, and then you're just going to gently pat it out. We have one here. Maybe you could use a little bit more. You can make it mini for the kids. They would love that too.
Yes.
So you just pat it out, you bake it 350 for about 20 minutes, and you're set.
So this is all like a meatless Monday.
Totally. It's absolutely meatless Monday. And you can add shredded chicken if there's somebody in the family that's like, I need some meat.
Even though it's a Friday.
Yes. Right. So you've got sweet potatoes, garlic, a little bit of chili powder. I favor chipotle. If you don't have any powders, just take a spice grinder and throw a dried chile in there, and it's a great solution for getting dried chili.
Sweet potatoes too have like that kind of meaty texture.
They do.
Right.
They're very filling, right? So it's a great part of your dinner. So we've got all the accoutrements here for the traditional taco. I love that.
I have to take over
Mrs.
here.
Bush is cooking my food, and I'm very excited. I'm sorry.
No, we like that you're excited. And by the way, my mom likes vegetarian food, so it feels like
I think you love this if you choose to make it.
It feels like
home.
you picked the perfect recipe for her.
Okay, so then you take those sweet potatoes, and we mix those with a little bit of kale. We just add those here. We know how that wilts. It looks like a lot, but it's going to end up getting wilted.
Yeah.
Season the taste with salt and pepper. Add more of the chili if you like.
You know what I love too is it's a taco bar, which is so fun for kids.
Yes.
To make their tacos perfect.
Add that guy there.
You know what?
All the seasonings.
Let's
Are we walking?
taste. We're going to walk,
tasting?
but we also want to taste.
Okay.
Okay. Do you like it?
Yeah, it's
Mom, do you want some?
Sure, thanks.
Okay.
Wow, doesn't it
Doesn't
look
it look good?
delish?
Okay, we'll have a little bite.
I'm a little nervous. Good.
Very good.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
She's going to like it. Wrap it up for our lunch. Don't zoom in on that. Let's go back here, Mom, for our mocktail.
Okay, I will hold your plate. I will hold your plate.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. We'll
Isn't that good?
Very good.
Here, we'll put that over here.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so
really good.
Mocktail.
Yes, dragon fruit, a pitaya. I grew up with a pitaya, agua fresca in my fridge every day of my life. Super simple, and you can always cut these open, and you don't know if you're going to get white or this beautiful fuchsia color.
Okay.
So it's kind of like you hope you get this color because it makes a beautiful drink.
Yeah.
Pitaya, or the dragon fruit, a little bit of soda. You want to add that at the end, though. A little bit of fresh lemon or lime juice. Either one will work. Plenty of sugar, about a cup and a half. And those are virgins, but this will be great with either tequila
or vodka, right?
Vodka or a light rum would be great. So you just blend this up.
Okay.
Delicious.
Marcela, you did it again.
Thank
This
you.
is beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and you were excellent.
Thank you.
So to make these recipes at home, check out today.com/food. And to get Marcela's book, go to today.com/shop.
National Margarita Day.
Yes, it is. It's one of my favorite days of the year, although I'm too bad it lands on a Tuesday after a long weekend.
There's a new recipe going viral that let's give it a try. Okay, so we're going to try it.
Okay, so in the blender.
Yeah, what do you do? What's that?
In the blender, that's the blender.
I know, but something's in there.
You put 1/2 cup sugar. That's a lot of
What's
sugar,
in
y'all.
here?
No, thank you.
Something's in there already. Okay, just
sugar water.
Okay, tequila.
You had tequila.
Wait, maybe it's already in there.
That's the sugar water.
Oh, sugar water. Sorry.
But I don't think y'all should put sugar. I think you should put agave. But anyway,
Okay.
this is not my recipe.
1 cup of tequila.
Okay.
Wow.
To your tasting, you put a little Cointreau.
Okay, 2 cups of what?
Oh, we haven't done the
2
sugar
cups
yet.
of
Here's the
cold ice
sugar.
water. Put it in, yeah.
That's a lot of sugar.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it
Wait,
is.
no, that's for the drinks. Okay, that seems good. And then put in the limes. Oh,
You toss all of it? Do you squeeze
peels
it?
on. Peels on. Put it in, put it in, put it in. Dump, dump. Good.
Ew.
Is that it? Oh, salt.
No. The salt's for the rim. Is the salt for the rim? Oh, a pinch of salt. Just a pinch.
You know what? You are very controlling. Okay, just a pinch. Okay.
Just a pinch. Okay.
This is going to be great.
I don't
Turn
know.
it on.
Wait, should we put the ice?
No. Wait, do you hit green smoothie? Hit green smoothie.
Right.
Because. Wait, what? With the peels on? Okay, is that enough?
I think so. That's good. You know how to turn it off?
I was just working your control.
It was hard for me. It was hard.
You're like, that's not.
You ready?
Stop it. Okay, now we strain it. We pour it over the strainer.
Oh, sorry.
Is your finger stuck?
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
Okay.
Hold on.
Pull it over the strainer. This is the best recipe we've ever made. Wait, don't you want the foam?
I think you're just getting the peels out.
Peels out.
Is someone telling you in your ear?
No.
Why do you keep pausing?
Because I'm not understanding this. I'm not good at recipes. Here, do you want to try it?
There's something very soothing about watching it strain. Isn't there?
Yeah. All right.
I want to drink the one I made. I don't want to drink that one.
You know what I think this would be good for you?
What?
Is your mojito recipe. I think it would be great for your mojito recipe.
Oops.
Wow.
Okay. I want to drink this one because we made it. Let's see how it tastes.
Wow.
Is it strong?
It's too sweet for me.
Oh, I love sweet.
You're going to be into it then. It's also a little strong.
No, try this one. Here, use a straw.
Okay. Oh, that's much better. What's the difference? Taste this one. Here, you taste this one.
They're all good. Maybe they just added extra liquor for us.
Taste
I'm
that
sure.
one.
Yeah.
I'm right?
That's really.
This is really fun.
This is a great day.
We are back with Superfood Friday. Today, nutritionist Joy Bauer firing up the grill to make a chicken Caesar salad. Good morning, Joy.
Excited for this.
Hey, good morning, guys. I have been dying to try this recipe. And then earlier this week, all my best friends from high school came over for a post-COVID reunion. And we devoured this. Actually, I have to give a shout out to Tappan Zee High School in Rockland County, my alma mater.
All right, so we
tested it for you all.
So how do we get started?
That's right. So basically, I have here 2 romaine hearts. It's the easiest thing ever, and you're going to slice them, keeping the root intact. So I'm going to show you, because when you keep the root intact, it's going to help the leaves to stay together when you grill. So let me hold this up and show you what I've done here, just like this. Right. And now I lay them out, and what I'm also going to do, I have a large chicken breast that I butterflied because I want the chicken to cook at the same time that my lettuce will grill. And all I do is I mist both sides, and then I add a little bit of salt over the top and a little bit of ground black pepper. It's as easy as this. Now, normally I would flip them over and I would do exactly the same thing to the other side. And I'm going to take you over to my grill because I put it on the grill just for about 3 minutes.
That's it?
And you're going to see what they look like. 3 minutes. Oh, I'm so sorry. 3 minutes per side.
Okay.
3 minutes
All
per
right.
side.
Quick.
Oh, unless you want to have chicken tartare.
So this is beautiful and charred right
look at
over
that.
here. You want to be careful. I have long tongs to take off the lettuce because you want them to stay intact. But this is all about presentation. You can see the smoky, charred goodness that is on these lettuce leaves. And I'm taking my chicken. I'll put it over here.
So simple. I know it looks so good, Joy.
That's the best part. So
And then how do you
here I
assemble?
So I cut up some chicken already. So I'm going to place this
bet you that's
chicken
good.
over here. And I'm going to pull over. Hold on. I got
So
all my
organized,
fixins.
Joy.
I'm trying. And so now all I'm going to do is really put my chicken that I sliced up right over here.
so good.
And of course, we need
I'm
some
so impressed by this.
grated Parmesan.
And can you serve this room
And
temperature, Joy?
you could serve it room temperature. You could serve it warm. Instead of the carby croutons, what I like to do is I toast some pecans. It adds like a buttery, epic crunch. And then you can really use any light Caesar dressing that you have on hand, or I'm going to put a recipe up as well for one that I make with avocado. And so this serves two, but the cool part about this is you could scale it up or you can
I'll
scale
take
it
that
down.
whole plate. Thank
Or you
you.
can
And it's
scale it
done.
over here.
Yeah, we'll
Joy,
take it.
that looks
Caesar
fantastic.
of the day.
Another home run. Thank you, Joy.
So good, Joy.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Bye-bye, guys.
For this recipe, head to today.com/food.
Our friend Anthony Scotto
Yes.
of Fresco by Scotto Restaurant, which is one of the best in New York City, has two salads that we want to eat for
Don't you love
lunch.
Anthony?
I love
Just
Anthony.
pause and say we love you.
I love you guys. You know, we're all part of my family, and it's just terrific.
And is your restaurant doing great?
New York is doing absolutely wonderful. Fresco by Scotto is rocking it in Midtown Manhattan.
Okay. All right, so we're going to start with steak.
Yes. So there's two aspects of the steak. Again, the whole idea about this is you're outside. You don't have to go back in. Your family's out there.
Yes, stay
just
out.
cool,
Just stay
chill
outside.
out.
Okay, got it.
Romaine lettuce.
Romaine.
Cut it in whatever size you want to get it in.
Are you going to grill the lettuce?
Exactly right. So
Wait,
you're going
we
to
don't know that this is a... You do?
Yeah, so
Watch.
you're going
Yes,
to
it's
olive oil
yummy
this.
and crunchy.
You're going to do exactly right, and it's got that the taste of the
How
char.
do you make it not
char.
wilty?
No, it won't. Sorry, it won't be wilty.
It's watch.
And then
Watch
you
what
just leave
Anthony's
it there
gonna
for a
do.
couple of minutes.
Yeah.
It'll have that look.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it'll be just like what this is going
Look
to
at,
be.
and it's crunchy
Can I
and
have a bite?
delicious.
No more, no less. Just
Is that why-
season it.
Yeah.
Keep
Okay.
it nice and crunchy. All right. So then the steak.
Tastes like steak. Ish.
Then the steak, right? It does. Then the steak. What I want you to do is you're going to salt and pepper just before you use it.
Okay.
My suggestion is to really do it. Take it out 20 minutes before you're going to
Because you want
cook it
room
off.
temp?
You want it kind of room
Okay.
temp.
Then
Are
you
you
put
happy
salt
with
and
that?
pepper.
Salt and pepper, very simple.
Both
yes,
sides now?
fine. Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
We could do it on the side now.
Okay.
All right, and then you want 11 o'clock and 1 o'clock.
11 o'clock.
11 o'clock and 1 o'clock.
Okay.
And that will give you that grill mark that you're looking for, that square.
Okay.
11 o'clock and 1 o'clock, okay?
So we grilled our
You'll
lettuce.
build it off, and now you want
Look
it to
at
look
this.
like a
This is
restaurant,
important.
right? So
Yes.
the things that you want to do, all of this is not.
Yeah, no thank you.
Yeah, also, but it could be for the chef too, just so
Okay.
that you know that.
Yeah, okay,
So
good.
you're squaring this off, you're making it look clean.
Beautiful.
And then the sizing of what you want to do for the steak is,
Thin.
Just like that.
yeah,
Kinda in
or it could be thinner. You know, it's
I
your
like
choice.
it like that.
But it gives you that mouthfeel that you need.
Yes.
Okay.
And then we're dressing it.
Look at this.
Exactly.
I'm
we're dressing
dying
it.
for
Get,
that over here. I'm
get a
coming
Caesar
over.
salad,
Get
please.
around.
You're going to get a Caesar salad. You could store-bought this.
Yeah.
I'm going to add a little Parmesan cheese. And my real trick to this is adding just a little bit of fresh lemon to your store-bought Caesar salad, okay?
Yes. Wait, what?
Croutons.
You just add lemon and
Just-
it makes it taste
and it
more
brightens
Caesar.
it right up.
I love croutons.
Yeah.
Do you make your own or do you buy them?
I make my own.
I'm going to take this with
Fresco
me.
by Scotto.
You're right.
I'm going to take this back. Oh my God.
Okay. Next.
So here, let's do it. We're considering at Fresco by Scotto a summer salad. In that summer salad, you're going to have components like, you always have romaine lettuce every time you're having a salad. This is, if you want to try that, that's Lola lettuce.
Okay.
It mimics romaine. It gives you a color which it makes
Yes,
it
I
pretty.
love that. What's it called? Lola?
Lola, L-O-L-A.
Okay.
Okay, so you're going to add all your summer vegetables in here, zucchini, squash, cucumbers.
those are uncooked zucchini and squash.
Always uncooked, okay?
Always, okay.
And then after this is all done, we're adding strawberries. It's going to strawberry vinaigrette.
I want to go.
Strawberry vinaigrette.
Wait, pass that, baby.
If you can't get strawberry vinaigrette, you could store by. You could find raspberry vinaigrette,
Okay.
and it mimics the same thing.
Thanks.
Fresh strawberries, mix them together. That's what it looks like.
Look at this.
You'll love it.
Look how it looks
all
like that.
outside, have
Look
fun.
at you. Stop going
Summer's
inside.
going away. Summer's going away.
No,
real
it's
quick.
not, Anthony.
Summer's going away.
Guess what we're doing,
It's
Anthony?
August.
We're letting
It's
it go
August.
slow.
It is August.
Slow.
Can we talk about something new?
What?
What?
I have a new restaurant opening.
Wait, what? Where?
Luogo Restaurant in Nashville, Tennessee.
Anthony's
No.
popping up in Nashville? When's it happening?
If you're in Nashville, get
November 2022.
2022. Can I go for my birthday?
Please.
I'm in. All right, to get these recipes, go to today.com/food.
This week, Today nutritionist Joy Bauer is putting a spin on salad dressing. And by the way, folks, congratulations, Joy Bauer. Superfood Friday just won 2 Taste Awards. Awards for Best Filmed at Home Episodes or Film and Best Health and Fitness Program Film or Documentary. It's an award-winning segment. Joy Bauer. All right.
Congratulations.
And
I
this,
have to tell you that Ian Bauer now thinks he's Steven Spielberg.
by the way, we should point out this is a family affair this morning because Joy's son Cole is helping us out. What's up, Cole?
You know what's really funny, guys? Cole can't stand up because I'm so short that he's at stand up.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's thank you for, lean back down. Let's start with Chipotle tahini. Cole, what you got?
Okay, so we're going to do 3 different dressings that will take your salad in unique flavor directions, and I think you're going to love these. So the first thing I'm doing here is I'm adding a 1/4 cup of tahini paste, which is basically ground sesame seeds. It has it has a mellow, mouth-watering flavor, but as mellow as it is, it's packed in the nutrition department.
Okay.
Cole is going to add the star of the show, which is the chipotle peppers. Yeah, go ahead. In 3 directions, they come in the can, and you can either keep the heat light and then just add the adobo sauce, or you could do 1 pepper, which Cole just added in, for a nice heat, or you're going for the 2.
I'm going for 2.
Okay, if you go for 2, we're talking bring tears to your eyes heat, but we love that. I'm going to add a little bit of lime juice.
Okay.
Extra virgin olive oil, a little bit of garlic, and Cole, you put in a pinch of the salt over there.
I'm gonna try it.
Then some water, and guys, you blend this up. Cole, you be the taste tester.
Okay.
This is the tahini over here, and it is so creamy. Can you see how creamy that is? Look at that.
Looks good.
Really nice. Go for it. Adjective. Describe what you're tasting.
All right, that's earthy.
Oh.
Getting fiery.
Ah.
and fiery.
You've trained this palate well, Joy.
Yes.
I love it. All right, Joy, we were just talking about green goddess dressing. I get it, and I love it. I have no idea what's in it.
So I really wanted to master a green goddess that had that unique, addictive flavor, but was also super light and easy to make, so you could be heavy-handed with it, because we don't like to have salad dressing. So the first thing I did for the creaminess is I'm adding in 1 ripe avocado, and obviously it's going to give it an earthy flavor. It's going to give it tons of heart healthy fat. Now we have all that basil, fresh basil. And then to cut some corners over here, when it comes to the spices, instead of adding a lot of fresh, and again, this is just because I wanted it to be lickety split. Cole, what do we have here?
I think we got garlic, onion. Is that salt and pepper?
Salt and pepper.
Okay.
And then a little bit of lime juice. Why don't you go in for a taste? A little bit of, we have lime juice, and we have a little bit of, what is this over here? Apple cider vinegar. I've got some.
That's the secret.
Of extra virgin olive oil. This blends up. What are our adjectives over here?
I had to break out the thesaurus for this one. That quite herbaceous.
Oh.
Herbaceous. Herbaceous.
But over here, you go in for the lemon vinaigrette. Now, the lemon vinaigrette is really nice because this is so easy peasy. It gives it that bright citrusy pop, and it's good for any kind of salad that you have. And the best part is it takes a minute to make. This is lemon juice. Okay, we've got a little bit of extra virgin olive oil. I'm putting in rice vinegar. Cole, go in for the taste. Lemon zest to bolden up that lemon.
10 seconds.
A little mustard, and then some salt and pepper. And guys, I'm telling you, you whisk this up, you'll feel like you're in a restaurant.
Wow, that's an award-winning show right there.
Yeah.
Right there.
Cole, give us an adjective for that one. Give us one more adjective.
Oh, Cole says zippy. Zippy.
Zippy.
Oh, that is a
And he's smart.
Joy, Cole, thank you both for these recipes. It's today.com/food.
All right, this morning on Today Food, we are answering the age-old summer party question, what can I bring? Well, Today contributor Elizabeth Highschool has 2 delicious summer salad recipes, and no pressure, Elizabeth. But there are 3 Yankees eating your food. We need them to be in good health. I hope this is good and tasty.
They're cute. They're cute.
They're cute.
Honey,
They want ribs. I don't know that they want this.
You're here on salad day. Sorry.
We told him to stay away from the drinks, though.
Yeah.
Whoa.
She's got a heavy pour.
Absolutely. So, I mean, y'all know it's hot as the hinges of hell in the
Yeah.
South right now. And nobody wants to be sweating in the kitchen. So we're going to do these great, easy salads that we can pull together quickly.
Okay.
All right, so now I'm going to get you. Yes, it's
I've never shaved a vegetable.
I still don't like you with knives.
No. She is wonderful.
No. Are you
All right,
sure
so here
high
we
school?
go. Take off the ends here. Very
Don't
good.
be so snappy
and
about
then
Oh,
we're
just-
going to shave it just like this.
Oh, okay.
Careful. Not.
Look at you. Okay,
Okay,
Maddie. Okay, Maddie, you
okay.
got it. Yeah, okay, keep going.
Yeah, real
So now we go in here. Now,
Wait,
with
you're
our
not
fennel.
peeling it. You're making.
And then with our fennel. Oh,
You're
come
not-
on.
mine
I
looks
had
like I'm
such high
peeling it.
hopes. All right, let's move on over. Let's move to the fennel
Is
then.
this
Okay,
the
you
fennel?
move to the
Okay,
fennel.
yes. All right.
Now, if you don't
keep
love
shaving.
fennel,
Oh, you're better at that.
if you don't love fennel, you can always use celery. That's a great option. We're gonna put that in there, and then we're gonna start making our dressing.
You're moving
Y'all
so
keep
fast for
shaving.
us. Okay,
Y'all
yes, keep
shaving.
going. All right, we're
So
shaving.
we've got a little bit
Okay.
of honey. We've got some Dijon. We also have got some lemon juice.
Okay.
And then we're gonna slowly drizzle the oil in here.
The
oil. I knew. I
Drizzle
was
the
waiting.
oil.
Yankees
I
love it.
was waiting.
Wait.
Yankees love
Y'all
it.
like it?
Pause for Yankees reaction. Okay, what are y'all doing? What do you think?
Delicious.
You know, and that's the thing. I mean, really, y'all forget
Feels
it.
like
Listen,
summer.
we need to drink.
Yes.
That's not fair. They're drinking, and I want to drink.
I know, but they got a game. When's the next game?
So these
Tonight.
Tonight.
No, they're going to be mad.
I'm going to
Oh,
be the
this is-
reason.
Take his
If
drink.
they get they got drunk on the Today Show.
Please win, or we're going to have angry Yankees fans
These
out
are
our window.
virgins.
No, I
Okay,
don't
keep
know.
going.
No, they're not.
Okay. So now we're gonna.
Oh my God, that is
isn't it
raw.
wonderful? It is a peach and Aperol
They taste great.
margarita.
had to
You know
save
we
him.
love a
We
margarita.
love. Okay, this is beautiful. Now what
It
do we do?
is. So now what we do is we're gonna add pine nuts. We're adding pine nuts. We're adding Parmesan.
Okay, sorry, I got
We're
distracted.
gonna add that vinaigrette that I just made.
Yeah.
Let's get the
All right,
vinaigrette in
yes,
there.
yeah, the vinaigrette.
Dump it in?
Mhm.
Yes,
And the
please.
fennel too, the whole thing?
And then yes, and
Okay, and
then
then I'll
I
toss
want
it.
you to
Watch me
fennel,
toss.
and then
Okay.
you're gonna toss.
What about these? They're
All
going
right, now this salad is one of my favorite things. It's everything
Wait,
from
are
the
we all
farmer's
done?
market.
Yeah, that's it.
Well, yeah, that's
Move
just
it in
it.
and
It's
taste
just
it.
a
Moving on.
super
We'll just
easy
move on.
salad.
We don't have time for all that.
So,
We got to keep it
all
cooking.
right, so here we are. This is farmer's market salad. The deal is, if it grows together,
Right.
it goes together,
Oh,
okay?
oh.
What does that mean?
So we have, because corn, peaches.
Okay, got it.
If you see it at a farmer's market, it's all going to go together. So it doesn't matter. You can put anything you love in there.
Okay.
Now this is
So
my
what'd you
favorite
put?
trick. So
Wait,
when
look what
you've
she's
got
doing.
You've got all these little tomatoes.
Yeah, oh, I want to see this.
So we're going to put this on top, and then you just
look
cut
at
straight
that.
through.
That's
Isn't
a
that
pro
fun?
tip.
Yes.
Come on.
Yeah,
That's
that's
a life
good.
hack.
That's a hack, right?
So then we're
a
going to
life hack.
add this in.
A life hack.
And then I've got smoked chicken. Now listen, you can just go to your local barbecue stand, pick up some smoked chicken,
stick it in.
or I mean, you can smoke your own.
Okay.
I think that's legal in y'all's state
It
now.
is.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Right.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so.
Not in Mississippi.
All right, so let's work on our vinaigrette.
Okay.
No, yeah, not in Mississippi, not
what are we
yet,
doing?
not ever, probably. All right, so let's go ahead and add some lemon juice to this.
Lemon juice.
And then we've got balsamic. We're going to throw in 2 cloves of garlic.
Just whole like that? Okay.
Because we're going to blend it.
Okay.
And then a
Zesting.
little bit of zest, which we love a zester.
Yes, and what's
And
this?
the Parmesan's going to go
The
in.
whole thing?
It's a Parmesan
Wow.
vinaigrette.
What's the drink, Elizabeth?
Yeah,
The
we're-
drink is a peach and Aperol margarita.
Yes.
That's fantastic.
I mean, is it not one of the best things you've ever put in your mouth?
so good.
Yankees like it? We're out of time.
like
We
I'm in
are
Italy.
out of time.
Like in Italy? Enjoy it.
Delicious. Yes.
Oh,
Amazing. Thank you very much.
All right,
I'm going
well-
to need this recipe.
They're all they're fueled up and liquored up for the game tonight.
Liquored up for the game.
Thanks, Elizabeth. You'd have it no other way. If you want to get your hands on these recipes, go to
we do the show every day.
today.com/food. Thank you again, Yankees, for all your hard work, and hope you enjoy that meal. Kevin, good morning.
What's up, Savannah? How you doing?
This is one of my absolute favorite dishes. I would have thought I could never make it at home. It's like a Thai peanut pasta dish.
Pea pasta-ish fusion dish.
Okay.
It's really easy to make, I promise you. Now,
Okay.
Now, I've been watching you cook, recently.
Uh-oh.
So
Oh my God.
I know.
Okay.
Just go ahead and go ahead. All right. So what we're gonna do first is we have to string these sugar snap potatoes.
What do you mean?
Peas. So we're gonna do this right here.
Yeah.
And then just peel it because you see this string?
Oh,
It comes
yeah.
Right on out.
We have to devein it.
Yes, devein it. Kind of
Okay.
like shrimp. Okay, but do this.
Is that one done?
This one is already done.
Okay.
Let's try this one right here.
But why am I taking the string out? I would.
Because it's hard to chew afterwards.
Oh, okay. All right.
So,
All right. Well, let's
don't
just-
go all the way through.
Oh,
I
shoot.
should have just okay.
Well, okay.
So just cut
Well,
like a
let's
little
not
slit
waste
of
all
it.
our time here because everyone else
Okay.
at home knows how to do this. Okay. No,
Right.
everyone else
Next,
isn't
we're
as
gonna
bad
add-
as I am.
All right,
Okay.
so we're gonna add in our peas here.
Yeah.
We're gonna get this going a little bit hotter, and we're gonna saute this. Good, good, good. You're doing
Does the
that.
string go all the way down?
It should
Yeah,
go
I
all the
feel
way
like I
down,
only
or
got
maybe
part of
about
it.
a quarter of the way down. It's okay. Don't peel
Okay,
it.
sorry,
though.
sorry.
Move on.
Okay, so we're sauteing that.
We're
Yeah.
gonna saute this for about 2-3 minutes.
Okay.
Add in our shrimp.
Now these
And
are
you wanna-
peeled. These look peeled.
These are peeled and
deveined.
deveined. They've
Who
got.
wants
Look
to
at you.
devein?
You're a pro already.
right. Ooh.
See, put some respect on your name.
Yeah.
People need to know. Put
Yeah.
some respect
Thank
on
you.
her name.
Yeah.
She knows what she's doing over
That's
here.
right. right? Okay.
Okay,
we're
go ahead.
sauteing
Go
what?
ahead and
Just
move it around.
Is that
Yeah.
hot? No. Okay, just move it around. Just
Saute this for about 2 or 3 minutes.
Okay.
Now, ideally, this would be cooked, and we're going to take this out of the skillet
Yeah.
to rest. We're going to put that into that bowl. Don't do it right now.
Okay, I
on
won't. It's
camera.
not ready.
All right. Now, just imagine that we've
Pretend.
done that.
Yes.
Pretend. And now, making the sauce really easy. We're going to add in some coconut milk.
Oh. Why do
Yeah.
you choose coconut milk? For the flavor, or it's lighter, or
Flavor, lighter, plus it's complements the curry very well. So add in some curry paste.
what? Okay, curry paste.
Some red curry paste.
Am I going to stir this all up?
And stir this up, and then you're going to add in some natural peanut butter. Just get the natural peanut butter with the
Natural.
oil, not the
Okay.
kind with all the sugar and the jelly in it. Even
Now,
though
am I
that stuff is
stirring this
delicious.
all up? Watch
Yes.
out.
Stir it up. Okay. Good
Well, I had to
Lord.
get the peanut butter
Please
off.
don't launch this just like
Okay.
Jenna did hers.
I know,
There
I
we go.
know. Oh, you were watching that. I saw that.
I
yeah.
watched it. See, look at you.
Okay,
Look
yeah.
at this. And so all we're going to do is we're going to get this down into a
Ooh.
nice paste. Now, here is a little hack. We're going to add in some carrots, right?
Okay.
Now, if you don't know how to julienne a carrot,
I know,
look at this
it's hard.
tool.
Yeah, show
a
me.
peeler. Look at this. All you do is go, oops, wrong way. Just like this. And it creates these long.
It's like the lazy woman's peeler. I love that.
It's everybody's good. There
Okay.
you go. Look at that.
Nice
You
and
can get
julienne.
one.
Oh yeah, I need one of those.
There we go.
Okay. How the shrimp?
Go ahead.
Why is
Just-
everything?
Oh, Lord.
I know.
Okay.
Have it. Look, it's a work in progress.
Yeah.
How's it taste over
Yeah, let's talk about. Let's move on from the carrot.
More fame on that name.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay.
All right, now moving on down here.
Okay,
now
yes.
pasta takes about 6 minutes to cook.
Okay.
This is some whole wheat pasta. You can use some fettuccine if you want to.
This is good.
It's really
as well.
good.
It's really good.
It's
Hey. Okay, we're gonna add in our pasta here,
Okay.
and then our cooked shrimp
yeah,
and
this-
peas.
how good is that
Boom.
look?
There you
Okay.
go. Super simple. Look how vibrant that is. Kids will love this dish.
Oh my
it's
gosh.
not too spicy. Now, if you're like me, you probably wanted to reserve some of the shrimp so you can make a salad
I do.
for your meal prep.
Yes.
Okay, this is going to be a Cajun-inspired salad, y'all. Really simple dressing. Just got some Greek yogurt here to
Okay.
cut the onion the
Instead of mayonnaise, you could do
yes,
Greek yogurt. Okay.
absolutely. Some oil. Go and put that hot sauce in there.
Okay. Ooh, hot
I like
sauce.
to use Frank's.
Does it taste good, y'all? What's this?
Some chives and some
Lemon
lemon.
juice?
Yes.
You're right. It does have a little.
Stir that up.
Okay.
It's a little bite too. It's a little bite.
I love the lemon.
Is this
Good.
the dressing?
Yes,
Okay.
and that's the dressing. And then you're gonna chop up cucumber, a tomato.
Why are you laughing?
She's doing so well,
Okay.
y'all, isn't it? Isn't she doing well?
You know she has her own podcast.
No.
Oh, she
It's a show.
her own cooking show.
I'm sorry.
We're so proud. You know,
Thank
we're so
you.
proud of you.
You're so sweet.
And we're gonna
Okay.
all right, add in tomatoes, cucumbers,
Yep.
chopped up some avocado. Okay,
Oh,
I
yeah.
think that is done. Oh Lord, turn
It's
that
still
off.
going. Can I just turn it off? I don't want
Yeah, you can turn it off.
Oh boy. Okay.
That's gonna be her lunch.
All right.
later
Yeah,
on,
yeah.
so
Keep
it's
going.
okay.
Keep going.
Okay, and then we're gonna add in just a little bit of water for the consistency of this dressing. You
The
just
dressing
add
is
in,
really good.
Really, and it's super simple, right? It's stuff that's
Very
already
good.
in your
Easy
kitchen
peasy.
pantry. We're gonna add in some avocado.
Oh, I
Boom.
love avocado.
What about some onion too? It's a little bit of bite, you know, a little bit of breath stink in
Little bit
there.
of onion,
And
yeah.
then we had some leftover
stink?
shrimp that I just
What did you
used.
say?
Just a little bit
You say
of,
breath
you know,
stink?
it's a little bit of breath stink. That's what I call it.
What do you call what? Huh?
Breath stink.
A little bit of, for each recipe.
Okay, yeah.
If your breath doesn't smell, it's a little bit bad.
Well, yeah.
Something's
It
not
wasn't
right.
good. It
Something's
wasn't
not
good.
right.
It's all good.
All right. And then
There
we
we
just
go.
get some of that.
That dressing is so good.
Okay, we're out of time, Kevin.
Boom.
You're awesome.
You're
Look
so
at my
good.
tossing technique,
Look at
guys.
you. Look at that.
Oh, yeah.
She is a pro.
That's amazing.
Chef Bijou Thomas has worked all around the world for athletes and celebrities like Patrick Dempsey, and this morning he's going to show us some nutritious and delicious recipes family's going to love. They're quick, they're easy to make. Bijou, good to see you. Good morning.
Great to see you. Thank you.
It's already smelling good. And what are we making this morning?
All right, we've got this beautiful, warm, fall color biryani rice salad to begin with.
Okay.
Which is like a mixture of all these things. And to start with, we got some mustard seeds.
Okay.
The same mustard seeds that you would make mustard out of.
Oh,
The stuff we put on burgers.
You toast them up in some oil?
Yeah, you toast them up. I've got some onions to go with here.
All right.
And the idea here is to get these sauteed a little bit, the mustard start to pop. And then we've got some fruits and nuts. And one of my favorites is apricots.
Yeah.
Because one, I'm from Colorado, so it kind of brings out the whole Rocky Mountain, the West. And then you add, I've got some cashews, some apricots.
The dried
raisins.
apricot, raisins, and chickpeas looks like.
And chickpeas.
Okay.
You put all that in there until the cashews start to toast a little bit. The raisins plump up.
This is what we're headed
and then
for.
magically it looks like this. Look at that. This is exactly how my home kitchen looks.
Yeah, exactly. It just happens
And then-
just like that.
Yeah, and then we've got the toasted stuff, and you can add a little bit of curry powder. What do you think about curry powder?
I love curry powder.
All right. So little curry powder.
Okay.
At home if you want, cinnamon, cumin, whatever you like.
Now, what is this a special kind of rice?
This is a basmati rice,
Yes.
which is the Indian long grain rice.
Yeah, I love that.
Right?
Okay.
So long grain rice.
Yeah, I like it.
And then
The tasting party is going, that's a good sign. Okay.
thumbs up. This is a great way to use up all the, if you have leftover
Yeah.
rice, but you bring a bunch of fruits, nuts, everything,
Yeah.
toast it.
Cooked
rice goes in there,
Yeah?
cooked rice.
Okay.
And then
I'm pushing you down the
All
line
right,
because I
we're
know
going,
time
going.
is short. Okay.
And our particular flair for this
Yes.
one is we're going to grill some peaches,
Love
some
that.
fruit. We got butternut squash. I'm going to put some lemons on here.
Okay. Are we grilling all these things?
Yeah, let's throw the big
Okay,
things
yeah.
on here.
I'll do it.
And
What do these look like? Little
those are
jalapeno peppers or
those are
something?
okra.
Oh, okra. Okay.
Okra, and you can brush. We have a little brush here. We can do some
Okay.
coconut oil.
Okay.
And you can, of course, do butter if you want, but coconut oil, we can get this going, keeps everything vegan. since
Okay.
We got a lot of vegan families now.
Yes.
Look at that. That becomes
Beautiful.
this. And then this, you can sprinkle some of that onto
Yeah,
here.
and add it
Yeah,
as
yeah,
you
here we
like.
go.
How are the flavors, guys?
It's so yummy. Salad dressing, out of control.
You know what? This is like energy food too.
This
You
is.
got your nuts, your rice, your
Yes.
beans, like so healthy.
Exactly. So,
Okay, we've got
all right.
another salad, which is a mixed corn salad.
So that's going. And
Yeah.
then over here,
I'll take a bite while you
Yeah.
get me ready for this.
we're going to do this sauce. So if
Okay.
you've been beaches along Mexico, beaches along India, grilled
So
corn
yummy, right?
and corn elote is
Yes.
big everywhere.
Okay.
All right, for a green sauce, start with spinach. We got some mint leaves. We got some fresh cilantro.
Okay.
Some jalapenos, some ginger. All that goes in
We're gonna
there.
blend that up.
Blend that, and you get this beautiful green sauce.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay. I just don't like when things burn. Okay.
Oh yeah.
I mean, yes. I know. Since when? He said you're right. Okay.
Grilled corn. Grilled corn. This would have come off of our grill right there. It's
Cool.
nice and charred. And then to cut the kernels off, you
Yeah.
can do it on the board,
Yeah.
or look at that. You can put it on a bowl.
Oh.
And it falls right into the bowl.
Okay. Yum.
Then we've got this beautiful grilled corn just magically showed up
Yes,
here.
it did. Gorgeous.
And then we're gonna add some spices here. I'm gonna
Okay.
sprinkle some in.
Just add them in there.
Actually, let's just put them all in.
Yeah, just dump it in there because we're almost out of time.
All right.
And we'll put the whole
Onions, peppers,
recipe
this.
online.
That goes in.
Stir it up.
Stir
Can we
it
just
up.
show the final
Yep.
result there?
There's that.
It's a great salsa.
Oh.
You like it?
Yeah,
There's
Okay,
that.
let's
We're
get
gonna put
in
some
there.
crunchy stuff on there.
Yeah. What's the crunchy stuff?
Crunchy is Indian snack mix. It's a
Mm.
Sev.
Oh, I'm in love.
It's good.
Bijou, you've done it again.
All right, we've got sauces. Thank
Recipes
you.
are online. We're out of time. You should check your local news. Ooh, and a little kick to it. Too.
got a little
I
heat.
like that.
I'm a morning person. I love the morning, and I love sharing that joy with our audience. You make a choice to spend time with us, and that's very special.
Join Hoda Kotb for season 3 of her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
Okay, no matter what time it is, it's always a good time for barbecue. So we called in one of our favorite barbecue experts, executive chef and owner of Pig Beach, Matt Abdu.
We love our Matt Abdu. He's showing us a delicious brisket beef stew that's perfect to whip up this weekend. Check it out.
Hey guys, that's right. Barbecue season is all season long, but there's nothing quite like a hearty, warm beef stew to warm you up on one of these cold winter nights. So in front of you today, we're taking beef stew and kicking it up to the next level by using my favorite cut of barbecue meat, the king of meats, the brisket. Now, what I love about this is that I find that the brisket is one of the most perfect meats to stew as well as slow, low cook with some smoke for barbecue. But there's two things I want to make certain that everybody out there knows about the brisket. Within this big cut of meat I have in front of me here, there's two pieces primarily. There's what's called the flat and what's called the point. The point is that part that you all know and love is the moist or the fatty part of the brisket. And that's the part of the brisket we want to make the stew with, because it's going to make those beautiful, moist, delicious beef cubes. So we're going to cut away the flat. And then you can see within this big piece of that point, there's all this beautiful marbling in the fat. We're simply just going to take this, cut it into about 1-inch cubes or so, 1.5 to 1-inch cubes or so. And you can leave all that fat in there. It's all going to render out beautifully well. And then we're going to take this, season it up with some salt and pepper, and toss it in flour. The next step, in our big Dutch oven pot, you want to use around a 7-quart Dutch oven pot or larger. Bring it up to about medium-high heat with a 1/2 cup of vegetable oil. We're going to take those brisket point cubes, that nice, fatty, moist, beautiful, delicious brisket cubes, toss them in salt, flour, and pepper, and brown them off until they're nice and evenly golden brown on all sides, like you see here. In this pan, after the meat's been all browned, all these delicious brown bits and goodness, that's what's called the fond. That is incredible flavor. To that, we're going to add in about 4 to 5 cloves of smashed garlic and get that until it's nice, aromatic, and lightly golden brown. And then this is the secret, guys. We're going to take some tomato paste, and we're going to fry it up in that oil until it becomes nice and sweet. This is going to help develop so much beautiful sweetness and flavor in the stew. A little bit of tomato paste really does go a long way. We're going to cook that for about 2 minutes or so, and then it's time to deglaze the pan, meaning we're going to choose some liquid to get all those little brown bits up off the bottom. And we're going to take a little sherry vinegar, add it all in there, and then 1.5 cups of red wine. Any kind of wine you like to drink is best to cook with. Obviously, you don't want to use something that's crazy expensive, but use what you can afford and what you have at your house. We're going to take this and reduce this down for about 10 minutes or so until it gets nice and thick. At that point, guys, all of these beef chunks that we've just browned up are going to go back into the stew once this is reduced down, and we're going to cover it with 4 cups of beef broth, store-bought or homemade, whatever you have, and 2 cups of vegetable broth. Now, here's another secret, guys, something that I love that just really amps up all the flavor in this stew, is I'm going to take one of those packets of that French onion soup mix, and we're going to add it in right to there. Put the lid on it, bring it up to a simmer, let it cook for about 1.5 hours. Then after 1.5 hours of cooking, you're going to take the lid off. We're going to add in the rest of our vegetables. We have some large diced carrots, large diced celery, and some pearl onions. I love the pearl onions because they give such a beautiful visual within that stew of like a nice pop of color as well as a nice bite to it. And then after that, guys, we're going to let it finish cooking for another 45 minutes or so until you have, check this out, the most beautiful, gorgeous, hearty beef stew you've ever had in your life, being made with brisket. The flavor is going to knock your socks off. Absolutely incredible. Something so good. Serve it up alongside with some of your favorite mashed potatoes or buttered egg noodles. And guys, I'm telling you right now, you're in Happyville with this brisket red wine braised beef stew, the perfect dish to warm you up during these cold winter months. I promise you it's definitely worth one making at home. Back to you guys in the studio. I hope you guys enjoy this recipe, and lots of love to y'all.
Today Food, we are back, and did you guys know that Italian beef, the sandwich, it's booming in shops all across the country, all thanks to the show, the series on FX called The Bear. It's about a young superstar chef who leaves the world of fine dining to take over his family's sandwich shop in Chicago. Now, the house specialty of the shop is Italian beef, and people on the show and in real life are dying to get their hands on this sandwich. So we asked our buddy Matt Abdu, who literally Uncle Al and I talk about Pig Beach once a week around here. Are we going this weekend? Should we go see Matt this weekend?
Yes.
We're always talking about you.
Yes, you should.
Executive chef of Pig Beach. By the way, new locations in New York and West Palm Beach. Bear is a show that you like to watch too.
Oh God, it was so good. It was so true to form on so many ways that when that show came out, it was just like, oh my God, I crushed the whole season in two nights. Jeremy, the main actor, just did such an incredible job. It was so cool to watch.
What is the history of the Italian beef? Like, it came into my life much later through, we would order it from Portillo's, which is another place in Chicago.
Well, that's one of the most iconic places that did it and had its huge claim to fame. But essentially, it's like a hot roast beef sandwich that's dipped in this beautiful beef broth and finished on this nice crusty bread from like this famous bakery in Chicago. And it's just all those great things. You got that beautiful beefy meat. You got these pickled vegetables on top, a little bit of heat.
Let's get into it. How do you make this at home?
Let's do it. So this is our version. This is what we've been running at our Pig Beach, Queens location for our happy hour menu. This show inspired us to start doing this dish at our restaurant. So we're super excited for people to come in and try it. Ours starts with this beautiful wet rub. Now, traditional is probably more of like Italian seasonings and whatnot, but in this bowl here, we got some plain old yellow mustard and some honey. And what we add to it is some fresh chopped garlic, some black pepper, some oregano, brown sugar, and chili flake.
Chili flake, sorry, give it some heat.
And rosemary, sorry. We're gonna just mix all that together to make what we call a wet rub, which is in this bowl right here. And this wet rub is beautiful. It's perfect for steaks.
What is this?
That's that beef paste. That also has to go in here. It's a beef base, like kind of like better than bouillon or beef paste. It is beefy broth flavor. Add water to it, but if you do this, it makes
then
a
it
great
turns
marinade.
out here, yeah.
That's right. So we're gonna take this paste.
Is this something you're doing like the night before?
Yes, you're gonna do all of this the night before. You're gonna let it actually marinate with this on it. You're gonna smear all of this wet rub all over the meat. It's top round or top sirloin or eye round works great. And we're gonna take this, we're gonna roast it in the oven really, really hot at like 450
What
degrees
is the beef?
for a
I
few
go to the
minutes.
butcher and I say, I want to make
You
these
want,
sandwiches.
Like,
what am I
top
asking
round,
for?
Top round or eye round or top
roast of
sirloin.
top
a roast.
round?
Yes,
Okay.
exactly. Because you're basically making roast beef. You're making homemade roast beef.
Oh my gosh.
How is it, guys? I know you're eating a sandwich. Just jump right
hear all
in.
the noises.
Yeah,
I love it. You guys are the best.
So good.
So once the meat comes out of the oven, nice and roasty, we're gonna make our broth. And what we're basically doing is fortifying a beef broth. Now you can go through the efforts of roasting bones and making it from scratch, or you can just go buy some of that pre-made beef broth that comes in the carton.
Yep.
Sweat out some garlic and onions. We're gonna add our roasted beef.
What did you
roast.
cook this for? I'm sorry, I missed that part.
So
how
this
long
is
was it
gonna,
cooked?
the onions and
No, on the meat.
This is gonna get roasted in the oven at hot heat for about 20 minutes to sear it.
Okay.
And then while that's searing, we're making our broth
Oh,
so
got
that
it. So
the
it's gonna
beef is
continue to
gonna
cook in the
finish
beef.
cooking into that. So to that garlic and onions we're sweating out, we're adding more of that beef paste is gonna fortify that broth. Some Italian seasonings. This is the trick. You're gonna get all that Italian seasonings flavor. It's parsley, it's rosemary, it's thyme, it's chili flake, it's garlic, and then we're gonna put it to the broth in so it covers up halfway, and you're gonna put it back in the oven and let this cook for about another hour or so until the internal temperature gets to around 130, which is like medium to medium rare-esque.
So you're kind of like braising it.
Yeah, it's like half roast, half braised. It's just a slow cooking that's going to keep that meat nice and juicy. So when you cool it down, the next day
Savannah's
after it's finished
going
cooking,
at it.
I
I
love
love
it
to see it.
completely.
Yeah,
I know, guys. You guys
Not
are
an
the best.
attractive.
When you cut it, Matt, is this like a grain situation again?
Yes,
so does
you
it
want to
matter, or-
always, whenever you're cutting any kind of meat, you want to cut it against the grain for tenderness. But what you basically want to do is get this
Thin.
as thin as you possibly can. Most people do this on a deli slicer in restaurants, so you can get it super, super thin. You don't need perfect slices; you just need it thin.
You should
so
do this,
if
Al.
you
You
Matt,
ever,
do you make this, Al, at home?
No, but I'm going.
I mean,
So if you ever wanted to make it at home and you want to kind of cheat, like don't tell anybody, but you can buy like deli roast beef and basically make this broth, and then when the time comes,
Is this the
you're
broth
gonna
from-
take so this is the same broth from the meat was
That's the
roasted
quiet
in. We're gonna
quitting
take it
one.
out, strain it. We're gonna add our meat back into that broth and get it nice and cooked and hot.
Come on.
And then
Come
in
on,
this
Carson.
pot over here, we have
Come
some
on,
of the meat.
Carson.
Dip it in.
And the biggest thing, guys, with the
Amazing.
Italian beef sandwiches, you got to get all that broth in there. And now at the restaurants, they either serve it wet, dipped, or dry, and they usually take the whole bed, they put it into that broth, get it nice and wet, and then they top it with some sweet peppers
Even the
and
peppers
some
are yummy.
and some
You
giardiniera.
You need a roll that can handle that.
Yeah.
What do you
so there's
suggest?
there's a famous bakery in Chicago, I believe it's called Toronto Bakery, and it's kind of like an in-between French bread, Italian bread. It's nice and crusty and hearty that can hold up to the juiciness of it. But
Yeah.
literally, when you're eating this sandwich in Chicago, it's like falling apart because it's so wet from all that broth.
Right.
Roll it up nice and tight, and people like eat it with a knife and fork because it's gonna fall apart. But
It's so
whatever way you
good.
want, however you
So
enjoy
good.
eating it,
Killer.
broth inside, dip it. But those pickled vegetables, right? They add a nice
pickled
like
vegetables. I wanna have
brightness
that.
to that hearty meat flavor of that sandwich, and the sweetness from the sweet peppers and everything that's in there. It's just
So
like
yummy.
the perfect.
How's
sandwich.
your happy hour version of this going?
Amazing. We can't wait for more people to come and check it out
Oh, yeah.
and have
Yeah.
it from 4 to 7 every day. We're doing a happy hour with this sandwich being one of the featured items on it. So we look forward
And
to
you
people coming
recommend the
in.
show, The Bear. You
Oh,
like-
it was so good. Jeremy Allen White, the main actor, did such a great job. There's so many, like a fine dining chef, you know, my days at Del Posto, leaving that to do a barbecue restaurant. There's so many like true to form correlations between that show and my life.
huge friend of the show. He's also the owner of Pig Beach Restaurant in Brooklyn and Queens, New York, and author of the new Pig Beach Barbecue.
Out today.
That comes out
Out today.
today.
My friend, good to see you.
Great to see you.
All
Thank you for having me.
So you're doing the backyard staple, a barbecue,
That's right,
a burger.
Our Pig Beach barbecue burger.
And it starts with
the sauce. So the first thing we need is a little bit of mayonnaise. Al, you want to help me out here?
Sure, you bet.
All right, in our bowl we have a little mayonnaise.
Okay.
Pig Beach barbecue mustard sauce, which is what gives us that sort of like unique flavor to it all.
Okay.
Some ketchup, chopped pickles, and a little bit of our all-purpose barbecue seasoning. So these chopped pickles are also the pickles that we're going to be putting on the burger that we've done ourselves.
So delicious.
Yes, and we make them. They're amazing. They're light, crisp, bright, vibrant, just amazing.
Okay,
What was the last thing you just put in there?
A little bit of all-purpose barbecue seasoning. We put it on our ribs. We put it on our pork shoulders. We put it basically on
I've
everything.
got it,
It's going to be on that corn that's going to be down at the end of the table pretty soon. All right, so now we got a burger sauce made. You're going to put that in a non-reactive container, put it in your fridge. It'll hold for about 2 weeks, no problem. Pull it out whenever you want to dip a burger, hot dog, anything you want into it. It's delicious.
Okay. That's the secret sauce.
That's the secret sauce.
That's
the secret sauce.
Not so secret.
All right, so next we got to cook up our burgers. I love using a blend that's like brisket and short rib, chuck, but whatever you can find, cook it up. It's delicious. Then we're going to season it with a little bit of my pepper. It's a little bit of salt, pepper, and a little accent. That accent helps give like a nice umami flavor to that burger.
Basically like an MSG.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Which gets a bad rap.
It gets a bad rap. And, I mean, a little bit is delicious and goes a long way and won't do any harm to you.
Salt your burgers,
You
right?
season everything. You always got to season them first because that's going to get all that flavor out of the meat. We're going to go out of our grill, nice and hot heat, get it cooking. I like to cook my burgers still, about a medium, but whatever you want to cook them to, they're going to take probably around 5 to 8 minutes, depending upon the thickness of the patty that you're using.
Okay.
When they get finally cooked, you're going to the last couple of minutes, you're going to put a piece of cheese on it and melt them down.
What kind of cheese do you like?
I'm an American cheese guy on my burger. It melts perfectly. It's the best cheese out there for a burger, in my humble opinion.
A big mistake people make, pressing down the burger.
Don't ever press. Don't ever press down the burger because you're going to squeeze out all those natural juices
So
and
tempting
flavors.
because you want to feel like you're doing something.
I know, but don't, because it also flares up the grill and you're going to get really bad smoke flavor on the meat. We love smoke, just not that kind of smoke flavor.
And then final?
Next, let it rest on the tray. Let those juices just kind of naturally come out so they don't soak out your bun. And then we're going to put our burger together, a little bit of that secret sauce on the bottom bun.
And these pickles are.
Are you eating it already?
We're going to put some of our cured quick pickles on top of the burger.
The potato bun, right?
I love the potato bun. For me, that's the perfect soft, sweet, squishy
Everything you've
burger
put into
bun out
this is
there.
my favorite burger. I
That's
can't
all
wait
we want it to be. Top it off and dive on in and enjoy it.
Your corn, the Mexican
Mexican
corn.
street corn. Well, while we're getting on Mexican street corn, a huge shout out to my co-author and friend, Super Chef Shane McBride. Amazing. Thank you. He's the best. So he co-wrote this book with me, and I couldn't have done it without him. And also the famous Katie Stilo. Katie! Somewhere in the back over there. Her and Anthony Contrino had great. They helped us style the food for the pictures of the book. So a huge shout out to them. Ken Goodman, Judy Choate, all the people that helped us write this book. So Mexican street corn. In this bowl over here, while you guys are manjing, I'm going to put some sour cream to some mayonnaise.
This is so good. This burger is
It's
everything
simple,
I
but
love
it's
about a
everything you
burger.
want. A little bit of chopped cilantro, some chopped garlic, and then we're going to add some lime juice. This is the simplest thing in the world, but this sauce on corn, I promise you, is like the most delicious thing in the world. And it's my favorite way of eating corn in the summertime. Grill it off, get a nice char, good flavor. And then after it comes off the grill, we're just going to take it. That's okay. We're going to take it, brush it with some of this delicious sauce we made with that mayonnaise and that sour cream. Finish it off.
So why are you making noises? You cook it right on the grill. You don't.
So is it that good? Wait, Craig is making noises. I'm like, okay, let me try it.
What is in that?
What noise just
So
came
this
out of
is
your
that
body?
sauce that we just made with the sour cream, the mayonnaise,
Wait, I
the
wanna try
garlic,
it now.
And then there's
the
some cheese on it,
cilantro,
right?
and some lime juice. And then there's some cotija cheese that we'll top it off with.
Oh my God.
And then finish it again with a little bit of that
Okay,
all-purpose barbecue seasoning on top. And there you have some great. It's my favorite way of eating corn.
This
Cook
is
it the
the
whole
best
way on the grill.
version I've had.
Take those house, pull them back like that. It makes a beautiful display
Oh my
for your
God.
friends,
Nobody
family, and loved ones.
Matt Abdu, ladies and gentlemen.
amazing.
You're the
I love you
man.
guys.
That's
Thank you.
proprietary.
Oh,
That's proprietary, isn't it?
No, the recipe's in the cookbook. Go get your cookbook anywhere.
can you hear that? Can you hear that, gentlemen? Can you guys hear that? That's the sound of a game of brewing right here on NBC tonight. Season opener, Buffalo Bills taking on the reigning Super Bowl champs, the LA Rams. So we've got Chef Matt Abdu here. He hails from upstate New York, so he's going to rep Buffalo. Also, of course, Matt's the executive chef and owner of Pig Beach, locations here in New York City and West Palm Beach. And we've got Darrell Smith. Darrell resides in Los Angeles, home of the Rams, also a former NFL player himself. He is the host of the Mad Good Food on Taste Made. Mad Good Food on Taste Made. Gentlemen, great to have both of you with us. Thank you so much. I was just in Buffalo a few weeks ago, so I know Bills fans are stoked. They think this is their year.
It's game time.
It's game time indeed. What are we making here, Matt?
Chicken Riggies, Craig. Chicken Riggies, one of the most quintessential iconic dishes from upstate New York. Riggies being short for rigatoni.
Ah.
And it's this delicious, spicy chicken pasta dish that we're going to get right to it. So
is beer also from Buffalo?
I don't know where that beer's from, but it looks delicious, cold, and refreshing. So in our little calendar here, a nice little fun trick, we have some chicken thighs. We're switching up from the traditional chicken breasts. Some chicken thighs, we're dredging it with some flour, hitting it with a little bit of salt and pepper, and this cool little trick, you can shake it out with a colander to get all that extra flour off of it without it being nice and clean, and then we're going to brown up our chicken thighs. That oil's nice and hot. Once they're all brown, we're going to take the chicken out.
Okay.
In that same pot, we have some onions and garlic that have been sweated down with a little bit of olive oil. The next step, we're going to deglaze with a little bit of white wine.
All right.
Any white wine will do, but I love a good Chardonnay for this dish. Then we're going to add some tomato sauce, some mushrooms, diced tomatoes, roasted red peppers, and we're going to let all this stuff cook down for about 15, 20 minutes or so until you get to this delicious concoction right here.
That turns into this.
That turns into this. Then we're going to finish it. We're going to put our chicken back in.
Okay.
We're going to hit it with some heavy cream to make that beautiful sort of pink sauce out of this dish. Some chopped cherry peppers. This is where that vinegar heat comes into play and really just kind of wakes this entire dish up. Makes it super delicious. Can't have this pasta without a little bit of butter. And that's just all going to simmer down.
Good,
we're going to finish it with the cooked rigatoni pasta. Just cook it as normal as the box would say. And you're ready to go. Chicken Riggies, my upstate New York family. There it is.
Chicken Riggies. Got a prediction for the Bills this year?
I think they're going to do great. I'm very excited to see what they do.
All right. So there's a chicken riggie from Buffalo. What do we have from LA?
Good luck to you. Well, I'm representing LA, but I am from Philly. I just had to say that beforehand. So
I was going to ask you about that.
It's a nice ensemble, right? So we're going to represent both sides. So we have a Filipino Mexicali lumpia. Because LA doesn't really have a food, and so I'm taking Philly with me and mixing it with lumpia, which is all over LA.
I like what you did.
If you don't know what lumpia is, it is basically a Filipino egg roll, right? And so we got some steak here that we've basically sliced. And so to do this,
what kind of steak are you using? Doesn't matter?
we got a ribeye, right? And you want to freeze this a little bit so it's easier to slice. So watch this. Watch how easy this is. When you freeze it, you can get it super thin.
So that's a pro tip you just dropped there. Freeze the steak first, easier to slice.
Easy, right?
Okay.
And then if you want, you can go to the store, and sometimes you can get these from like an Asian market, and it's already sliced for you. So we're gonna move over here, and we've got our steak that we've thinly sliced. We're gonna add a little bit of my seasoning mix with some seasoning. We got some chili powder, we got some
What kind of seasoning? Wait, is that proprietary? Or?
In Philly, we like to use a little bit of seasoning. That's why our cheesesteaks taste so good.
Okay.
And so this is the proprietary mix. We got some chili powder, we got some paprika, we got some brown sugar, cinnamon.
You're not telling me everything that's
not
in there.
all this stuff, because
of course.
then I would have to.
Yeah,
exactly.
Okay.
So we got this. We got a little bit of onion. We got some green pepper. And for this step, you really want to activate those glutes in that lower back.
Okay.
And you want to get both sides.
In the cast iron skillet.
Right?
Okay, I didn't see that coming.
There we go. And we just mix these together, right? Boom. Add our cheese to this.
All in the pan.
All in the pan.
Okay.
Why not? And all we want to do is make sure this is just mixed all together.
Okay.
Next, we move on to this step, and this turns into this. It's already frozen a little bit or cooled off because we want to put these into our rolls.
All right.
And I'll have you help me. So we're just
what do we have here? Just egg wash?
Don't do that yet. We're going to put this right at the bottom, layered across, right? And you ain't got to put too much. Like, let me see. There we go. That's good enough, right? And now we just take this.
I got you.
I appreciate
No
you.
I and T, Matt.
And now, once you do this, we're going to roll this piece over.
Okay.
And fold it into itself. So just like this, you're going to roll it like a rug.
Roll it like a rug.
Bring it back, and then we come all the way up.
Oh.
And now we take that egg wash.
This is elaborate.
Right across the top.
Right across the top. So roll it.
And make it nice and sticky icky.
It's sticky icky.
Sticky icky.
Sticky icky.
Just like that. And so once we got this, we'll take these. You could cut these in half if you like. And we just drop these bad boys right into our oil.
So you cut them in half first?
Yeah.
Okay.
And if you want, you can freeze them. You can take them out. You can cook them right out of the freezer.
Okay.
These we frozen a little bit just because we want them to be nice and stiff and to keep that shape. And in the end, once they're nice and crispy,
yeah, voila.
Voila.
What kind
Try
of
one of
oil?
these.
S. Jones, come over here.
Take that.
What's the verdict here? Because you're a Philly girl.
I'm like watching with both of these things. They're like cheesesteak spring rolls.
Yeah, exactly.
They are so good. And you can make it's easy to make at home. Isn't that delightful?
You gotta try one
And you
of
know,
I
Matt,
certainly plan
I'm
to.
literally walking around with both bowls.
Matt, thank you.
Barbecue master and owner of Pig Beach Restaurants, both in Brooklyn and Queens, Matt Abadou. And if you want today's recipe, if you want to do this, we made it very easy. You can scan the QR code to order the ingredients in just one click. Then you select add ingredients to the cart, then schedule a pickup or delivery. It's very easy, so play along at home if you want to eat. Matt, it's good to see you, bud. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Let's talk about the cookbook, because finally
Yes,
the book is
the
out.
book
Pig
is
Beach
here.
Barbecue Cookbook.
That's right. Exciting.
When I think of barbecue, I really do think of Uncle Al, because we
Well, there's nobody better,
exchange
right?
barbecue
That's right.
ideas and tips all the time. Didn't you write a blurb in Matt's book?
I did.
He sure did.
I did.
What do you love about the cookbook?
It's simple. You know, everything is really accessible. You can imagine making this stuff.
Exactly, and that's what we really wanted to do. We wanted to make a book that everybody could enjoy, that everybody could cook, from the barbecue, like hobbyist, to the professional barbecue guy learning to make some extra flavors, something fun and different.
What advice do you have for people who want it, like newbies in the barbecue world? What's your
I think
advice?
the best advice I can give any newbie in the barbecue world is to get yourself a digital instant-read thermometer. It's probably one of the best ways you can tell when anything is cooked, ready to be wrapped, or ready to be finished. So with that tool, you can really have a lot of success in the barbecue game.
Perfect. I teased this segment by saying you were going to find some meats that are a little less expensive to use.
Yep.
What do we got today?
So today we got a little tri-tip action for you. It's a cut of sirloin from the bottom part of the sirloin. And what I love about tri-tip is it's got so much incredible flavor to it, and it's got a texture that's something similar to like a flank steak or so once you slice it nice and thin.
All right.
And grill up. It also takes on great flavor. So
what do you start with here?
Our tri-tip recipe is super simple. We're starting off with a piece of tri-tip that you can see here, called tri-tip because it looks like a triangle. It's got like a triangular sort of shape to it. But for our rub, we're going to do something super simple. Some ground black pepper, some paprika, granulated garlic, and a little bit of dried rosemary. Now we're going to mix this all together, and this can go in your pantry into a food-safe container. Save it up there for probably up to 6 months in your pantry, and use it when needed.
Can you use that same rub on other cuts of meat?
Absolutely. You can use it on any kind of steak, chicken, poultry, pork. It's delicious. It's just a really simple all-purpose rub. So then we're going to take our tri-tip. We're going to hit with a little bit of olive oil, whatever you have in your pantry, and then we're going to generously season it with this tri-tip rub, or really all-purpose kind of rub seasoning.
On both sides, right?
On both sides.
That's right.
On both sides. See, look, I love
Savannah
it.
knows now.
She's got a cooking show.
That's right.
All
You gonna eat both sides?
So from
Season
here,
both
if you have a smoker, this is the point we're gonna fire up our smoker to 250 degrees. I like to use cherry wood, but whatever kind of wood and whatever that sort of smoke flavor you like, by all means, have some fun with it.
And do you have to smoke it? Can
You don't. That's the great thing about this steak is you don't have to smoke it at all if you don't want to. It just adds that element of like that barbecue smoky flair and flavor to it, which really kind of makes that steak different and shine a little bit more. But you could also just take it and cook it completely on the grill if you want.
And you would do that at 252? There's a slow...
No, on the grill. So whenever we set up a grill, I love to do what's called zone cooking, where I'll have one side set to really hot heat for charring and marking, and then another side set to sort of medium. To
cook that center.
Exactly, to get that nice and low center cooked so you get a perfect eye. So
inside, Matt.
if you wanted to do it inside, you could absolutely take it and just roast it off in your oven. No problem. Like, that's the great thing about cooking is that everyone has a version of a recipe of what they can do, but the great thing is that as long as you're cooking it in that digital instant read thermometer you have, you're cooking it to the right temperature, you're gonna have a delicious cut of meat cooked
What's
perfectly
this?
every
What's
time.
this medium rare? What do you pull this at?
So for medium rare,
140 or-
no, for medium rare, I'll pull it around 135 and let
Knowing
it sort
it's
of
gonna still go up to
exactly. It's going to
140.
carry you over.
That's
cooked.
why that. All right, we got about a minute and a half.
All right,
left
so
here,
we're going to
let's
go quick.
keep
So
going.
in here we have our steak. It's been smoked to about 100 degrees. We're going to let it rest. Then we're going to mark it off on that grill. Get those beautiful char marks that are happening. And then for me, the perfect condiment to summertime meat is a chimichurri sauce.
I do that with flank and skirt a lot.
Oh yeah, it's the best. So we're just gonna take some parsley and chop it up. We're gonna add it to our mixing bowl. We have some mint, some more parsley.
I add cilantro with that too sometimes.
Absolutely, cilantro's great to it as well. We can add some shallots, garlic, chili flake, oregano. Put that all in the bowl. Red wine vinegar, lemon juice, olive oil. We'll mix that all together. Zest it with a little bit of lemon, and you
this
have
is so
a
good
perfect,
fresh, too.
Oh my God, it's the best thing ever.
And
then
then
we're
the
just gonna take
slicing.
the steak. And what I love about
You got a minute.
tri-tip
You're
is
good.
that the backside, for those of the people that would like the steak a little bit more cooked, just by the nature of the steak, that's my boy right there.
That's a happy plate.
Love it.
That
is a happy plate.
What's going on here? Home?
That's fantastic.
Are you not eating?
So the great thing about tri-tip is that since it's tapered off at the end, for the guests that are joining us and want their steak cooked a little bit more, they can have those sort of medium well pieces. And the people that want something a little bit more on the medium rare side, you go right to the middle and you get those beautiful pieces cut right there. Top it off with that bright, fresh, vibrant chimichurri sauce.
What do you think?
And it's just
Delicious.
steak. It's perfect.
You can
right?
do a chimichurri on chicken too.
It's fatty.
Yep. It's got a great,
But it's-
clean,
yeah, it's-
meaty flavor to it. That
melt in your
chimichurri,
mouth.
just get it, Craig. I love it.
Matt,
I
not
love
so
it.
much.
Welcome to Today All Day.
All day?
Today, all day.
All day.
This is a long way of asking who's your favorite character you've ever played. The unicorn.
The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things?
Yeah, you gave me the look. Sorry to disturb your day. Everyone's mad at you, Willie.
Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
When I see you, I always think, I wonder what his quote would be.
Give us 6 minutes and we'll ask as many questions as we can.
Welcome to Cold Cuts.
Cold cut, cold cut.
My buddy Cal cooking with me.
Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
What was the first book you remember loving?
Heart Smart Today with simple exercises to strengthen your heart.
Make the most of your beach days.
It's all about the tracksuit now. How good do they look?
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Kiss the bride.
This morning, a story of people helping people.
You've received tons of letters from people who have been inspired.
Let's do the weather out. Okay. All you gotta do is say, it's cold, it's warm, it's raining, it's snowing. That's it.
One of our most favorite franchises ever, Ambush Makeovers.
Okay.
Look at it. It doesn't look so good.
No, it doesn't look good.
Will you judge us in a cook-off?
I will, and you guys will definitely win something.
Today, all day.
All day?
All day.
Welcome to Today All Day. Can you believe this, Jeffrey, that your two young girls are authors at ages 13 and 11?
Yeah, I just want to say that picture of the cookbook is probably like a year ago, kind of. So they're like growing every day like apples. And yes, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. It's incredible. I'm blessed and I'm so proud of them.
Well, Madeline and Anna, what are your favorite things about cooking with your dad?
I love family time, and I just love cooking with you because it's so fun. I just love cooking.
Does he let you do things, or does he kind of take over and say, honey, like this, do it like that?
Yeah, it's sort of like, if I'm just in the kitchen, I can do it, but sometimes he has OCD in the kitchen.
Anna, what do you think about cooking with the big man?
It's really fun. He teaches me a lot of new tricks and tips with everything.
Well, okay, so we want to hear, you guys are making an apple crumble. Do y'all ever go to the orchards and pick apples?
Every
yes,
year.
all the time. We love it. And there are so many apples out there. And today we are going to use Cortland's to make an apple crumble. And it's very simple. This is a sort of a foolproof method. If you mess it up, the peeling or whatever it is, don't worry about it. So I'm just taking a Cortland apple. I'm going to show you how to peel it just top down like that. Very simple.
Top down.
And,
okay.
And if you want to do this ahead of time, what I recommend is you take a bowl of water and put some lemon in it and just drop the apples in that. That way it keeps it from browning. Very easy tip. And I'm going to show you that it doesn't matter if I leave a little on, it's fine. Another tip I like to show is how to core. Now, a lot of people take that core and dig and all that. That's way too much work. I just put it right on top end and go down like 3 or 4 times.
Yeah, just cut around it.
Just like that. And voila.
Boom.
Okay, that's done. Then
right.
I'm going to cut it in some slices and give it over to my girls, and they're going to show you the rest.
Okay.
Okay,
So
what's
this is
next,
like a
guys?
little moving factory we got going on here.
We like
Here
it.
you go. Here you go, Anna. Want to pass that down?
I'll put the rest. Okay, I think that's good. So I have some apples here, and I have buttered a baking pan. I'm gonna add some cinnamon, some sugar,
Of course.
and you're just gonna mix that up.
Yeah.
Try to not spill it everywhere.
And Madeline, could you use brown sugar if you'd prefer it for the crumble?
Yes, you could absolutely use brown sugar.
Okay, good to know.
Okay,
And
now what do you
then-
do?
I am going to pour it in, and I'm gonna fill about 3/4 of the way. I think that's good. Yeah.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
So now we're gonna start with our crumble. This is the topping of the apple crumble. So we have flour, dried oats, brown sugar, cinnamon, salt, and then this butter. You want to chill your butter before, so you can cut it into small cubes.
Yeah.
So I've already added everything in, and then you can just mix with your hands
with
like
your
that.
fingers, just crumble that up.
You have kids. This would be great for the kids.
Yeah, this could be something we could do.
By the way, it does look
Yeah.
foolproof. I mean, I'm pretty
is.
surprised that this is all we need. Okay, now what do you do, guys?
You want it to be sort of like a sandy consistency, and these butter pebbles. Of butter
Yeah.
pebbles are really good. You
Yes,
want
they
those.
are.
So we're just gonna add. Oh, this looks so good. I cannot wait to eat this.
Unlike a pie, this takes a lot less
Thank you.
work.
Now,
Unlike a pie.
Jeffrey, though, let's just settle one thing. Wouldn't you say that a crumble and a pie...
No, do not tilt the scales. Jeffrey, is a crumble the same thing as a pie?
I said, is a crumble related to a pie, like brothers and sisters?
You
like
know, I
fathers
think it's
and
its
daughters.
own. I think it has its own sort of strata, because what this is pretty much the same ingredients. You have flour and all that stuff.
Thank
you might
you.
have some more things, but this is much simpler. You don't have to roll it and toast it, and you just pop it in the oven. Watch, they're going to hand this to me, and like in about 4 minutes, we've done it. Right?
It's
a pie
That's
takes
it?
more time. So
4
350 degrees, 1 hour. Take it out. Let it cool a bit, because it's got to stop bubbling and get all nice and perfectly set.
Okay.
Sort of like lasagna. So look at that,
Let's
how
see, let's
delicious
see.
that is. So we're going to cut that
Gorgeous.
and go in deep and try.
Oh, girls.
Because it is apple season, and the big apple.
Yeah.
Ready,
Now
girls?
tell me, do you add a little ice
gotta-
cream?
you
Do
gotta
add
add
a little
ice
a la
cream.
mode to that, Madeline, Anna?
Yes. It's so you could always add anything you'd like to.
Yeah, even
Is
in
it
the
so
morning
good?
you could add ice cream.
Oh, so
go.
Oh, I wish we could have some.
Yeah,
This is sad. This is real sad, y'all.
All right, well, you've inspired
We'll be
us.
back soon.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
Girls, y'all are great. We wish you we can't wait till you can come to our studio
And cook with
talk
us.
about your book and cook with us. And Jeffrey, you can come too.
Yes.
Thank you.
know how fortunate I am to be joined by not one master chef, but two master chefs here in the kitchen. First, it's celebrity chef Jeffrey Zakarian. He's the host of the new Food Network show, Big Restaurant Bet. And of course, Savannah, who has her own cooking show called Don't Eat That.
No,
you will get
stop
sick.
it.
No, don't eat that unless you have Pepto.
I want you to support me on my cooking
Don't
journey,
eat
like
that.
like GZ does.
Yes,
Unless a bathroom is nearby.
Oh, stop
anyway,
it.
Jeffrey, we're so happy you're here.
Nice to be here.
Are you
Thanks.
happy to be among the midst of a chef?
I love the show, what you're doing, and it's really incredible because it's really hard to teach someone without getting in there and
I know, but the only way to learn is to actually
That's right.
do
Do you
it.
think she could could cook this?
Absolutely. You ready? We're going to
Yeah,
do
I'm
a
ready.
spring mushroom
Perfect. How do you-
pea pasta. Okay,
Careful.
so be careful with that knife first.
Pointing a knife at me.
Don't gesticulate with the
Okay.
knife. That's first thing. Okay, slice.
Slice.
I'm going to put some shallots in here with garlic. Okay, it's a very simple pasta, and I'm making it real time. What do I have first? Pasta is down in the water, and it's very salted. So when you want to salt pasta, the water should taste like the ocean. Remember, very good. Okay.
Okay, water
Add the
should taste. I'm
shallots.
going to move a little closer to
The
my
mushrooms
man,
are going in here.
Okay. Can I help you,
Yeah,
Jeffrey?
We put those in here. So our mushrooms, shallot, garlic, very simple. Let them soften. You don't have to be crazy. Just leave it there.
How's
Medium
my
heat.
slicing?
Fantastic.
Careful.
Savannah.
So you want to make sure that they're evenly sliced so they cook and they look like this.
Look how
So-
beautiful. I would eat that alone.
Okay, so we're going to add to this some white wine. Go. And a little bit of
Familiar with white wine?
pasta water.
Okay.
Not all of it, just a little bit. And why pasta water? Because pasta water has all the starch from the pasta. And guess what? It helps.
some
You
salt.
know that silky?
Yes.
That silky pasta you get at a restaurant, you don't know why is it so silky. It's
Yeah.
not like that. And that's why. So
Can
we're
I
going to
put this
reduce
in it?
Not quite yet because we don't want those to go brown. So these are peas. You could do frozen peas or fresh peas.
Okay.
If fresh, you could blanch them for a second. But honestly, take right out of the freezer.
why
It's
not?
fine.
Yeah.
You just put them in. Okay, we have our pasta right here, boiling salted water. This is the sauce, and people don't understand. So the pasta next to the sauce, and all we do is we take the tongs. We don't throw
Now, let me just guess, and I'm not a master chef, but this is al dente.
al dente to the bite. So it's about a minute away from being fully cooked, and we're going to put it in here and just finish it
How beautiful.
in here. And that's how you fit every pasta that you have in a restaurant that you like.
Is in the
This is
finishes
how it's
with the
done.
sauce.
Yes, it must. So you're
It
just going
finishes
to
in
give it a little
sauce.
toss. Can you do a little toss?
Yeah,
Be
give
careful.
it
Okay,
some,
that's
you
good.
know how to do it.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's beautiful. Okay.
Sorry, y'all.
Gosh.
It's all right. It's all right.
Oh, no. Sorry.
I'm going to fix it. Watch this. See this? I'm not going to take it off the pasta. Just like this. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm
Maybe
sorry.
you need a cooking
Then
show.
comes the peas. Then comes.
I didn't mean to make such a mess.
It's okay. A little cheese. A little cheese. And because it's a little dry, and we're missing some,
Yeah.
we're going to add a little bit more pasta water. Watch this. Just like this.
See,
All
you
right?
even spill a little, and
Just
you're
a
a
minute.
master chef.
And then at the very end,
little.
some chili. I love
my gosh,
chili.
this looks
Very
so good.
finely minced chili. And we're ready to go. We're going to add a little basil to it. All right? And you're going to come over here and taste.
Your knife skills are excellent.
Well, thank you so much. We're going to
chef.
chiffonade. That's what that's called. And
Oh.
there you have it. We are done. A beautiful spring pasta. Be careful. Spring
Okay, you
pasta.
try to flip it. Let's see you flip
It's
it.
hard.
And I want to see
You're
some
really,
air.
what you're doing
I
is you're
want to see
you're
some
really
air.
not flipping. You're really just folding. So you
fold.
just
No.
very small. Very small.
Okay, why are you giving her tips? Okay, go. Flip.
There you go. Much better. Excellent.
Wow.
Thank you.
All
I
right.
learned so much.
I'm
We have
actually
over
going to
here-
say that was great.
Come on, I'm going to make it rain some
Okay.
pecorino romano, and this
Here, would you like a bite?
Yeah, I would.
There you go.
Yum. That looks delicious. What kind of pasta do you use?
Fettuccine, a flat pasta, tagliatelle.
Okay.
Bon appetit.
Do you feel
Thank
like
you
you have
so
to make
much.
your pasta or no?
You don't. You can make it, but you really don't have to make the pasta.
Okay.
whatsoever.
Well, don't eat it. You have to read this tag.
For this recipe and more, go to today.com/food.
Back now, 8:50 with Today Food. And this morning, not one, but two easy weeknight recipes that you can make on a budget. We've got a classic ratatouille, and we also have a special technique for roasted chicken. Celebrity chef Jeffrey Zakarian here to show us how it's done. He, of course, is the host of the new Food Network show, Big Restaurant Bet. GZ, welcome back.
Thank you so much. Nice to be back.
Before we get into it, Chef, you've got to weigh into this debate here.
Uh-oh.
I don't know if you saw this tweet from Stephen King earlier.
Yeah.
Apparently, Stephen.
The Stephen King?
The Stephen King. He is taking
Renowned
salmon.
chef.
This is horrifying, Gigi. Get ready.
He's taking salmon, he's wrapping it in a paper towel and microwaving it for 3 minutes. What say you to that?
Absolutely.
What?
Yes. Why not? It's It's a really gentle way of cooking
Because it's
salmon.
a 1982 device?
No, it really works. I cook fish in a microwave all the time because you don't have to put any butter. It doesn't. You don't have to use
Is it
utensils.
I'm shocked.
I know.
No, it works.
blown.
Really
And it
works.
doesn't smell?
No, well,
it might, but
it is
Okay.
fish.
All right. Well, chef is apparently team
Very
Steve.
good. Vegetables too. Asparagus is great. Spinach is great in the microwave.
Yeah, it's fish is where I
All the
think we were-
nutrients stay. There's no water loss. You dump it in water, all the nutrients go in the water.
All right.
There you go.
Well, let's get into a more traditional way of food preparation.
Okay.
Here. So, spatchcock. We're gonna make What does that mean?
It's a fancy name for a flattened chicken.
Oh.
We're going to do it. So we take a regular chicken. I'm using gloves, so it's more sanitary. I'm just going to go down the back.
Yeah.
And that's the back of the chicken. And you can go either way. You can use a knife, but I've decided to use some kitchen shears.
Yeah.
Okay. And what I'm going to do, just like this.
Oh, wow.
Very easy.
That's it.
This is save for the stock, chicken
Okay.
stock. We don't throw anything away.
All right.
And then you just put it like this.
Oh, and oh, wow.
You hear that?
Wow.
I know, it's hard. I know, it's hard.
So what's the benefit of cooking chicken that way?
Well, it cooks in.
Speaking of a Stephen King horror.
You're worried about salmon in the microwave.
God.
I'm cracking chicken over here.
Jeez.
Okay, salt and pepper. Great question. Really, really easy because what happens is you get half the time. So a normal chicken like this would take about 45 to an hour. It's about a 3.5 pound bird.
Yeah.
You want to season with authority. You really have to. And it takes half the time. So for this to get up to 155, 160 eternal will be about 30 minutes, 35 minutes. Now, very important, hot cast iron pan. Skin side down. Okay? Now let's go over here. You can see what we're doing. We have this going. Beautiful. Now we're going to turn it over. And you want to help me with this? Be careful.
That's
Watch
right.
out. We got a jumper. Okay. And put the lemon. I like to put the lemon skin, flesh side right there.
Just put it in whole?
Yeah, and what happens, it gets nice and caramelized. You have a beautiful caramelized lemon. Let's stuff, there's no rules.
Okay.
If you have thyme and rosemary, fine.
Whatever
If
you
don't,
got, just throw it in
anything
there.
that's a hard herb, like, savory or sage or bay leaves or stuff like this, I love this. And then you just cook it till 165 very gently, okay?
What's the verdict over there?
It's so
delicious.
juicy. Incredible.
So moist.
Good, right?
So what's the relationship between like quality chicken and technique in which you cook chicken?
The relationship.
Oh, that is good.
Like, is this a fancy chicken that no one at home can get?
So you want to cook the chicken to 155, 160. If you can do that and use a digital thermometer, it's pretty hard to mess up a bird, okay?
That's good chicken.
It might cook a little longer, a little less, but you pretty much,
So that doesn't go in the
it's so
oven or
juicy.
anything?
Yeah, you can go in the oven or sit here, but I put it in the oven.
Let's
you ready?
get down to this ratatouille.
Let's cut it down like this, and there we go. There you have it. Okay, Ratatouille, one of my favorite movies, one of my favorite things
This
to
is a
do.
great film.
Okay, so basically this is great with vegetables that aren't at their prime. They're a little over. And I got this from my mom and from when I worked in France. They don't throw away anything. And if you have a
You
couple
mean
of...
they're not in season, or you
They're
mean
in
they're
season,
gone
but they might be a
stale
little
or whatever?
wilted or like,
Yeah,
not
yeah.
stale,
Okay.
but a little wilted, not
Cook
their
it anyway.
best. This is a great relation. This is a great vegetarian dish. So we're taking eggplant, pepper, zucchini, onion. And what I like to do is heat them in a cast iron pan separately. Why separately? Because when you put them all together, it's mush. So what we do is we season it. We don't season, we just put them in there. And then we sear them off separately.
So you cook each vegetable.
Yeah, put it in the same pan, and then we sear the eggplant, the onion, the pepper, and here we have all of them right now, all together, already seared. And we're going to just add our last ingredients. And this is such a fantastic dish. Onions.
Onions. Oh.
Pepper.
Peppers.
Yeah. As they say in my town, Boston, garlic. Garlic. Okay, stir that around. Thyme, bay leaf, tomatoes. Now, a lot of people would put stock or water in this.
You don't do that?
No. You're going to see it looks dry,
Yeah.
but once you bake it, all the water and the vegetable, which are mostly, vegetables are mostly water, comes out, and look what you have. This gorgeous.
How long do you bake it?
This is about an hour.
About an hour?
Hour and 10 minutes, but you want it to look kind of like it's a little over. And I like to serve this room temperature to warm. And when you grate this, you can put some Parmesan cheese on it. Let me make it rain for you.
I love it. I love it when they
And
rain.
maybe a little olive oil.
Thank you, sir.
A
Chef, thank you.
fantastic dish.
Jeffrey,
really
thank you for this recipe and more. It's today.com/food. Stick around. Jeffrey's going to be back in the fourth hour with a healthy and hearty pasta dish.
Pasta.
Thumbs up?
Thumbs
up.
Thumbs up.
Oh, thank you.
know the saying, chicken soup is good for the soul, especially in the cold months.
And someone who loves chicken soup so much he makes it for his family all the time is celebrity chef Jeffrey Zakarian. He's the co-host of the Food Network's The Kitchen. Right now he's in his kitchen. He's at home in Florida. Hey, Jeffrey.
Hi, I'm sorry I'm in Florida. It's 50 here, but I know it's really cold there.
You know, that's
we
just
didn't
cruel.
know you lived in Florida, and now we're kind of angry at
And
your
jealous.
tan. Look at your tan.
No, I'm tan all the time. You know that. Anyways, everybody loves a good chicken soup, and what I'm doing here is I'm going to do a mashup, right? I'm doing a chicken noodle ramen mashup. And the reason why I like it is you talk about healthy eating, New Year, really delicious, but also yummy. I mean, food has to be yummy. I don't know about you guys, but if it's not yummy, I don't want it. But look at this. Look at all these gorgeous vegetables. That's right from the market.
Beautiful.
There's nothing fancy here. Carrots, parsnips, some onions, some leeks, some great herbs and ginger. And it's very simple. So let's start with our vegetables, okay? So we're going to make sure our vegetables are cut evenly. Why? Because they cook evenly. Really important.
Oh,
but a
all
soup
the same size. That makes sense.
all the same size. A soup is so easy. Just follow these techniques and you're going to be very, very happy. And the addition to making this soup is you get leftover stock that you can freeze. Okay, we're going to take our celery, our carrots. We're going to just cut them on the bias like this, very simply. And it's very easy once they're lined up together to make sure they're the same size. Really easy. So we've taken our leek and make sure you cut it open and you wash it because there is dirt in there. And just follow the same methodology. Just a nice, probably this is 1/4 inch. I'm just guessing 1/4 inch. But everything's going to be ready at the same time. So it shouldn't take that long to cook a proper soup. The stock takes the most time. It's like cooking the chicken takes about like an hour. Now, parsnips. I love parsnips, guys, because they have a sweetness that is just remarkable.
crispy.
So,
Hey,
crispy and
Jeffrey,
yummy.
why leeks instead of like another kind of onion?
Here's a tip. Leeks have less sulfur than onion, so your stock stays lighter. It doesn't darken. You know, sometimes it turns really brown, and I use leeks. It's a little secret of a chef. All right. So are you ready for the big deal?
Yes, let's cook
a chicken.
Yes, sir.
Very easy. We have our veggies. We're going to go over my beautiful wife is holding the camera. She's the camera person today. So we have a pot, a very big pot, and we're going to put it on high. And we're using a 4-pound chicken, just like this. Use a tongs so you don't have to touch the chicken. And just put that right in there. All right? And then, another secret, guys, chicken wings.
Oh.
Tons of gelatin and tons of meat. There's tons of meat on chicken wings. We're going to put those in.
Okay, sorry. You had us until you said the word gelatin.
For a second. What does that mean?
Gelatin.
Gelatin. Gelatin is that stuff, that umami you taste when you smell soup that your mom's cooking or your grandmother cooked. And the schmaltz is the chicken fat. So all that together is loaded in those chicken wings. And then chicken stock. Now, you just cover this. Notice no water, no salt, no pepper, nothing at all, just chicken stock. You could use water, but I like to get it up just a bit, just jab it a bit. And I put a touch of white wine vinegar or wine. You don't have to, just a little acid. Now, we're going to let that chicken go for about an hour. Once it comes out, we're going to put it on a rack, let it cool, and then we're going to take all the delicious chicken off.
Peel it off.
So,
Do you take the bones out? Or you,
I take the bones out, everything, and then we have our beautiful stock. And remember those veggies we cut perfectly?
Yes.
I know you know how to do that now.
Yes.
All right. We're just going to slide that in there, and magic. A couple of peas. You take frozen peas. I think this is going to probably take 10 minutes. You have all the flavor there. The miso is really special. The miso is soybean paste. It gives a little saltiness. It's really, really delicious.
Where's the ramen?
The ramen. Where's the ramen? It's coming. All right. So remember, we have our soup. Our beautiful vegetables are in there. And can you get in there, Margaret, and take a look at that? How gorgeous that looks.
Margaret.
Oh.
Yeah, good shot.
Are you ready?
Okay, we need the ramen though, because we came for the ramen.
Yes.
You came for the ramen. So we're going to take a big bowl. I like to serve this in giant bowls. I have our pre-cooked ramen. This is beautiful whole wheat ramen. I just put that in the bottom.
Where do you buy whole wheat ramen? Anywhere?
There's tons of it. Tons of it. You can use regular, but I like the whole wheat, right?
Yeah, it's
and then
better for you.
Now we're going to have some fun. Now we're doing the mashup part, right? We're going to pour this glorious, healthy, gorgeous soup on top.
Look at that. Yum.
Oh, ramen.
Takes me back to my college days. Yep.
Right, and then some chicken. Now I choose to put the chicken on just like this. I don't put the chicken in the stock because I don't want it to get overcooked. And a lot of people store their chicken in the stock. And what happens, it gets overcooked. And now the secret. Now we have fun. Now we have our scallions. It's going to be like we're making a pho.
Dress it up.
We're going to put some beautiful pea shoots, some scallions, some bamboo shoots. Have fun here. I'm using whatever I found at the farmer's market or at the grocery market. Some radishes.
Ooh.
Oh,
ginger.
Jeffrey,
Thank you.
We got to
Ginger, the
roll,
best.
Jeffrey. It looks so yummy.
It really does.
You did great. Thank you, Jeffrey.
Bon appetit.
Thank you, Margaret. Tell your daughters hey. All right.
All right, guys. For this recipe,
Bye.
head to today.com/food.
You're still thinking about what to make for lunch today, you're going to want to see what chef and author Jeffrey Zakarian's got.
And this dish is one and done. And even better, it'll make use of all those veggies that you bought that you didn't use that are just sitting in the refrigerator.
Okay. Hi, Jeffrey.
Hi, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Okay, before we get to this delicious dish,
Yes.
which I'm into.
Yes.
Our whole producing team, including our executive producer, Joanne, cannot stop staring at your Instagram, and evidently it's going viral.
Hey.
What are you doing here?
Which Instagram?
This, right here.
You working out, putting us to shame.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you know, I try to do that every Wednesday. I work out every day, but I try to do that every Wednesday. I did it as a joke first. People said, why don't you just post that? It'd be fun. And I did it. Now it's you know, look what happens, right? Stuff you don't plan on, like the pandemic happens and life changes. And so that was life-changing, just like the pandemic.
I mean,
oh my God.
Honestly, most of us just gained the COVID-19, so the fact that you
Speak for yourself, 25 here.
The fact that you put those abs to work is helpful because you're cooking up something really delicious today.
And we're two Southern girls.
Yeah.
We're ready to eat.
We sure are. Okay, what are you cooking?
This couldn't be easier. This is a Manhattan corn chowder. So chowder's great, but you know, it is summer. This is a hot or cold dish. It's fantastic. It's gluten-free, and you can make it dairy-free. Have a little butter. You can take the butter out, olive oil. It's very simple, so yummy and so delicious. I like to call it a one-pot wonder. Come over here. I'm going to show you.
Oh, I like
very
that.
simple. I am just in a pot, any kind of pot. You don't have to have a fancy pot. I put carrots, onions, leeks, celery, a little chili pepper, and garlic. I'm sweating it. Now, this is the base for any soup in the world. Gumbo, chowder, chicken noodle, whatever you want. Then all I do to that, very simple, is I'm going to add some tomato paste, some fresh thyme. You can use whatever herb you like. Some a little bit of canned tomato that's pureed.
Ooh, yes.
And then very simply stock. Now I like to use vegetable stock. I find it very sort of neutral in flavor.
Yeah.
But you can use water. Yes, you can use water. And during the pandemic, I cooked most things with water because I didn't want to have to keep running out and getting stock. All right. So then you just add your potatoes.
Wow.
And 25 minutes until the potatoes are cooked, and then add the corn at the very end, about 5 minutes, because you want that bite on the corn. And summer corn is coming. You can feel it. You can see it. Yeah. It's not quite there, but you can use any corn. A great tip when you're using store-bought corn, make a soup, because it doesn't matter. The soup turns the corn into magic.
Is that frozen? Is that frozen corn, or where'd you get that
No,
corn?
that's just corn I took out of a cob. I bought it at the supermarket, completely peeled and shucked and wrapped, and it's fine. So I'm going to let this cook for about 35, 40 minutes total.
Jeffrey, I have a question for you.
Look at this.
I like my chowders a little creamier. What would I add to it that would give me that white, creamy looking moment?
Absolutely. So this is a Manhattan chowder. We've substituted cream with tomato. So you simply take out the tomato, put the cream in it, and boom,
you're happier.
you're at your happy place.
He's from the South, so he wants a little cream, you know?
No problem. I love cream too, but this is summer's coming, and we want our abs to look, kind of okay, right?
Oh, for sure. And you know what I love about this? It seems like one of those recipes that you can freeze and save for later.
Yes.
Absolutely. And plus, I serve this with my fried chickpea salad, some toasted garlic bread. It's a meal. It's a soup meal, and people kind of forget about real hearty soups can be still healthy. Gluten-free, dairy-free if you want. Just take the butter out, and you have like everything in here. And with a salad, you have a perfect composed meal.
And by the way, so easy to cook for company, easy to cook for kids, easy to cook for anybody.
Anybody.
So, Jeffrey, is there anything in the kitchen that you cannot live without?
Anything in the kitchen I can't live without. Probably. That's a really tough question.
Come on, anything. He thinks your actual kitchen looks good.
Yes.
Well, the kitchen is something that's really fundamental. You need fundamental good equipment. So I always tell people, buy less, spend more. And you'll spend the same as you get all those other gadgets. So buy the best, just don't buy a lot. So definitely like cast iron, anything Le Creuset, anything Dutch oven-ish works. I love to have very, very good pans, but I don't have a ton of stuff because where are you going to put it all? So I always say, spend more, buy less, and you'll spend the same.
I think that's such a good idea because also there's half the stuff that stays in the back of the cabinet and you never even use it.
It's so
Absolutely.
true. It's so true.
All right.
Absolutely.
Well, Jeffrey, happy summer. Sending you so much love.
Can't wait to try that, Jeffrey.
Okay, to get this
Thank
recipe.
you so much.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Tell your girls hi.
Cheers.
To get this recipe, head to today.com/food.
With over 750,000 subscribers, Stephanie and Cloud Ramos are online hits, whether they're cooking up recipes in the kitchen or on the road reviewing the best food in Texas. Fans cannot wait to see what the Ramos sisters are up to.
That's right, and we can't wait to get a look at the festive dish they're cooking up for us this morning. Stephanie and Cloud, good morning to you. Happy Cinco de Mayo. And what are you cooking up for us today?
Good morning. Good morning. Today we're going to be cooking some skirt steak tacos for you, and we're going to get started with a big bowl. You're going to need one so we can get some good marinade going. You're going to need some lemon juice. Yeah. Oil. Keep it nice and moist in there. Soy sauce, and we have plenty of spices that are going to satisfy just about everybody. We have some ground cumin, paprika. Ooh, we left some paprika behind.
Yeah.
Make sure you get it all in the bowl.
Paprika left behind.
That's the marinade
some
for
chili
the steak?
powder.
Okay.
This is our marinade, yes.
Okay.
We're going to add some black pepper. For those of you that like sugar, you're going to love this.
Okay.
And some ground ginger. We're also going to be using some chicken bouillon, but you can use whatever you're comfortable for a soup base, something like that will always work. Mix that around.
Ooh, that cumin did make the difference in this.
You
it
can
smells
smell.
like you're grilling outside. I like
And
that.
that's where the flavor is going to pull through, whether you're grilling outside or in your home. This is just going to be magic.
And how long
So go
do you
ahead and
marinate
take
that?
You're going to be excited about this.
Okay.
You can do 1 hour or overnight for best flavor. So either way, the flavor pulls through with these seasonings.
Can I tell you, I've done it for 30 minutes and it works just fine.
Speaking our language.
I love
it's true.
I love that you're using skirt steak. It's one of my favorites. But my question is, do you cut all the fat off the skirt steak or do you leave it on?
You know, I'm very lucky where I purchase my skirt steak. They tend to cut most of the fat off and just leave a little bit to give that flavor that you need to keep it nice and juicy. So make sure you trim some of that off.
That's a good question. During winter, keep the fat. You know, we need the extra pounds.
We do.
I tend to leave it on.
Hibernation. Yes. So go ahead and coat your skirt steak. And Cloud, do you want to take over that lovely grill you have there?
I got it.
All right,
All
Seth.
right. I'm going to heat up some, if you want to.
All right. Well, let's
Go ahead.
Let's scoot it over.
So just practicing our virtual wedding dances, okay?
Yeah.
Oh, you hear that sizzle? Engage in your food,
Nice sear.
smell that aroma, and if it's a little too spicy, go ahead and give it a little toss. But this is very mild.
How long
Very
you-
mild, full of flavor.
How long are you going to cook that steak?
It's going to depend on what you like, but today what we're going to do, we're going to cook it for about 3 to 4 minutes on each side, but only flip it one time to keep the nice, juicy tenderness, okay? So while this continues to cook over here, we have something really specially plated for you guys so you can see their tacos right here. We have it grilled for you.
Let's see.
Are you doing flour
I
or
hear
corn
the
tortillas?
Oh my gosh, what an excellent question. Our roots are from the state of Sonora, so we generally do flour, but today we are so lucky.
Can't see.
Carson,
we have our tacos waiting for you right here.
I can't see.
Head on over.
Wait, hold on. Go ahead, though, Cloud. You said, so you're going to go normally flour, but corn on this?
We're going to do corn on this because we got our hands on some freshly made tortillas this morning. They were delivered yesterday. And so how many tacos do you normally eat, Carson? So I know how many tortillas could be up for you.
That is a thing of beauty. Ladies, thank you so much. The full recipes for the Ramos Sisters tacos and more at today.com/food.
Okay, one way to teach kids about the importance of traditions and culture is through family recipes, and that's exactly what our friend Marcela Valladolid is doing in her debut children's cookbook.
What is it called? Tell me what it's called.
Cocinando on Cook Street.
I love it. It's a collection of Mi Familia's recipes. Yes. And today she's making one of those recipes in the book. Marcella, we're so happy to have you in person.
Yes.
So welcome in.
Yes.
And this is really a book for your daughter, is that right?
It really is. She always used to make me read cookbooks to her at night, but she's not in school yet, which means we only speak Spanish at home with the kids until they go to school. So I would be translating in real time, and I was like, I need to write a book for her that's written in English and Spanish.
Oh my God,
So
you're incredible.
Here we are.
So we're starting with some flautas.
Yes, it's Hispanic Heritage Month, which is kind of weird for me because I celebrate Hispanic heritage like every day of my life.
Yes.
But thank you for the invitation.
Well, also thank you for coming to cook. This is delicious.
Absolutely. So flautas, and this book is about all those little tips, right? So flautas are rolled up taquitos, and people usually don't know like the simple tips, like if you warm up a tortilla, it's much easier for you to roll it up without it breaking, so you can microwave.
That makes sense, right?
It's just so easy.
And that's just shredded chicken?
It's just shredded chicken that you can get from the rotisserie chicken from the market if you don't want to boil it yourself. Like, make your life easy.
And you don't need to put anything on it to make it stick. You just kind of...
You don't. And the trick with flautas is if you're not an experienced flauta maker, like the women in Mexico, they don't need to do the toothpick thing. They figure it out. God knows how they make it stick, but it's thick. But if you're not a professional flauta maker, you use the toothpicks.
And you can fry the toothpicks?
Oh, absolutely. You just have to make sure. Yeah, that's really hot oil. But there you go. And you just leave those in there for a couple of minutes, and maybe we'll take them out so we don't burn your studio.
Okay, I have a crazy question.
Yeah.
Can you air fry flautas?
Absolutely, 100%. So my idea would be you brush it with a little bit of oil, throw it in the air fryer, and that's it.
Wait, I am going to try to air fry a flauta tonight.
You can. You can. I'll tell you what you can do. You can bake or air fry tortilla chips too, but we'll get there in a second.
Okay.
You're going to love it.
So now we make the rest.
So another thing about the book is introducing folks and kids to like the traditional stuff, but not too spicy. A pico de gallo salsa or salsa bandera because it has the colors of the flag. You've got some tomatoes that are seeded, some onion, cilantro for sure, jalapeno, and you can measure like...
But do you do the jalapenos without seeds?
You do it without the seed. The spice is actually in the vein, not so much the seed. Yeah, so you take out the vein, and if you don't like spice, just do a little sprinkle of jalapeno. My mom's trick, oil in the salsa.
Oil
and
lemon?
And lemon,
Salt
and a little salt and pepper, and that's it, and you've got your beautiful salsa.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, and then to
look
dress
how
them up,
crunchy. Yum.
another great one for my mom, always dress the lettuce. A little oil, a little vinegar, brings out all of the flavor, and then you just dress it, and then go Mexican with like a big, huge, you know,
salad on top almost.
The whole thing, and you've got some beautiful ones here. Here's some flautas. I'll dress these.
And what do you add on top? Cajita cheese?
Yeah, so dress lettuce, like that's one of the things I teach in my cooking class. Always dress the lettuce in these Mexican antojitos, a little cotija cheese and Mexican crema, because why not? Because it's so delicious. Come on over, bring your flautas, ladies.
It's so crunchy and yummy.
Okay, and you were having like a heart attack because we baked the chips, which I love.
It's a brilliant idea.
Yeah, absolutely. So here's the thing: tortilla chips are awesome, but if you bake them, you might be like a little more willing to put them on the dinner table,
it's
right?
It's good for your kids.
And here's what's great about this recipe: like you brush them with oil and you bake them.
What is this?
It's a corn tortilla.
You
Has
take
to
a
be
tortilla
corn.
and cut it up.
Yeah, you cut it up. You can cut it up into stars. You can use cookie cutters. You can have so much fun with
that's
this.
so cute.
So much fun. I do it for Christmas and do Christmas shapes and make like a tortilla chip Christmas tree. But anyway, that's a different.
I love you.
That's a different segment.
What is that spice you're putting on?
Anything you want. I'm using chili lime powder, a little bit of thyme, a little bit of rosemary. And that's the thing about homemade chips. You can season them with whatever you want.
And
so simple.
So they're brushed with oil, seasoned, and then you put them in the oven?
350, 15, 20 minutes until they're nice and crisp. You want to make sure they're dried out. Nobody likes soggy tortilla chips.
Now you're going to make us a little guac.
Simplest thing in the world. All of these recipes come from my mom, which is what's so special about the book. The secret ingredient to guac is distilled white vinegar.
What?
That's why you guys were eating it and you were like, oh my God.
What? I've never heard that.
It's how my mom used to make it when I was a kid.
And is that lime?
Yeah, and then you just mash it in salt, and that's
vinegar.
all you need for a good
What about
guacamole.
what about cilantro? No.
You can, but I'm a
that's not
purist
your-
when it comes to guacamole.
And you don't put
especially.
tomatoes,
I'm
which is
coming down
interesting.
here.
You
Yeah,
can.
this
You certainly
business.
can. You can find like pomegranate seeds, mango,
Yeah.
anything around across Mexico.
by the
Like
way-
people are getting adventurous, but for me, guacamole is just this with some baked chips that are seasoned, and that's it.
This is amazing.
So good, right?
We love these.
Marcella.
We're going to try. So, if you want these recipes, all you have to do is go to today.com/food. And Marcella, everybody check out her book. It's her children's cookbook. It's for all of our kids at today.com/books.
The last time she was on, remember her daughter?
The Naked Barbie.
Naked Barbie.
We remember.
We won't
Hola,
forget
Ana.
it.
Hola, David. Hola,
All right.
Pau.
Random Rocks. That's what we see here in New York City. Jenna is back outside. You know what? The gods, they just said, let's let the rain stop. It's time for some Texas food. What do you have, Jenna?
There is such good food in Texas. It smells amazing. I'm here with Matt Lowry and Corey Cook, the owners of LJ's Barbecue. It's where all the locals go. I told Wanda, and she was like, what? You get to eat this barbecue? Morning, guys. They stood out here in the rain, and they protected the beef.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so we're going to make one of my favorite Texas dishes, which is queso, but y'all have a little extra spin on it.
Exactly. It's Texas, so let's put some brisket on it. Why not?
Okay, so show us what we do. What do you put in your queso?
We got a 2-cheese queso. It's white American and pepper jack cheese. Add a little bit of half and half and some cream of chicken just to keep it thick. And it takes about an hour and a half for it to all melt down properly. And then we'll chop up some beef and throw it on top.
Okay. Wow.
Can't go wrong with just add brisket, huh?
Y'all must know that I like queso and with a little brisket on top, delicious.
We heard.
Okay, you guys have a really famous sandwich at your restaurant. Tell me about it.
Yeah, it's we call it the Big Dog. It's just sausage, brisket, loaded up with pickles and onions. All the regulars know I'll know to get it. So we'll go ahead and make that real quick.
Okay. So your special sauce is mustard. You told us that earlier in the show.
Well, to bind the rub to the brisket, yeah, we throw mustard on there. It's a common trick a lot of guys use, and it works really well, and adds a little bit of flavor too.
And this is our jalapeno cheese sausage.
Jalapeno cheese sausage.
It's the best one.
Oh my gosh, you had me at
some pickles and some onions on there, Corey.
Wow.
We are good to go.
That is amazing. That really is a big dog.
Yes, ma'am.
So what is your favorite part of your restaurant? I see some banana pudding, some cobbler, some mac and cheese, collard greens.
I'm a meat guy, so the meat's my favorite. I'm kind of in charge of that. But everything is delicious. Everything's homemade in our restaurant except the bread and the tortillas. Everybody asks, is everything homemade? Yep, always homemade. But
we like it all, so we try to put our best in everything we make.
Well, I'm gonna try the big dog right here, but I'm kind of scared about what this is gonna look like. In fact, I might have to try it when we go to commercial break. If people are having breakfast, they might be overwhelmed.
Well, we're going to get a tray cut for you, and then that way, you can get a little sample of everything that we have out here for you
I
today.
have to say, I've already tried it. This mac and cheese Hoda.
Yeah, give it. How is it?
Never had anything like it.
Oh my God, I want that.
Never had anything like it.
Can you cook that stuff if you don't have a smoker? What are you supposed to do if you don't have a smoker?
Yeah, so what do you guys, Hoda wants to know, when you don't have a smoker, how do you cook these meats?
You don't. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough, but your best bet would maybe try a charcoal grill might work.
Yeah, you can kind of get a deflector plate and some of the Weber kettle grills and stuff. We use an offset smoker, which is just nothing but smoke. There's no direct heat ever going on the meat. And so, the briskets that we have here today, they smoked for about 12 hours. And
they're delicious. And by the way, this banana pudding, really good. Hoda, I'm bringing you back some food.
Shout out to my mom.
Send it back.
We love you.
This is your mom's recipe.
That was awesome.
I love you.
We'll be back right after this.
Joining us this morning, Jocelyn Delk Adams, founder of Grandbaby Cakes, also the author of Everyday Grand, which, oh, by the way, is available for pre-order as we speak.
Sure is.
And Jocelyn is here to share her spin on a classic and easy weeknight dish, the casserole. And to cook along with us, all you have to do is scan that QR code to order the ingredients. With just one click, you select add ingredients to cart, and then you schedule a pickup or delivery. It's that easy, almost as easy as making the dish itself.
Yep.
Welcome back.
And you're going to help me.
I am going to help this morning.
So tortilla chip casserole could not be easier. You can get the
Tortilla
kids
chip
involved. You can even do this, okay? Because I know you can be. I know you can be cooking challenged. So we're gonna get this together. So to start, I'm gonna show you how we're gonna dice up these like bell pepper, right? You're gonna get these strips, just kind of get them together really easily, and then just go down to create like these small little dices, right? Really easy. Just gather them all up, and that's all you
Even
gotta
I
do.
can do that, Josh.
Yeah, you can do that. You can do that.
Yeah.
See, you're winning already. So we're gonna start on our meat mixture. I've got some ground beef here. Gonna add this to some olive oil. You hear that nice sizzle?
And I assume you could easily swap that out with turkey or
Yep, you can
even
use
ground
turkey,
chicken.
even ground chicken. Yep, whatever you got is fine. And then I'm gonna add in our bell pepper here. And then can you add in that diced onion and some garlic for me?
So that's it. That's pretty simple so far.
So yeah, you're gonna start cooking this down. You're gonna brown it.
How much garlic is that?
I mean, hey, I love garlic.
Okay.
All right, add it in. All right,
yes, ma'am.
add as much as you want in there, and then this is when we get into the flavors. Like we're gonna add in 2 salsas. So if you have Taco Tuesday tonight, of course, you might have some leftover salsas. Add in the red and the green. That's gonna give us ample flavor
like
here.
The chunky one, Jocelyn?
Yeah,
Not
you
like
can grab the
the
chunky for that texture.
You
It's
take
so
your
good.
salsa seriously out there.
I do. Can't play around with salsa, right? We're gonna add in this salsa, and then we're gonna add in some taco seasoning.
So just store-bought taco seasoning?
Store-bought, get it in the little packet, and just toss it all together with some chicken stock.
Chicken. So what's the word, Al? It's very good.
Oh, yummy, right?
Yummy.
Oh my gosh. So you're gonna cook this together. This is our swap.
This
Hello, the
turns
magic
into
of
that.
TV.
Okay.
Yep, looks really good. You're gonna let that kind of thicken up into this, and then we're gonna start adding in our additional texture. We've got
Is that cream of mushroom?
It is.
Oh, I love that.
I know. It
It's the
makes it
secret
so
ingredient
creamy.
for everything.
You
I
can
love
throw it into
that.
everything. We
Cream of
throw it
mushroom
into
soup?
everything at my home. Everything.
Cream of mushroom soup?
soup?
Just
Oh, yeah.
throw it into everything. It makes everything so much better.
Why do you like it so much? What
So it's so creamy. It adds so much richness along with like the sour cream in this. It really
Umami.
makes that texture so great. Yeah. And I love anything with mushroom too. We're gonna add in some black beans too. Grab that, add that in, and of course the sour cream I was talking about. Throw that in too for that extra richness and that tang. And
This
then we're
looks
gonna
like
add
just
in
a
some
Mexican cheese blend?
Yep, get that in there.
All right.
And we're gonna stir that together.
Okay. Oh, there's a nice-
And then this is when you get the kids involved, or you can get rid of like your morning aggression. I'm gonna have you like, just go for it. And
yeah.
just, get that
Get
out.
the kids. This is
Get
my
the,
job.
I know. He's like, I'm taking that over. Right. You're gonna crunch
Oh, so
that
this
together.
is cool. This goes in the pan.
Goes in.
And then you build it.
Yeah, and then you just start building it. And this is where we get into our casserole. It's almost like a lasagna. You're gonna just layer it up.
Oh.
Oh,
The bottom layer is Doritos or whatever your corn chip is?
Yeah.
Okay. I
You
bet
can
could
use
do
the cheesy ones. You can
Fritos.
Fritos, like
The
whatever
flaming
your
hot.
faves are, the flaming hot, get
I
some
like
spice
that.
in there, like whatever you love, like you can really adapt this and make this into whatever you like.
It's almost like a layered dip.
Yeah, it is. And like you bake it off and you get all those textures, you get the crunch,
Oh,
you
it's
get
so
that
yummy.
creaminess.
How long do you bake it?
About 30 minutes.
Okay.
And then you're gonna add some cheese on top. Don't add the cheese at the beginning and put the foil over it because it'll stick to the foil.
Okay.
Yeah. So do it,
My
take
kids
the
would love
foil
this.
off, and then just add the cheese and then let it get all
At the end,
bubbly.
okay.
And then it comes
It's
out
so
I'm gonna
good.
taste it.
Yeah,
Tell
oh
us
my
about
God.
this new cookbook.
I'm like, oh my gosh, it's called Everyday Grand,
Yeah.
and it's all about just loving and enjoying every single moment of life. Like, I wanted to just make a book that just made everyone happy, right? Finding so much joy and just beyond just holidays. Like, you got a good hair day, celebrate.
Celebrate.
Got something
The book
for-
is
hey,
terrific. Ooh, that's good.
Thank you. Al endorsed it. I was so grateful to him. I mean, like, hey, you changed a tire, celebrate.
That's good. Your 4-year-old's gonna love this.
Yeah, she loves it.
It's so good.
Thank you.
Jocelyn, thank you again.
There are a few things that bring life so much joy as tacos and margaritas, or in my case, a mocktail. So here were some great ideas for celebrating Cinco de Mayo this weekend. Author of the new cookbook called Fiestas, Marcela Valladolid. I know, I had a little accent.
That's so beautiful with my name.
Thank you, Marcela. So no pressure. We're going to cook with my mom, and her only recipe is tacos.
Listen, I didn't know I was going to cook with the First Lady today. I'm a little bit nervous. If I mess something up, I didn't know this was happening, so I'm sorry. I apologize in advance.
So you're from Mexico.
I am. Where no one ever celebrated Cinco de Mayo.
Well, of course, it's kind of an Americanized holiday, right?
100%. It's like I'm on a tour telling people that we've never celebrated in Mexico, but we love that you love margaritas.
In Texas, we really
We
celebrate
do
Cinco de
celebrate
Mayo.
it. So what are we making? Let's start with this is a vegetarian taco,
It
right?
is. I love to do a ton of vegetarian food, and my kids love it as well. And this is a kid favorite, so anything that kids get excited about, I get excited about. So
Okay,
this
cool.
is basically we're making a tortilla out of zucchini. So you're just going to take that cheese and throw it in there.
Mom, you want to
and
put the
this is
eggs
shredded
in? Sure.
zucchini. Super important that you wring it out. You have to get rid of all the moisture, otherwise it's just super soggy and it won't turn into tortilla.
Ready for the eggs?
Yes, eggs, and that's what's going to bind it together. And just some seasonings: garlic powder, salt and pepper. You can add chipotle powder, a little bit of oregano, whatever
whatever spices you favor, you can add that.
And
So
the
you just
kids
mix
go
that.
for the kids go for the tortilla made out of zucchini.
Totally. I think adding the seasonings and making it nice and savory, and if you add cheese in the filling or mushrooms and anything that they like, shredded chicken, they love that.
So if the kids go for it, what about Meredith Vieira?
Can I
Do you
start
like it?
Well, I don't know. We're going to have to ask her. If you don't like it, just please pretend that you do. Of course. Thank you. So you take a scoop of this, super easy, and then you're just going to gently pat it out. We have one here. Maybe you could use a little bit more. You can make it mini for the kids. They would love that too. So you just pat it out, you bake it 350 for about 20 minutes, and you're set.
So this is all like a meatless Monday.
Totally. It's absolutely meatless Monday. And you can add shredded chicken if there's somebody in the family that's like, I need some meat.
Even though it's a Friday.
Yes. Right. So you've got sweet potatoes, garlic, a little bit of chili powder. I favor chipotle. If you don't have any powders, just take a spice grinder and throw a dried chile in there, and it's a great solution for getting dried chili.
Sweet potatoes too have like that kind of meaty texture.
They do.
Right.
They're very filling, right? So it's a great part of your dinner. So we've got all the accoutrements here for the traditional taco. I love that.
Yeah, I have to take over
Mrs. Bush
here.
is cooking my food, and I'm very excited. I'm sorry.
No, we like that you're excited. And by the way, my mom likes vegetarian food, so it feels like
I think you love this if you choose to
it
make it.
feels
at
like
home.
you
I will
picked
be
the
honored.
perfect recipe for her.
Okay, so then you take those sweet potatoes, and we mix those with a little bit of kale. We just add those here. We know how that wilts. It looks like a lot, but it's going to end up getting wilted.
Yeah.
Season to taste with salt and pepper. Add more of the chili if you like.
You know what I love too is it's a taco bar, which is so fun for kids.
Yes.
To make their tacos perfect.
Add that guy there.
You know what?
All the seasonings.
Let's
Are we walking?
taste.
Are
We're going to
are we
walk,
tasting?
but we also want to taste.
Okay.
Okay. Do you like it?
Yeah, it's
Mom, do you want some?
Sure, thanks.
Okay.
Wow, doesn't it
Doesn't
look
it look
delish?
good? Okay, we'll have a little bite.
I'm a little nervous. Good?
Very good.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
She's going to like it. Wrap it up for our lunch. Don't zoom in on that. Let's go back here, Mom, for our mocktail.
Okay, I will hold your plate. I will hold your plate.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. We'll put
Isn't
it
that
over here.
good?
Very good.
Here, we'll put that over here.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so
Really good.
Mocktail.
Yes, dragon fruit, a pitaya. I grew up with a pitaya agua fresca in my fridge every day of my life. Super simple, and you can always cut these open, and you don't know if you're going to get white or this beautiful fuchsia color.
Okay.
So it's kind of like you hope you get this color because it makes a beautiful drink.
Yeah.
Pitaya or the dragon fruit, a little bit of soda. You want to add that at the end though. A little bit of fresh lemon or lime juice. Either one will work. Plenty of sugar, about a cup and a half. And those are virgins, but this will be great with either tequila
Or vodka, right?
Vodka or a light rum would be great. So you just blend this up.
Okay.
Delicious.
Marcella, you
Yes.
did it again.
Thank
This
you.
is beautiful.
Delish. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and you were excellent.
Thank you.
So to make these recipes at home, check out today.com/food. And to get Marcella's book, go to today.com/shop. is?
National Margarita Day.
Yes, it is. It's one of my favorite days of the year, although I'm too bad it lands on a Tuesday after a long weekend.
There's a new recipe going viral that let's give it a try. Okay, so we're going to try it.
Okay, so in the blender.
Yeah, what do you do? What's that?
In the blender, that's the blender.
I know, but something's in there.
You put 1/2 cup sugar.
Something
That's a
already in
lot
here.
of
What's
sugar,
in here?
y'all. No, thank you.
Something's in there already. Okay, just
sugar water.
Okay, tequila.
You add tequila.
Maybe it's already in there.
That's the sugar water.
Oh, sugar water. Sorry.
But I don't think y'all should put sugar. I think you should put agave. But anyway,
Okay.
this is not my recipe.
1 cup of tequila.
Okay.
Wow.
To your tasting, you put a little Cointreau.
Okay. 2 cups of what?
Oh, we haven't done the
2
sugar
cups
yet.
of
Here's
cold
the
ice
sugar.
water. Put it in, yeah.
That's a lot
2
of
cup-
sugar.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it
Wait,
is.
No, that's for the drinks. Okay, that seems good. And then put in the limes. Oh,
You toss all of it? Do you squeeze
peels
it?
on. Peels on. Put it in, put it in, put it in. Dump, dump. Good.
Ew.
Is that it? Oh, salt.
No. The salt's for the rim. Is the salt for the rim? Oh, a pinch of salt. Just a pinch.
You know what? You are very controlling. Okay, just a pinch. Okay.
Just a pinch. Okay.
This is going to be great.
I don't
Turn
know.
it on.
Wait, should we put the ice?
No. Wait, do you hit green smoothie? Hit green smoothie.
Why?
Because. Wait, what? With the peels on? Okay, is that enough?
I think so. That's good. You know how to turn it off?
I was just working your control.
It was hard for me. It was hard.
You're like,
you ready?
Stop it. Stop it. Okay, now we
Wait.
strain it. We pour it over the strainer.
Oh, sorry.
Is your finger stuck?
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
Okay.
Hold on.
Pour it over the strainer. This is the best recipe we've ever made. Wait, don't you want the foam?
I think you're just getting the peels out.
Peels out.
Is someone telling you in your ear?
No.
Why do you keep pausing?
Because I'm not understanding this. I'm not good at recipes. Here, do you want to try it?
There's something very soothing about watching it strain. Isn't there?
Yeah. All right.
I want to drink the one I made. I don't want to drink that one.
You know what I think this would be good for you?
What?
Is your mojito recipe. I think it would be great for your mojito recipe.
Oops.
Wow.
Okay. Well, I want to drink this one because we made it. Let's see how it tastes.
Wow.
Is it strong?
It's too sweet for me.
Oh, I love sweet.
You're going to be into it then. It's also a little strong.
No, try this one. Here, use a straw.
Oh, that's much better. What's the difference? Taste this one. Here, you taste this one.
They're all good. Maybe they just added extra liquor for us.
Taste that one.
Yeah.
I'm right, right?
That's really.
This looks really fun.
This is a great day.
We are back with Superfood Friday. Today, nutritionist Joy Bauer firing up the grill to make a chicken Caesar